The medical candidate stated that $1,000 a month was completely insufficient to cover basic expenses. The indignant young man shouted at the clinic owner that he was probably thinking of hiring a qualified doctor for only $1,000 just because it was a rural area. Despite its proximity to the capital, their settlement remains a small provincial village with limited opportunities. The clinic owner emphasized that the village is located in an intermediate position between urban and rural areas. The man patiently explained the economic realities, that the average income per capita is only $1,000. The clinic owner suggested the young man talk about something else and asked where he was heading after quitting his job. Suddenly, a young woman intervened in the conversation, noting that this candidate was already the 29th in a row, and obviously no one would agree to such working conditions. An elderly man made a remark to a woman, asking his daughter Laura to wear socks for decency during work hours. The girl justified herself by citing the intense heat in the room and suggested simply removing the doctor wanted ad from the clinic's entrance. The father initially did not understand his daughter's proposal, but she explained the proximity to the city government and the problems with attracting staff. Laura logically argued that no one would want to work for such little money while simultaneously imposing strict professional requirements on candidates. The clinic owner reproached his daughter, saying that if she had studied classical medicine to obtain a medical degree. At this time, a young man was passing by the clinic and noticed an informational advertisement about hiring a doctor. When the guy walked past the entrance, he saw this very girl Laura, who was standing there. Lin Hao was amazed to see her gorgeous long and slender legs, which immediately caught his attention and left a strong impression. The unexpected sight immediately caused the bubble to burst, drawing the attention of those around to the young man at the entrance. Therefore, the first decision Lin Hao made, impressed by what he saw, was to enter the clinic premises to make acquaintances. The elderly owner of the clinic sat in despair and no longer expected that even one suitable candidate would come to them for the vacant doctor position. When the clinic owner saw the guy entering, his expression changed dramatically from hopelessness to some interest. The young man asked in bewilderment whether he really looked like a woman to have attracted such attention from the older man. The clinic owner replied that the guy looked quite young, but that was a bad sign for a doctor. So he suggested that he leave if he felt uncomfortable. Lin Hao honestly admitted that he really didn't feel comfortable at all in this tense environment. The puzzled clinic owner asked the young man point-blank why he had come there at all if he felt uncomfortable. The guy frankly answered that he came specifically to look at the beautiful female legs that he noticed at the entrance. The man immediately became angry at such impudence, indignantly asking if he hadn't mentioned discomfort a few seconds ago. Lin Hao only smiled sarcastically and meaningfully at this remark, not hiding his true intentions. On his desk, the young man noticed a book describing personnel requirements and employment conditions. After a quick glance at the documents, the guy said that he had come there solely to apply for a job as a doctor. The clinic owner warned of low wages, amounting to only $1,000 a month for a full-time job. The man spoke in detail about the 9-hour workday, plus mandatory overtime in case of medical emergencies. Lin Hao agreed that these working conditions were indeed extremely terrible, but nevertheless, they suited him completely. The surprised owner asked when the new employee would be able to begin performing his duties. The guy replied with a confident smile that, of course, he was ready to start working immediately without any preparation. The elderly man thought to himself that idiots didn't seem to exist, but there was one such specimen standing right in front of him. Then the clinic owner came to his senses, realizing that something was going terribly wrong in this conversation about employment. He directly asked the candidate whether he had at least a basic bachelor's degree in clinical medicine. Having received a negative answer, the man asked if he at least had a medical college diploma, but was again refused. In desperation, the owner asked for a certificate from medical school or at least some document confirming medical education. The man was incredibly angry at the deception and angrily demanded that the imposter immediately leave and find another job. Lin Hao justified himself by saying that he had walked around the entire village several times looking for work, and this clinic was indeed the best place. A soft female voice intervened in the conversation, reproaching the father for his rude treatment of a visitor in front of a large crowd of people. Laura saw the attractive young man, and her eyes widened in surprise, and her heart began to beat faster. Their eyes met directly, and a special romantic spark of mutual attraction instantly arose between them. The young people continued to look at each other, completely oblivious to everything around them and without blinking for a second. Suddenly, the guy abruptly squatted down and openly commented on the beauty of the woman's legs with their ideal proportions. The girl's father began to shout angrily about his intention to physically deal with the insolent man, demanding that he immediately leave the clinic. At this tense moment, Lin Hao suddenly sensed the distinct smell of blood in the air, which grew stronger and more alarming. Suddenly, desperate cries for help could be heard as someone begged the doctor to provide immediate medical assistance to the victim. A bleeding girl with serious wounds to her torso and leg was carried into the clinic. An unknown man, also covered in blood, screamed hysterically, begging the doctor to immediately help the victim. Seeing what was happening, Lin Hao became interested in the situation and began to wonder what could have happened to the girl and how she got injured. The owner of the clinic approached the patient to examine her and introduced himself as the only doctor in the medical facility. Upon examination, the man discovered that a wooden stick was deeply lodged in the girl's leg, and blood was flowing profusely from the wound. The doctor assessed the case as serious and stated the need for immediate transportation of the victim to a hospital with the best equipment. The escort replied that he had already called an ambulance, which was on its way, but asked that a way be found to save the girl before they arrived. The clinic owner explained that the patient was in shock, and he did not want to be held responsible if things worsened. The desperate boy begged the doctor to find a way to save the girl, because without help she would simply die from blood loss. The victim's condition was critical. She looked exhausted, and her entire body was covered in blood from multiple wounds. The doctor demanded that outsiders wait outside, stating that he could not allow corpses to appear in his clinic. The desperate boy's eyes turned bright red with anger and despair as he indignantly asked about the meaning of what had been said. The clinic owner began to assume a fighting stance, declaring his readiness to fight if the situation required physical confrontation. The shocked attendant asked the doctor in shock how he could say such things in a critical situation. Lin Hao approached the victim and began examining her, noting that with such injuries it would be worth preparing a funeral rather than waiting for an ambulance. The desperate boy continued to cry and begged the doctor to help, promising to pay any amount of money to save the girl. The clinic owner again responded that the procedure was too risky and that it was better to go outside and wait for the ambulance to arrive. Even the doctor's daughter reproached her father for his heartlessness, asking how he could act like that when people had a huge problem. Lin Hao claimed to have some medical knowledge and offered to trust his knowledge to save the victim. The boy rushed towards Lin Hao with hope, asking if he could really save the girl and begging for help. Lin Hao promised to do his best, as there was always at least a drop of hope to save life. The worried attendant asked the makeshift doctor what exactly he needed to do to help with the treatment. Even Laura supported the unknown young man, telling her father that for some reason she believed in his ability to help the victim. Lin Hao's heart almost jumped out at these words of support, although the clinic owner remained extremely dissatisfied with the situation. Lin Hao explained that the girl could no longer wait and that a decision on treatment needed to be made urgently, contacting the victim's boyfriend. The escort looked at his girlfriend, assessing her critical condition and realizing the need for immediate action to save her. After these words, the escort agreed and asked to save the girl at any cost, ready to trust a stranger. Lin Hao first gave clear instructions to transfer the victim to the emergency medical intervention table. Everyone present immediately obeyed and carefully transferred the poor girl to the only available table in the clinic. The clinic owner started to get indignant again, shouting that this was his establishment, and if they wanted to perform the operation, they had to leave. The victim's desperate brother attacked the doctor with threats, demanding that he shut up or face physical violence for his heartlessness. Lin Hao asked the nurse if there was an operating table, but of course, there was no such equipment in the small clinic. Laura honestly admitted that they don't even have any normal medical beds to carry out serious procedures. It turned out that the only thing that could be used for the operation was an ordinary table, and even that was in a rather shabby state. Lin Hao categorically stated that everyone who was not participating in the operation must leave immediately, and no one would enter without his permission. They began to escort the clinic owner out of the premises, but he stubbornly resisted, shouting that this was his clinic and he was not going to leave. The victim's brother explained that he was very worried about his sister, so he physically would not be able to leave the operating room. Lin Hao clarified the relationship by asking who this guy was to the girl and whether she was his lover. As it turned out, the victim was not the young man's girlfriend, but his own sister, which explained his despair. Lin Hao took out a medical knife and agreed to the conditions of the victim's brother, preparing for the operation. Shisa began to panic and scream, asking what the makeshift doctor was going to do with his beloved sister. The brother was indignant at why they had to take off the girl's clothes when only her leg was injured, not understanding medical procedures. Lin Hao patiently explained that he didn't understand anything, and that removing clothes was critical for the patient's normal blood circulation. The self-made surgeon emphasized that gender was not an issue between doctor and patient, so he asked to be allowed to work in peace. Shisha threatened to kill him if Lin Hao lied and did not save his sister's life, then he would not let him go so easily. Nevertheless, the brother decided to leave the operating room, asking one last time to be sure to cure Xiaoyun and bring her back to life. Lin Hao asked Laura to prepare a special solution, naming the specific preparations needed for the procedure. The guy became incredibly serious and focused, which surprised the girl. She wondered why he had suddenly changed so much. Laura began to watch his actions closely, which made Lin Hao feel uncomfortable, and he asked what was on his face. The makeshift doctor impatiently asked what she was waiting for and asked her to simply bring the equipment as he had requested. The nurse brought a box of various medical supplies that Lin Hao had specifically requested for the operation. When Laura picked up the patient's arm, she noticed a fracture and asked what to do if the needle insertion site was damaged. Lin Hao was glad to be addressed by his name, even though he had only used it once during their entire acquaintance. The nurse suggested covering the patient, since if the girl was naked, it could distract the improvised doctor from his work. The young man suggested that she was probably jealous of the victim's magnificent body, since she was so worried about her nudity. The owner's daughter was very upset by this remark and began to indignantly ask how he could say such things. The self-styled doctor reassured his assistant, noting that her proportions were also perfect, so she had absolutely nothing to worry about or feel insecure about. After examining the girl's body, the improvised surgeon began to have a severe nosebleed due to excitement. The boy confessed his weakness, saying how mean it was of him to just look at the patient, and asked the nurse for small wooden sticks. He explained that the sticks were needed to fix broken bones, which surprised the girl, how he could treat fractures with such serious injuries. The young doctor hurried his assistant to find the sticks while she was deep in thought about his professionalism. Using the sticks they found, they immobilized the victim's broken arm to prevent further damage. While examining the patient, the makeshift surgeon realized that the girl was truly seriously injured and in critical condition. The makeshift doctor explained that they had now come to the most difficult and important part of the entire rescue procedure. The nurse thought that he was really examining the patient professionally. As the young man examined the girl, his nose started bleeding again, and he admitted that the situation was indeed very bad. The guy explained that he could, of course, cure her, but the clinic was poorly equipped, so the patient might be left with a scar. The assistant screamed excitedly, indignant at how he could think about such things at a critical moment, calling him crazy. The makeshift surgeon asked his assistant to quickly bring tweezers, curved pliers, scissors, and other necessary instruments. The young doctor prepared a disinfectant solution and set it on fire, explaining that viruses and bacteria die at high temperatures. The makeshift surgeon's expression became extremely serious, and he really began to act like a real professional doctor. The self-styled doctor explained that there was no alternative because the conditions did not allow for the operation to be performed properly with the necessary equipment. The guy decided to remove a stuck stick from the patient's leg, after which very heavy bleeding began from the wound. The nurse, observing the procedure, looked extremely agitated and tense about what was happening. The girl started screaming that the patient was bleeding like crazy and demanded that something be done to stop the bleeding. The young doctor calmly noted that the girl was not in labor, so she needed to relax, and showed that the bleeding had already stopped. The assistant was amazed by the result and remarked with admiration that it was real magic. He simply pressed a certain point and stopped the bleeding. The nurse was ordered to bring something else, but the problem was that the clinic didn't have any of that medicine. Then it turned out that a completely different medication was missing, which the improvised doctor asked to be immediately provided for the operation. The owner's daughter explained that they were just a small clinic, so how could they possibly have a full arsenal of expensive medications? The young doctor asked her to find at least something suitable, and the girl agreed to look, realizing that they had no time at all. The assistant admitted that she didn't know how to properly apply pressure to the hemostatic point, and the guy suggested dividing up the surgical duties. The makeshift surgeon came up behind her and began instructing her on how to continue pressing on the point to prevent bleeding. The nurse reported that she had found the right place to control his circulation, so he could continue with the surgery. The young doctor emphasized the extreme importance of the moment, as she must not lose this critical pressure point. The makeshift surgeon insisted on the need to continue the procedure in order to help the girl and save the life of the unconscious patient. The guy asked to turn on the flashlight on his mobile phone to better illuminate the surgical field. The assistant thought it was annoying. The operation required maximum precision, and he also had high lighting requirements. The young doctor noted with relief that the hip was not damaged. He just needed to determine where the arterial branch had been cut. The self-made surgeon again asked the girl to turn off the phone, as the light was interfering with her concentration. The nurse thought to herself that he really has a terrible personality but excellent medical skills. How can these two go together? The owner's daughter was perplexed as to how he could manually treat the artery without precise equipment and proper lighting. The makeshift doctor reassured her that she should not be afraid, as he had several methods to deal with the situation. The guy prepared his hands and announced that he would now stitch up the victim's wound to finally stop the bleeding. The young surgeon was sweating from the strain and asked the nurse to wipe his forehead during a critical part of the operation. After the procedure, he laughed, noticing that she had been watching him too closely during all the manipulations. The makeshift doctor continued to carefully stitch up the serious wound located on the injured girl's thigh. With a smile on his face, the self-made surgeon announced that he had completely completed the task and successfully stitched up all the damage. The assistant placed her palm on the boy's forehead, checking his condition after intense work. The nurse sheepishly admitted that she had forgotten about her scarf and was a little confused by everything that was happening. The young doctor checked the patient's pulse and confirmed it had returned to normal, warning her to be on the lookout for possible infections after the surgery. The guy looked at the time and realized that the entire complex procedure had been completed in just 15 minutes, a surprisingly short time. The makeshift doctor explained to the nurse that this was her first time assisting in an operation, so she might be a little confused and make mistakes. The young surgeon came out into the corridor and announced to those waiting that he had completed the operation and that everything had gone successfully without complications. The victim's brother asked hopefully whether the procedure had really been successful and whether his sister was now safe. The clinic owner cynically remarked that the girl was most likely simply dead, since such an inexperienced young man would not have been able to cope. Siyashi became furious and began to shout furiously at the old man, outraged by what he heard about his sister's fate. The self-proclaimed doctor demanded an end to the argument, declaring that he had indeed saved the girl and that she was now absolutely fine. The older man continued to have doubts, claiming that the girl had fallen into a coma from excessive bleeding and could not be saved in the small clinic. The nurse confirmed the young doctor's words, explaining that everything was indeed fine, the patient was out of danger, and now they could go in and take a look. The impromptu surgeon suggested that everyone relax and go see the patient, while he himself was preparing to leave before the ambulance arrived. The owner's daughter rushed to the guy, begging him not to leave, pleading with him to stay in the clinic. The young doctor asked why she wouldn't let him go, explaining that he was hungry and wanted to find a place to eat. The assistant suggested going to her home and staying with her for lunch or dinner. The nurse started shouting indignantly, calling him an idiot for trying to take advantage of the situation again, but forbidding him to just up and leave. The clinic owner still didn't believe that the guy had actually saved the patient, wondering how such a thing was even possible. The self-proclaimed surgeon approached the girl's brother with a demand to pay $10,000 for the operation. Shishi replied that there was no point in mentioning such amounts, since even $100,000 would be a normal fee, which surprised the doctor. However, the brother then admitted that he had lost his wallet and was left with only $100 in cash. The clinic owner immediately intercepted this $100, claiming that the operation was performed at his establishment. The owner's daughter yelled at her father, outraged by his behavior and asking how he wasn't ashamed of such greed. The elderly man justified himself by saying that all the equipment used during the operation belonged exclusively to him. The victim's brother called the old man a terrible person at the moment when the ambulance was taking his sister away. Shashi introduced himself and gave the name of Xiaoyun's sister, inviting the young doctor to come to them at any time. When the improvised surgeon heard this information, it was clear from his eyes that he showed particular interest in the proposal. After this, the young doctor replied that it was too late and he had to go, but the nurse still tried to stop him. The owner's daughter began begging her father to give the boy a job, insisting that such a talented man could not be allowed to leave. Even the elderly man himself agreed with his daughter, inviting the young man to come inside the clinic for a serious conversation. The owner acknowledged that if the makeshift doctor had not been there, things could have ended tragically, so he decided to hire him. The nurse assured me that this was the most pleasant place to work, so I should accept the offer. The girl's father asked his daughter to be more restrained in expressing emotions when discussing work issues. The older man asked the boy for his full name, and he introduced himself as Lin Hao, asking him to stop calling him a little boy. The clinic owner offered a monthly salary of $1,000 as per the original agreement, but the young doctor no longer agreed. The self-made surgeon demanded $3,000, to which the old man replied that it would be better for him to go rob a bank. The makeshift doctor lowered his demands to $2,500, calling this his final price. The owner offered $1,200 on a take-it-or-leave-it basis. Unwilling to increase the amount, the guy was outraged by the owner's greed and shamelessness, lowering his demands to $2,000 as the absolute minimum. The nurse intervened in the bargaining, offering a compromise sum of $1,700 to close the deal. The owner's daughter reminded her father that the young doctor did not have any official certificates confirming his medical education. The girl was ashamed of her parents' behavior and demanded that he stop humiliating the talented man in front of everyone present. The elderly man shouted angrily at his daughter to stop picking on his decisions and shaming him publicly. The young doctor said that he didn't care about the formalities, but without housing and food, he would die of hunger and would not be able to work. The clinic owner suggested that the guy marry his daughter and stay in her room as a solution to the housing issue. The makeshift surgeon objected that physical contact between a man and a woman was unacceptable, so it would be better to find another room. An elderly man agreed to provide overnight accommodation in the clinic's warehouse in exchange for receiving an electronic medical certificate for the young specialist. The young doctor admitted that he didn't even have an electronic certificate, which further complicated his employment situation. The clinic owner asked about at least an identity document as the minimum document required for registration. The guy honestly replied that, believe me, he doesn't even have that, which greatly shocked those present. The impromptu doctor, with a sly smile, explained that he actually came from the mountains, hinting at his hermit origins. The nurse told the father that he was unhappy with the current state of affairs, and then suggested that the boy go and tidy up his room. The owner said he was only thinking about his daughter's safety, as the stranger could be a terrorist or a criminal. The girl objected, asking where such suspicions came from, and suggested that her father go home and cook them something to eat. The owner's daughter approached her parent and began to whisper, asking if he was worried that the stranger was some kind of fugitive. The young doctor, watching their whispers, wondered what they were discussing there and how they could consider him a bad person. The elderly man agreed to return home, asking his daughter to take care of herself in the company of a stranger. The guy noticed that everything was happening too quickly and suggested that they get to know each other better first. The self-made doctor told the girl that since she wanted him to go with her so much, he would be grateful if she opened the door. The nurse replied that he talked too much, so it would be better to just go with her without further conversation. The young man looked at the girl and thought how lucky he was. He never thought that women had so much initiative. The assistant explained the need to check the availability of medical equipment or medications at the clinic. The guy was shocked and she explained that otherwise why would she have asked him to stay? She needed to prevent a repeat of today's situation. The owner's daughter said that her father usually only treats headaches and fevers, so there is never a need for serious medications. She explained that dad was simply not used to such emergencies. It was a long story, but she suggested first tidying up the room. While the nurse was cleaning up, she accidentally fell off her chair and began to fall down very quickly. The guy reached out to her, trying to save her and prevent injury from the unfortunate fall. It so happened that the girl fell right on him, and the most awkward situation for both of them began. The nurse immediately punched him, calling him a fool for what happened. She asked to be careful not to break anything, apologizing that it was rude of her. The assistant thought that all the bad luck started with that incident, and that everything had changed for her family since then. The improvised doctor approached the girl, saying that she was dying of hunger, and suggested that she return to her for food and listen to the whole story on the way. When he went out into the city, the guy realized how incredibly noisy and big this place was compared to the mountains. Walking along the streets, the young doctor wondered why all the houses on this side of town looked so old and neglected. As they approached one particular house, the nurse had a very sad look on her face as she approached the building. The guy saw the deplorable state of the house. It was simply destroyed. There was a huge hole in the wall. The makeshift doctor asked the girl what had happened, but she replied with tears in her eyes that her father had been completely different before. The young man asked if the clinic owner was even more of a miser, but received a negative answer. The nurse said that her parent used to love helping other people and often did it completely free of charge. Hearing this, the guy asked again if he had heard everything correctly. She was really talking about her father. The owner's daughter explained that the story begins with her father's friend, who sold a medicinal serum. Then the man approached her parent and said that he had received a special offer for a quality drug. The future doctor immediately warned the girl that if something is cheap, then the quality is usually poor. The problem was obvious. The nurse agreed that he understood everything correctly, despite his youth, and the guy confirmed that he was right. The girl hugged herself and asked if he had even heard what she had just said. She reiterated that on that day, her father had purchased a batch of medications used at the clinic, and that patients had experienced a severe allergic reaction. The parents were the head doctors, and when something happened to a couple of patients, they tried to save them. So when an elderly man was brought to them, they tried to understand what was going wrong and wanted to save him. The owner's daughter said that her parents were doctors and were supposed to help, but the problem was with counterfeit drugs. The nasty supplier had already disappeared. Therefore, all pharmacies and small clinics were closed by the Chamber of Commerce and the Department of Medicine's administration. The girl tearfully admitted that the family had been paying for many years and now owed another $80,000. The young doctor reflected that every doctor strives to save others. But unfortunately, no one can escape the vices of this world. The nurse continued her story about how my mother couldn't handle the pressure of her debts and died, after which my father began to go bald from the stress. Suddenly, the girl became very embarrassed by some sudden action of her friend. She asked the guy in surprise why he suddenly started hugging her without permission. After this, the nurse kicked him and demanded that the scoundrel let her go immediately. The girl's father approached them and asked what the two of them were doing, asking them to hurry up and prepare dinner. The clinic owner leaned over the guy lying on the ground after the blow and joked that he should pretend to be dead. Otherwise, they would charge him even more money. When the young doctor heard these words, he immediately felt like an angel and decided to quickly get up, coming to his senses. The guy praised the girl for the food she had prepared, saying that it was so delicious and truly insanely good. The makeshift doctor particularly praised the roast beef with celery, but added that he would have liked more pieces of meat. The owner of the clinic started yelling at the terrible boy, indignant that he was going to eat like he was at a banquet, and if he didn't like it, he should leave. The young man asked the owner not to be upset, admitting that he had made a stupid remark, since the food was really tasty. The elderly man couldn't believe his eyes. The guy shouldn't have been counterattacking with claims now. After being full, the makeshift doctor asked permission to go to the toilet, declaring that he was completely full. The father and daughter thought that this guy could really eat a lot, and there was no point in talking about earning money. Feeding him would be difficult. The young man was taken to the bathroom and told to take a shower and then return to the clinic for work. The guy began to rejoice that he had entered the nurse's bathroom and was able to get closer to personal space. The improvised doctor thought that the bathroom was actually a very sacred and intimate place for a person. While taking a bath, he thought only about this beautiful girl and how attractive she was. The young man found some strange device and heard a girl asking him not to break her razor. When the guy realized that he was holding a woman's razor in his hands, he realized how awkward the situation was. The self-proclaimed doctor began to worry, thinking how ruthless she was towards him, and promising to definitely take revenge. He initially thought about running a business, but he never expected to become a doctor in such a small clinic. The nurse called the guy and wished him good morning, finally suggesting that they go have breakfast. The young doctor immediately noticed the girl's beautiful legs and thought that she looked simply amazing. The makeshift doctor began reaching out to her, talking about how much he wanted to hug her. The nurse felt genuinely irritated by such inappropriate behavior in the morning. The girl clenched her fist and hit him in the face for his inappropriate actions. After the blow, she began to be indignant at how he could behave like that on his first day of work. During breakfast, the boy ate attentively and noticed that the owner was holding something interesting in his hands. The young man realized that it was a bun and realized how much he wanted something similar for breakfast. The elderly man warned him not to even think about it. It was his personal food, let him eat his portion. The boy grabbed and snatched the basket of buns, and the owner indignantly shouted at the boy not to grab what belonged to someone else. The nurse, watching everything that was happening, thought that he was behaving like a big child. How could an adult behave like that? A male voice was heard from behind the clinic doors, asking if there was anyone in the medical facility. The owner's daughter and the owner himself immediately recognized this voice and were a little tense from the unexpected visit. The elderly man immediately decided to leave under the pretext that he had a stomachache and needed to go out. The nurse also hurriedly said that she was going to pack the medical equipment, avoiding the meeting. A large guy with white hair and a gold tooth walked into the clinic, clearly not a pleasant visitor. When the makeshift doctor turned around, he was surprised to see such an unusual patient in front of him. The visitor really did look quite unfriendly, and that gold tooth was especially striking. The young doctor politely asked how he could help the unexpected guest at the clinic, but the stranger replied that he was looking for something and was interested in where he could find a certain person. The self-styled doctor immediately noted the swelling on the visitor's face, bruises under the eyes, and suggested that he was feeling lethargic and tired. The young man continued to list the symptoms: back pain, prolonged urination, and hearing loss. The guy explained that he was a doctor and could diagnose a patient's health condition based on their appearance and complexion. A senior visitor inquired with interest what illness he had according to this diagnosis. The makeshift doctor calmly replied that there was no need to worry. He simply had kidney failure. The man objected that he was bluffing, since the doctor at the big hospital said the problem was due to the prostate. The young doctor asked whether the patient would be brave and strong enough to undergo treatment for such a serious illness. At that moment, the nurse was eavesdropping on the conversation and wondering what the two were talking about, wanting the blonde to leave as soon as possible. A large patient asked if the young doctor could somehow cure his illness. The guy confidently replied that of course he could, but emphasized that this would require money for treatment. The huge man raised an eyebrow and immediately asked point-blank how much it would cost. The improvised doctor named the amount, assuring that very little was needed, only $40,000. Upon hearing the figure, the patient became outraged by the amount, declaring that he did not have time for such nonsense. The clinic owner, who was peeping, wondered what this guy was doing with such a dangerous visitor. The young doctor noticed that the visitor did not believe in his method of treating such a serious illness. The guy said that he was simply underestimated, and he could prove his competence right now. So the makeshift doctor asked the large man to raise his hands up to demonstrate. The young man insisted that he simply raise his hands, or offered to show him how to do it correctly. The blonde nevertheless listened and agreed, saying that, okay, he would raise his hands for a demonstration. When the visitor raised his hands, a terrible stench immediately spread throughout the entire clinic, confirming the diagnosis. The patient immediately asked the young doctor whether he wanted to receive his earnings for the treatment or not. The makeshift doctor picked up an acupuncture needle like a true practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. The self-made doctor found the right spots under the large man's armpits and carefully inserted special needles there for treatment. A major client was dissatisfied with the procedure and indignantly asked if the guy was really seeking his death by such methods. The young doctor reassured the patient that he needed to be patient, and the unpleasant body odor would now be completely cured. The impromptu doctor explained that he could check for himself, and that the visitor no longer had any unpleasant body odor. Therefore, if the patient does not believe him, he can see for himself the effectiveness of the acupuncture treatment. The clinic owner, Mr. Wu, wondered if this dangerous client would really undress and check the results right in his establishment. Indeed, the large man went and undressed to test the effectiveness of the unusual treatment for himself. The blonde was delighted to discover that the truly unpleasant odor from his body had completely disappeared after the procedure. The nurse, who was watching what was happening, wondered with interest what kind of needles this guy was using, and whether he really was such a talented doctor. The owner's daughter noted with admiration that the young doctor helped pay off a $100,000 debt with one procedure. The guy replied that if he had known about the $200,000 debt, he would have set an even higher price for the treatment. The girl was incredibly happy to see and hear about such incredible success in their small clinic. The impromptu doctor explained that he started with what everyone worries about: their health and well-being. The young doctor assured the patient that the problem with the unpleasant odor had been solved, and now he could live a peaceful life without complexes. The large man admitted that the price was indeed high and inquired about the possibility of a discount on the treatment. The self-proclaimed doctor explained that if the price were lower, the quality of services provided would be correspondingly much lower. The blonde noted that surgery is usually necessary to get rid of armpit odor, and was surprised by the alternative treatment method. The impromptu doctor then suggested that the patient's intimate relations lasted about 3 minutes, including even foreplay. A senior visitor asked in surprise how the young doctor had found out about this, and whether he had been spying on his personal life. The guy responded with a proverb that proper nutrition is much more effective than any pills for restoring men's health. The young doctor advised going to bed early and waking up early, and eating small amounts of scorpion meat and goji berries. The makeshift doctor warned that it takes time to get used to such specific food additives, so don't overuse them. The self-proclaimed doctor explained that different illnesses have their own treatment periods, just as there are cycles on the stock market. The patient was in complete shock and remarked with admiration that it was simply amazing that the young doctor was able to determine even intimate details. The impromptu doctor emphasized the uniqueness of his treatment methods, assuring that the patient would not find a similar approach to restoring men's health and relieving sensitive issues anywhere else. The large man said that it was fine and he would come in 3 days, but he did not have to pay for the treatment provided. The young doctor asked again in bewilderment what the patient was suddenly talking about, not understanding the logic of his statement. The client explained that even taking into account the treatment provided, this family owed him much more personally. The blonde man introduced himself as Fan Tong, the family's creditor, and told him to tell the clinic owner that he had gone out on business. Hearing this, the improvised doctor thought that the creditor, damn it, had just wasted his precious time on treatment. Therefore, the young doctor told the family that if he had found out about the debts right away, he would have taken much more money from the man. The clinic owner announced that he was going out to buy groceries because they would be having real meat for dinner tonight for a celebration. The nurse immediately threw herself into the boy's arms and said that she was incredibly grateful to him for helping the family. The makeshift doctor modestly replied that there was no need to worry, since these were all really small things. The girl came to her senses and said that they had already stopped hugging in public. It was indecent. The nurse pushed the guy away and called him shameless, asking what he was thinking about all the time. Then, looking guilty, she asked what kind of needle he had used to treat the patient's bad breath. The young doctor replied to the girl that everyone has their own professional secrets, and he cannot tell them. This upset the nurse, as she had expected to learn at least a few secrets of traditional medicine. Then, surprised, she asked how he even knew that the big man was trading on the stock exchange. The guy jokingly asked the girl to kiss him, and then she would be able to find out the whole truth about his methods. But then he explained that when they were talking about kidney treatment, the patient kept his eyes glued to the stock market reports in the newspaper. The owner's daughter realized that this guy not only had excellent medical skills, but also a very well-developed sense of observation. The owner of the clinic returned and told the lovebirds to stop chatting and to pack up and head to the mountains for medicinal herbs. Hearing this proposal, the young doctor asked again whether he had heard everything correctly about the hike in the mountains. The owner replied that they were going to collect medicinal herbs unless the guy gave him money to buy them at the pharmacy. The makeshift doctor agreed with the boss, and now they head to the mountains for free natural medicine. The young man thought to himself, "Damn, the old man is willing to go all this way to save some money? He has no words." The owner's daughter admitted that there is one thing that still bothers her, where he actually came from. After this, the guy responded with the proverb that curiosity killed the cat, meaning that the less you know, the better you sleep. The nurse objected that she was not a cat and asked him to tell her where he had learned such an amazing skill of traditional medicine. The young doctor honestly admitted that he really did come from the mountains, and his life had changed little since the move. He still cared for his patients. The boy found some false ginseng and thought about how many different medicinal herbs grow on this mountain. The nurse came up behind the young man and couldn't believe her eyes that they had actually found rare false ginseng. The girl laid her body directly on the guy's back in order to examine the medicinal plant she had found in as much detail as possible. She asked the makeshift doctor in surprise why he suddenly froze in place and stopped moving. The young doctor only thought about the soft warmth emanating from the body of the girl pressed against him. It goes without saying that the young lady did not like this reaction at all, and she became very angry with the guy. After this, the nurse went and kicked the young man right in the tailbone for inappropriate behavior. The makeshift doctor simply fell face down into a pile of autumn leaves on the ground from the unexpected painful blow. The guy asked the girl to please not freak out and relax, without turning the situation into a drama. The young doctor warned that one should not rush and be careful, since there are many different dangerous insects in the forest. As the nurse walked along the path, she almost stepped on a snake, which at that moment was devouring a defenseless turtle. The owner's daughter's eyes immediately became very wide with horror at the sight of the predatory reptile. She started screaming hysterically, begging the guy to save her from the scary snake on the trail. The girl threw herself into the arms of the young doctor, asking him to protect her from the dangers of the forest. The makeshift doctor hugged the nurse and assured her not to worry, he would definitely protect her from any threat. The guy calmed the frightened girl, explaining that she didn't need to be afraid, because she was completely safe next to him. Then the young doctor noticed and showed that the snake had simply grabbed hold of the unfortunate turtle and was trying to swallow it. The nurse, with an angry expression on her face, demanded that he put her down immediately. The impromptu doctor objected that, in fact, she had jumped into his arms without any coercion. The girl told me to just shut up and help this poor turtle that was in mortal danger. The guy took a long stick in his hands and hit the snake hard on the head, forcing the predator to retreat. The turtle was seriously poisoned by snake venom and even turned green. Golden-shelled turtles are extremely rare in the wild. The owner's daughter suggested taking the snake with them, as it could be effectively used for medicinal purposes in making medicines. The nurse told the guy that he was such a master at treating people that maybe he could save this poisoned turtle. Of course, upon hearing her request for help, the improvised doctor assured her that she could completely entrust this difficult matter to him. The girl noticed that it was getting late, so in any case, it was time for them to return home before dark. Indeed, the sun was setting, so they found the owner of the clinic and headed home as a group. Arriving at the clinic, they met an unknown visitor who approached the owner and asked for some medication for rheumatism. From the basket they brought, the buyer unexpectedly saw a golden turtle, which they had brought with them from a mountain hike. The visitor carefully examined the reptile and noticed that it was not just a turtle, but also a male, which is an incredible rarity in our time. The buyer explained that if the turtle had not been poisoned by snake venom, it could have sold for $200,000. The nurse, hearing about the possible sale, immediately rushed to the man and categorically told him not to even think about selling the rescued turtle. The clinic owner approached the young doctor with a request to stop this agitated girl from acting emotionally. The improvised doctor obediently agreed to fulfill the request, declaring that he obeyed his boss in everything. The guy approached the girl, wanting to calm her down, and told her not to even worry about anything, sister. The young doctor explained that they had just saved the turtle from death, so there was no point in selling it for money. The clinic owner objected that in such a difficult financial situation, they should think first and foremost about earning money for their family. Unexpectedly, the buyer intervened in the dispute, declaring that he was ready to pay the full $200,000 for a healthy turtle. The clinic owner immediately warned the visitor not to even try to cheat him. He himself had just talked about a reduced price. The buyer explained that the turtle could be saved with a special serum, but in any case, it would not be completely cured of poisoning. The man added that aren't they doctors? They just need to remove the poison from the reptile's body, that's all. The owner's daughter was overjoyed to hear that they could actually help this defenseless creature survive. The young doctor assured that if he left this matter to him, he would definitely save this unfortunate poisoned turtle. The girl called him a scoundrel, accusing him of yet another attempt to take advantage of the situation for selfish purposes. The clinic owner seriously asked the makeshift doctor if he could really cure the poisoned reptile. The guy confidently stated that of course it was as easy as pie, but their small clinic did not have all the necessary medical supplies. The nurse suggested making a list of everything he needed, and she would go and buy everything he indicated for treatment. The young doctor jokingly said that first she should kiss him so that he could at least get up from the floor. The owner's daughter told them to stop messing around and just write the damn list so they could save the turtle. When the guy realized that the girl was serious, he quickly began to compile a detailed list of the necessary medications. The clinic owner, upon seeing the list, began shouting indignantly about why so many different medications were needed. The young doctor explained that they needed to think carefully, that they would have to spend some money, but that they would receive $200,000 as a reward. The owner agreed to buy all the medicines and instructed the improvised doctor to take care of the poisoned turtle. The guy asked the girl to cook these preparations over low heat, according to his instructions. The nurse asked excitedly if they couldn't wait until her father returned with his groceries. The young doctor replied that he was afraid the turtle might not survive until his return if treatment was not started immediately. The girl asked in bewilderment why he had sent the owner to get all these expensive drugs if the situation was critical. Lin Hao explained that Mr. Wu would definitely not have purchased these missing medications at the clinic under other circumstances due to their high cost. Chief Yan offered the young man that if he could cure the turtle, he would be willing to exchange it for an expensive car. Laura asked in surprise if he was serious, since his son had bought a car for $500,000. The impromptu doctor realized that this was, apparently, a truly special and very valuable turtle. Chief Ian explained that he already had several females and only needed one male for breeding. Lin Hao suggested not to waste time and begin treatment of the poisoned reptile. The nurse said that it would be impossible to find a vein for injections in the turtle. It was too small. What should be done in this situation? The young doctor reassured the girl, explaining that the medications on the list would remove the poison from the turtle's body in another way. The guy added that they could even use the herbs they had just collected in the mountains that day. Lin Hao began preparing the medicinal potion, put the pot on the fire, and added herbs to it. Inside the cauldron there was also a poisoned turtle, which Laura looked at with concern. The makeshift doctor explained to the girl not to worry. He was monitoring the temperature, and for the reptile it was just a sauna. The young doctor then said that he would now open the turtle's mouth and give her some medicine. After taking the drug, the patient had to be placed under a towel soaked in cool water. Chief Yan, watching the procedure, thought what an amazing method, very strange. But this guy really is a real doctor. Mr. Wu came back and said that he knew it. The bastard had lied to him about the expensive medicines. The clinic owner explained that he had already looked through the entire list at the pharmacy, and it contained ordinary, inexpensive antibiotics. The buyer said that the turtle was fine now, since the head of the family had already arrived, and he wanted to ask something. Chief Yang was surprised and asked where Mr. Wu had even dug up such a talented doctor. The visitor also asked how the clinic owner rated his skills compared to those of the young doctor. The owner honestly admitted that he had to admit that Lin Hao was actually very much superior to him in medicine. Therefore, the buyer inquired where the young doctor had studied medicine at university or in a family of doctors, since they had allegedly met before. The guy replied that they shouldn't beat around the bush, but just say what was bothering them, and he would take a look. After that, Lin Hao said that Chief Yang should know that he would not sell him this rescued turtle. Even Mr. Wu himself agreed that this young doctor had saved the turtle, so it was up to him to decide what to do with it next. Lin Hao explained that the buyer had captured his attention and would not give up the turtle even for $1 million until he told him about his illness. Chief Yang replied that if the young doctor could cure him, he wouldn't mind paying even $1 million. After these words, a strange silence ensued, and the guy worriedly wondered if the visitor had cancer. The improvised doctor thought to himself that this silence spoke for itself. Apparently, he had hit the nail on the head with his diagnosis. The buyer admitted that he had been to hospitals many times and had no hope left, so the young doctor would not be able to cure him. Lin Hao assured that he could cure this disease, asking for 8 female turtles instead of $1 million as payment. Laura was indignant that he shouldn't joke like that. He definitely wouldn't be able to cure cancer. What was he saying? The young doctor noticed that the girl still did not believe in him and offered to bet on the outcome of the treatment. The guy started to explain the terms of the bet, but didn't finish the sentence, moving on to another condition. Lin Hao suggested that if he succeeded in curing the patient, then Laura would kiss him. Mr. Wu intervened in the conversation and agreed to the terms of the bet, declaring that the deal was done. The nurse was unhappy with this development of events, indignantly asking the father what he was doing. The impromptu doctor asked to bring him a pumpkin from the backyard of the clinic to prepare medicine. The young doctor explained that he needed pumpkin seeds to cure this serious disease. Turning to Laura, he asked her to bring him some fresh fruits of the bitter tree plant. The guy clarified that this plant grows in Asian countries and has a very bitter taste. The nurse found and prepared the 2 necessary ingredients according to the doctor's instructions. Everyone present asked in surprise if he was really going to cure cancer with these simple means. Chef Yan asked incredulously if the doctor was saying that you need to eat this and get well. That was some kind of nonsense. Lin Hao assured that it would really help, and it was better to drink the entire medicine in one gulp. The buyer still could not believe that it was possible to cure such a serious disease with such methods. But the man took and ate the prepared ball, after which he drank a bowl of bitter soup. Chef Yan's eyes turned extremely red, and he started screaming about how incredibly bitter it tasted. Everyone present wondered what was happening to this man at this moment after taking the medicine. The buyer started asking that he urgently needed a bowl right now for urgent needs. The guy quickly brought a bowl, and the patient began to vomit into it due to the effects of the medicine he had taken. Then the man looked into the bowl in surprise and realized that there were some worms there that weren't there before. Lin Hao explained that the dark spots in the patient's liver were not caused by tumors, but by intestinal parasites, which had now been eliminated from the body. After the successful treatment, the young doctor approached the nurse, reminding her that she owed him a kiss according to the terms of the bet. Laura was indignant that this was really all he thought about, and asked how he had managed to cure the man's illness. The girl replied that she needed to wait and finish her business first before thinking about kissing. Chief Yan asked the doctor again if he was sure that he had not had cancer all this time, as other doctors had diagnosed. Showing his x-ray, the buyer asked what about this obvious darkening in the liver. The impromptu doctor explained that the secret was in the x-ray. Most doctors, looking at it, would say it was cancer. Lin Hao suggested taking another x-ray to see if the dark spot had changed its position, which was impossible with a tumor. The young doctor explained that the liver cleanses the body of toxins, and the symptoms were similar to cancer. The guy added that he saw no other signs other than weight loss, and that the patient had parasites, which were indicated by the yellowing of the corners of the eyes. The buyer asked hopefully if it was possible to say that, if his illness was really gone. The makeshift doctor confirmed that it was true. He cured the man, and asked about the promised 8 turtles. Chief Yan stated that these turtles now belonged to the doctor, as he saved his life with his treatment. Now Lin Hao had both male and female turtles for breeding. Mr. Wu rejoiced, saying that these were not just turtles but a gold mine, and that they would give birth to even more valuable turtles. The young doctor said he wanted a large crab for dinner, and inquired about the possibility of organizing such a treat. The clinic owner replied that the guy had a rather large appetite, but okay, they would organize a celebratory dinner. The buyer thanked him for the treatment, but admitted that it was very difficult for him to part with his beloved turtles. Chief Yang asked Mr. Wu to come to him privately to discuss an important personal matter. The buyer said that his daughter was still unmarried and asked for her opinion on the young talented doctor. Laura, watching the 2 grown men, wondered with curiosity what they were talking about so mysteriously. Lin Hao laughed and suggested that perhaps they were discussing the prospects of his and Laura's marriage. The nurse replied that she was the only one who could cook the crab, so if he wanted to eat it, he should refuse the kiss. The guy realized that things wouldn't work out this way, so he decided to take advantage of the moment and unexpectedly kiss the girl. Laura began to get very embarrassed and indignantly asked what a fool he was and what he was doing to her. After some time, the young doctor sat in the clinic and thought how boring it was. There was not a single patient for interesting work. Suddenly, a large, unfamiliar man entered the clinic and asked if a girl named Laura was there, clearly having some important business with her. Lin Hao explained to the visitor that the nurse had not arrived yet, so he could contact him with any medical questions. An unknown patient asked for syringes, stating that his pig needed a vaccination against diseases. The man picked up the medical syringes and examined them to make sure they were the right size. The problem was that he just took the tools and headed for the exit, and the guy started yelling after him that he hadn't paid. The visitor apologized, asking how much he owed, having completely forgotten about payment in his haste. The syringes were supposed to cost $32, but the man gave $50. The young doctor shouted after him again, telling him not to run away. He hadn't given him change for his purchase yet. At that moment, the beautiful Laura appeared and asked why this guy needed syringes. He looked so suspicious. The nurse approached the visitor and asked why he had suddenly returned, since they had already sold him what he needed. The man explained that the needles were too large for his purposes and asked to be given 1 milliliter syringes. Laura became angry when she asked how he was going to vaccinate pigs with such small needles. The guy insisted that she just give him the necessary syringes and some saline solution. Lin Hao immediately realized that something was wrong and asked why the visitor needed the solution and what he was going to do with it. The young doctor rolled up his suspicious-looking sleeve and saw 2 strange spots on his arm. These marks were located directly in the area of the veins, indicating injection drug use. The exposed young man declared that he no longer needed the syringes and began running away from the clinic again. Laura assumed that he had probably been sent here by members of the 8 Demons gang for medical supplies. The makeshift doctor thought that it seemed like this company was now addicted to dangerous substances. The girl explained that these scoundrels were terrorizing their village and were the worst people who were persuading young people to use drugs. Some more suspicious patients entered the clinic and asked the nurse why she was treating them so rudely. It was the 8 Demons gang who announced that they wanted to buy several syringes today for their own needs. When the whole company entered the clinic, an ominous and tense silence fell. The entire 8 Demons gang arrived, one of whom told the girl that her cousin was looking better and better every time. Laura was indignant, asking who his cousin was, and demanded that he leave the clinic immediately. The redhead replied that Laura might hate him, but she had to admit that they were related. His friend approached the red-haired leader, declaring that he really liked his cousin, and fell in love at first sight. The nurse warned them that they should get lost, that she couldn't control herself and would immediately get really angry. One of the bandits said that he liked girls like her, so he invited her to come over and hug him. Lin Hao, watching everything that was happening, thought what freaks they were. Decent citizens always have complaints about such people. One of the 8 Demons gang members started to harass Lin Hao, trying to kiss him. When the guy opened his eyes, he saw that he was kissing not a girl, but a young doctor. The makeshift doctor stated that he would never sell syringes for illegal substances to anyone, and if they were unhappy with something, they should leave instead of intimidating the girl. The bandits immediately began to say that he imagined himself a hero, and it seemed that he could not wait to die at their hands. The young doctor replied that enough of these empty threats, let's go outside and see who can beat whom. Laura immediately began to worry about her friend's safety in the upcoming fight. Lin Hao smirked and told the girl not to worry. Those guys couldn't do anything to him. When they went outside, the guy offered the bandits 2 options. Either he would beat them all up, or he would beat them all up. The group of addicts decided that the gang needed to teach him a lesson, since he was too arrogant for a simple doctor. They threatened to beat all this nonsense out of him that was sitting in his head. The young doctor was only amused by this stupid and empty trepidation from a gang of street vagabonds. Therefore, Lin Hao, like a true martial arts master, used his fingers to find their pain points. The bandits immediately fell to the ground, and he turned to the leader, noticing that he was left alone against him. The boss was shocked, wondering what kind of magic this was, and shouted at his subordinates to get up and stop lying on the asphalt. Laura, who was watching what was happening, thought that it was really amazing. He knows all these pain points on the body. The improvised doctor was proud of himself for having managed to deal with these street thugs with ease. The young fighter declared that these little runts were not enough even to warm up before a real fight. The gang leader pulled a knife out of his pocket and swung it, preparing for a serious attack. The girl became worried about her friend and shouted a warning to him about the knife in the enemy's hands. Lin Hao focused his gaze on his opponent and looked quite serious before fighting the armed bandit. The young doctor struck the armed villain with literally one powerful fist, neutralizing the threat. The nurse, watching everything that was happening, thought how amazing he was. She couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. The guy approached the defeated gang leader and demanded that he take off his belt and give it to him. The boss quickly obeyed, and his subordinate said that the boss was greatly embarrassed in front of a simple doctor. The main bandit told them to shut up, suggesting that if they were so smart, then let them go and beat the enemy themselves. Lin Hao simply hit the leader with his belt, causing him to jump back in pain. After this, the young doctor asked who else would like to try out this leather belt. Laura asked the guy why he kept these freaks here. Why not just take them and drive them away forever? The makeshift doctor continued to punish the bandits with his belt, teaching them a lesson about the consequences of drug trafficking in their area. Lin Hao turned to the gang leader and demanded that he keep quiet, otherwise he would get another punch in the face for his behavior. The young doctor asked Laura to call the director, stating that he had an idea on how to make money for the clinic. The nurse, hearing this proposal, asked if he wanted to cure bandits of addiction. The guy replied that in this matter she had indeed become smarter and had correctly understood his intentions. The makeshift doctor reassured the girl, explaining that although the situation was difficult, he knew what he was talking about. When the director arrived, he indignantly asked the young doctor what he was doing with the local bandits. Chief Yang asked the guy if he knew who these people were and how he had the courage to say such things to these dangerous bandits. But the gang members have already stated that they are now part of the chrysanthemum-loving clan and no longer deal in substances. The girl and the guy found this statement funny and asked them to stop this nonsense. When the scoundrels wanted to get up, Lin Hao said who allowed them to get up. It was disgusting. The young doctor advised them to sit tight and not make any moves until the director arrived. It was unknown what he would do to them. The turtle buyer arrived and asked what had happened and why he had been called to the clinic so suddenly. It turned out that the gang leader was the director's nephew, which explained the family ties. The bandit rushed to his uncle in tears, begging him to save him, since the doctor had seriously injured him. He pointed his finger at Lin Hao and demanded that his uncle show the doctor who was in charge. But Chief Yang simply went and kicked his nephew in the shoulder for his shameful behavior. The director said it was a shame the guy didn't beat the scoundrel to death for selling drugs. The leader was shocked and outraged that his uncle was treating him like that, since he was his nephew. But the director replied that if he had really been a worthy nephew, he would have died 1,000 times from shame. Laura started to explain to Chief Yang what really happened, but she was interrupted. The director said that there was no need to explain anything. He could not imagine what these scoundrels were doing in the clinic. The buyer of the turtles approached the doctor asking for help in solving a family problem. The young doctor replied that he understood what he wanted to say, but one problem remained. First, he needed to call the boy's parents here. Parents of the 8 Demons gang members arrived at the clinic to discuss the problem of their children's addiction. Chief Yan told the adults that this guy was a godsend, and that he had even cured his hopeless illness. The parents were shocked to hear that such a small clinic, without any special equipment, could treat serious illnesses and addictions. Chief Yang sternly ordered the parents to shut up, blaming them for the carelessness that had caused the children to grow up to be such worthless children. The director said that because of his illness, he gave up a prosperous life in a big city and became a leader in such a small village. The turtle buyer admitted that he had completely lost all hope of recovery and expected to die. But this young doctor actually saved him from certain death. So Chief Yang reproached the parents for never caring about their own children and asked if they were willing to show even a modicum of responsibility now. The parents assured him that a wealthy man was willing to cover all the treatment costs, so everyone would be happy with the outcome. Lin Hao asked the director if he was sure he wanted to pay for the treatment of the 8 idiots. It would be expensive, about $1 million. The buyer replied that it was not a problem. If human lives could be saved, then why not try to spend the money? The young doctor noted that there was one important thing that needed to be clarified from the very beginning of the treatment process. Lin Hao's eyes turned demonic as he warned that from now on, since everyone had agreed to the treatment, no one should interfere with his methods. All 8 members of the gang were terrified by the doctor's appearance, thinking that they were here and would die from his experimental treatment. The makeshift doctor gave the boys a document to sign, explaining that the agreement was binding and that he didn't want any problems in the future. All the bandits put their fingerprints on the contract, after which the doctor said that now their parents could rest easy. Concerned parents asked the doctor to try to care for their children during difficult addiction treatment. After the parents left, only the director remained, who invited Mr. Wu to play a game of chess while he was undergoing treatment. Lin Hao began to prepare his medicinal potion, resulting in small bitter balls for oral administration. The young doctor explained to the bandits that they had 2 options. Either they eat the medicine, or he would beat them half to death. Naturally, the frightened boys declared that they would of course go ahead and eat it right away, without resisting the treatment. The gang members quickly swallowed the drug, but the doctor warned them not to try to trick him, as he could see that someone was hiding the medicine under their tongue. The doctor addressed the patients, saying that those who had finished taking their medication could go out, but should not forget to return tomorrow at 3 o'clock. The surprised young people asked again whether they could really go home freely after such a serious warning. The improvised doctor confirmed that yes, the main thing to remember is that tomorrow, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he will be waiting for them to continue the course of treatment. Laura appeared and asked in surprise where all those guys had gone. But the young doctor replied that he had simply sent them home. Lin Hao explained to the nurse that he knew for sure that they would not willingly return for another session of painful treatment. Indeed, these young people said among themselves that the doctor was a complete idiot if he thought they would return to continue the abuse. Laura asked in bewilderment why he had simply taken them and let them go, without holding them by force to complete the treatment course. The impromptu doctor replied cryptically that he wanted to demonstrate to everyone present what exactly would happen. Lin Hao invited Laura to go to the city with him because he wanted to buy special medical equipment for the clinic. Mr. Wu began to shout indignantly that their current equipment was not enough, and the family had no money at all to buy it. The young doctor pointed to the stack of money, asking what to do with the $500,000 from the turtles. The clinic owner came to his senses, admitting that it was true. How could he not have noticed such a sum, and agreed to the trip? The improvised doctor objected that if the old man went himself, He would most likely buy something incomprehensible instead of the necessary equipment. The man became angry at such distrust and declared that he would buy only the best medical equipment for the clinic. So Laura decided to go with the doctor, but suggested stopping by her house to change first. The nurse walked into the house, wondering how hot it was outside to go shopping for equipment. The girl caught her foot on something and began to lose her balance, falling down. Lin Hao shouted a warning at her, asking her to please be careful when moving around the house. Laura was indeed falling very hard, not having time to group herself for a safe landing. The guy rushed to grab the girl to help, but she began to ask him to let her go immediately. These words frightened him, and he actually let go, so that the nurse fell on her knees on the hard ground. The girl thought, "Damn it, she's in so much pain and she can barely get up after an unfortunate fall." The young doctor explained that it had indeed happened by accident and wanted to help her get up from the ground. They decided that Chief Ian's car was quite good for a trip into town, so they got into it. The nurse asked the guy for documents to register him for health insurance. The improvised doctor replied that he had already told me that he did not have any ID card or passport. Laura asked in surprise how it was that he had no identification documents. With a serious face, the young man asked her to promise that she would not tell anyone about this. The girl thought to herself that she would finally find out at least something about the mysterious personality of this guy. The nurse's mind immediately began to think that this might be related to human trafficking. Lin Hao began to tell that he had been sold many times, transported on a ship with children just like himself. He lost track of time in captivity. For him, it was a real hell on earth. The kidnappers did not treat the children who fell ill, but simply threw them into the sea as unnecessary cargo. The guy kept telling himself that he had to survive at all costs for the sake of the future. The girl, in order to support the young man, took and firmly squeezed his hand as a sign of sympathy. Laura then carefully asked what happened after that terrible period in his life. The makeshift doctor said that after they were transferred to an old castle on the mountain, he realized that the nightmare had only just begun. They had to endure medical experiments every day that decided the fate of every child in this terrible place. The young doctor explained that their training involved killing each other. Initially, there were 100 children there, but only 10 managed to survive these tests. After completing their training, they were assigned to different locations, and Lin Hao was assigned to a concentration camp that specialized in medical testing on humans. This place was a gathering place for real madmen who were obsessed with conducting cruel medical research on living people. Every day, several patients were sent to the camp for experiments, and sometimes even corpses were brought in for study. The boy explained to Laura that the guards later realized that he was gifted in medicine and was able to accurately determine the illness of any patient. Less than 6 months later, when he was only 16 years old, he could already perform complex operations independently. The girl, in horror, asked the young man how he had managed to escape from this nightmarish place. An improvised doctor admitted that he had to commit fake suicide to escape from prison. When the nurse heard this word, she couldn't believe her ears and asked again about suicide with bewilderment. The guy said he was exhausted by work. Sometimes he had to take care of 140 patients a day. Laura asked suspiciously what he meant by suicide. Was she really talking to a ghost right now? Lin Hao explained that after a year of imprisonment, he discovered a drug that could temporarily stop the heart. The young doctor understood that this was extremely risky, and he actually almost died from a drug overdose. The girl could not believe what she heard and excitedly asked what happened next and how he was saved. The guy explained that he didn't know why, but they held a burial ceremony for him. And it was good that the guards didn't cremate the body. After some time, the drug's effect wore off. If they had checked longer, they would have realized that he was still alive. The improvised doctor was lucky that he had a sharpening knife with which he dug open the coffin from the inside. Without it, he would have died there. The young man said that he hid on a cargo ship and returned to China after a 3-month sea voyage. The guy assured that he had no reason to lie to the girl, but he really hoped that she would keep this story a secret. Laura promised that she would not reveal his secret even under threat of death from his pursuers. The improvised doctor immediately said that if such a situation suddenly happened, she could tell everything for the sake of salvation. Lin Hao explained that he simply did not want to put the girl in danger anymore because of his past. As the guy continued driving, he noticed that some scoundrel in a sports car wanted to overtake them on the road. A red sports car cut off their car, creating a dangerous situation on the highway. The young doctor was indignant at how the driver dared to overtake him. Since he was the king of the road here, the guy was shouting at the red Porsche that he better stop because he was the boss here. Laura tried to calm her angry friend, reminding him that he didn't even have a driver's license or identification documents. A red sports car was involved in a serious accident, crashing into the rear of another car at high speed. When Lin Hao saw this, he thought that the driver of the red car had simply gone crazy from alcohol intoxication. The doors of the wrecked red car slowly opened, and it was clear that someone was literally crawling out of it with difficulty. It turned out to be a drunken blonde scoundrel who could barely stand on his feet from severe alcohol intoxication. The drunk driver aggressively shouted at who dared to stop him from driving and which idiot was to blame for the accident. Eyewitnesses to the incident were indignant and thought that not only was he driving drunk, but he was also behaving rudely. His companion got out of the red car and worriedly asked her dear one what had happened on the road. The drunk guy headed towards the black car to start a fight with the other participants in the accident. The aggressive driver shouted at the victims, asking how they dared to prevent him from driving freely along the road. People watching the incident thought what a disgusting and reckless freak this drunk driver was. The improvised doctor understood that no one knew his identity now, so he should not stand out. But Lin Hao thought that the most important thing now was to save people, and other considerations were not important. So the young man walked up to the drunken blonde scoundrel, grabbed him by the head, and told him to get out of here. The drunk man's companion was outraged at how he dared touch her boyfriend, asking if he even knew who he was. The guy pushed this girl too, telling her to get out of here and get away from the scene of the accident. The makeshift doctor noticed that gasoline from the damaged tank had spilled onto the road, creating a very dangerous situation. The young man asked the people standing nearby for help, but they replied that they would simply wait for the police to arrive. Lin Hao noticed that there was an unconscious pregnant woman sitting inside the wrecked car. Laura shouted to the guy what had happened and that maybe someone was hurt there, but he only shouted at her not to come closer. The young doctor grabbed the door handle of the damaged car with his hands and tried to open it. When he opened the car door, it became clear that there was very little time left for rescue. The police who arrived suggested that the young man save the pregnant woman, and they would take care of the rest. The policewoman warned them what to expect, that the car could explode at any moment from spilled fuel. The makeshift doctor actually tried to get the pregnant victim out of the emergency vehicle. The guy noticed that the car was on fire, but he was still able to lift the woman into his arms. Lin Hao started running with the pregnant woman in his arms, and immediately behind him there was a powerful car explosion. The young hero carried this injured pregnant woman in his arms, saving her from certain death in the fire. Both the police officer and the nurse were already very worried about the condition of the injured pregnant woman after the explosion. Lin Hao suddenly dropped to his knees next to the victim, assessing the severity of her injuries. The young doctor's gaze changed dramatically, his teeth clenched in concentration on the critical situation. The makeshift doctor shouted at Laura to get the first aid kit from the car as quickly as possible. The nurse immediately jumped up, assuring that she would bring everything necessary to provide assistance. Suddenly, a drunken blonde hooligan approached them and threatened to show who was boss. The policewoman realized that this scoundrel was planning something against the doctor and decided to stop him. She wanted to hit this idiot who was about to attack the life-saving doctor. The policewoman raised her leg to strike, and her underwear became visible from under her skirt. The law enforcement officer kicked the villain right in the face, neutralizing the threat. The improvised doctor realized that this girl had just really helped him. She was a real professional. Lin Hao realized that he would have to take a risk to save the life of the unborn child in his mother's womb. The young doctor asked the nurse to put a respirator on the victim, and he himself began emergency measures. The policewoman asked how she could help the doctor, but the guy replied that she was a police officer, not a medic. The employee promised to ensure that the ambulance could reach the scene of the incident without hindrance. The young doctor thought about the need to press on certain points, but these were deadly pain points. The police officers were concerned that the patient was bleeding and asked the doctor to take a look. The guy understood that it was internal bleeding and thought about what he could do without special equipment. The makeshift doctor said he could keep the victim alive for 20 minutes, but where was the ambulance? The policewoman assured that one could completely rely on her in this situation without any problems. She addressed the crowd of onlookers, demanding that they clear the road because an ambulance was on its way. People were outraged, saying that they were not going to leave just because some policewoman said so. The girl was tired of listening to this nonsense, so she took her service pistol out of the back pocket of her uniform. The officer asked the crowd if they wanted to interfere with the police and go to jail for it. Lin Hao noted that this was a very brave move on her part, as she might be risking her career. Laura approached the guy, informing him that the injured lady had just woken up and wanted to talk to him. The pregnant woman asked in a weak voice to contact her husband and daughter-in-law to report the incident. At this critical moment, the policewoman shouted to the crowd to quickly move aside and make way for the arriving ambulance. When the ambulance arrived, the most important thing was to be careful and not to harm the pregnant woman during transportation. Lin Hao turned to Laura, saying that now they needed to step back and let the medics work. The drunk blonde man who caused this whole accident had just woken up and didn't understand who hit him. Of course, it was a female police officer who approached the scoundrel with a demand to follow her to the station. The blonde man's companion brazenly told the policewoman not to get cocky, calling her just a stupid girl from law enforcement. But the employee introduced herself as a police officer from the Ministry of Public Security with the appropriate authority. She was charged with drunk driving and disorderly conduct. The brazen brunette asked the policewoman if she knew who her boyfriend's father was. The female officer replied that these arrogant losers were simply ridiculous in their attempts to intimidate. Turning her head, the policewoman discovered that the doctor's savior had simply disappeared from the scene. After providing emergency assistance, Lin Hao quickly got into the car with Laura and they drove away. The nurse noted that the method of saving the pregnant woman was very complex, something she had only read about in books. The makeshift doctor replied that if the ambulance had not arrived in time, he would not have been able to do anything. Laura noticed that the guy had injured his knees while rescuing a victim from a car explosion. The young doctor replied that it was nothing to worry about. But then he noticed two girls standing near the clinic. These two girls, one with green hair, the other with purple, were talking to each other about something. Lin Hao realized why he felt so strange. He was in real trouble with the guys. Laura asked why he was staring like that and what they would do with this company on Earth. At first, the guy didn't understand what the girl was talking about until he saw what was happening. Then he noticed those same 8 demons, a gang of bandits who were simply lying on the ground in agony. The makeshift doctor addressed them, saying that they were a whole day late, and if they did not want to die, they should follow him. The purple-haired girl was indignant. How dare he talk to them like that? But her friend calmed Gege down, offering to see what the doctor was actually going to do with the boys. Gege screamed at him to help these guys because they were in pain, but he just looked at them without doing anything. Lin Hao told the girls that they needed to wait until Chief Yang arrived, otherwise nothing could be done with the injured boys. At that moment, Laura was carefully treating the guy's injured knee, which he had injured while saving a pregnant woman. The makeshift doctor complained of pain, acting like a small child before a medical procedure. The nurse tried to calm him down, explaining that it might hurt a little, but the wound needed to be treated to prevent infection. The young doctor agreed that he would try to endure this unpleasant but necessary pain. 2 unfamiliar girls were surprised how a guy could behave like this because he was not a little girl. Chief Yang suddenly appeared and addressed the girls Gege and Yan Song, asking why the doctor brought them here. Then the director approached his nephew and asked what had happened and why he was feeling so ill. Gege turned to her uncle with a warning that the doctor was a common charlatan, so they needed to leave here immediately. Lin Hao thought that this time everything would be more difficult. It was generally more difficult to work with girls. And besides, they had a lot of traces of injections of substances. Yan Song suspiciously asked if they had conspired to lure the sisters into this trap. Gege grabbed her friend by the hand and declared that it was a trap, and they needed to get away from here immediately. But the young doctor was not going to give them a chance to escape and rushed straight to the girls. The makeshift doctor approached the sisters and pressed on points located on their backs to immobilize them. Literally a second later, these girls fell to the ground with their faces distorted with pain. Lin Hao told Chief Yang that women were more difficult to work with, so the treatment price would double, and they had to stay here. Laura, hearing this demand, was indignant that staying here was only possible over her dead body. Members of the 8 Demons gang also stated that they did not actually sign up for such conditions and do not agree. The young doctor ordered that medicine be given to the director's nephew and his friends so that the diarrhea from yesterday's medication would go away. Addressing the sisters, he told them to go with him to a medical examination, which greatly frightened the girls. The makeshift doctor claimed that he could see right through them and understood that their bodies were breaking down from severe addiction. Gege complained that she felt very bad, so she needed to leave here as quickly as possible. Yan Song could barely move. She was very cold, and she felt absolutely disgusting from the withdrawal. The girl opened her mouth to say how unbearably she felt without substances. The doctor approached the suffering girl and calmly told her not to think about it, but to simply prepare the medicine according to the prescription he had written that morning. Laura, hearing the request for help, quickly set about the task and ran to prepare the necessary medications to alleviate the girl's withdrawal symptoms. Gege also cried, saying how much she wanted to go home, and so the girls were taken to the treatment room for treatment. Lin Hao asked Laura to close the door, undress the patients, and treat their backs with a special medicinal solution. The makeshift doctor emphasized that action must be taken as quickly as possible, while the girls were still conscious. The nurse said there was only enough medicine for one person and asked what to do with Yan Song. The young doctor replied that it was a very rare sedative, so he would have to take a risk and give it to her. Chief Yang knocked on the door, wondering what was going on in the procedure room. The guy was completely focused on treating the girls, understanding that it would be difficult for them to cope, but they had to hold on. Gege stood up abruptly, hit the doctor and screamed at him to leave. She didn't want to be treated for her addiction. Lin Hao told the nurse that everything was fine and asked her to take care of the second patient. Yan Song went crazy, screaming that they were all liars and asking them to kill her. She didn't want to live like this. The girl with green hair asked why she had to suffer so much, complaining of pain, and the doctor observed her condition. The makeshift doctor approached the suffering girl and simply hugged her, telling her not to even dare give up. The green-haired patient bit him on the shoulder in a fit of aggression. Laura noticed the movement and said it must be painful for the doctor, but the young doctor only replied that everything would be fine. We just had to hold out through the crisis. The uncle and nephew had absolutely no idea what was happening to the 2 girls in the procedure room. Lin Hao clenched his fist and hit the gang leader, asking why he had drawn the girls into dependence. Chief Yan noted that everything had already happened and beating him wouldn't change anything, so he needed to think about a solution. The makeshift doctor said to forget the past. Everything was different now, and asked the guys to come out for an examination. The other gang members noticed why the doctor suddenly became so sad and serious. The young doctor ordered me to take off my clothes and lie down on the medical bed for examination. The red-haired bandit said he didn't want to undress, but he was immediately threatened with a belt. After the threat, the red-haired guy agreed to undress, but only asked not to hit him. The nurse said that in that case, she needed to leave the procedure room, but the doctor objected that the patient's gender did not matter, and if she could not bear it, then she would have to quit. Lin Hao said that he would go to the backyard to set up some tents to accommodate the patients, and he instructed Laura to inspect them. The nurse felt very uneasy, realizing that she did not want to go close to these young people for examination. The girl understood the need to take a blood sample, so she took it from the buttock area, which made the guys scream in pain. The other bandits heard these cries with requests for rescue and a desire to get out, fearing what was happening in the procedure room. At this point, the doctor returned to the girls and said that he needed to examine them both for diagnosis. Keeg was indignant that because of him one friend was already weak, why examine the second one? The makeshift doctor explained that they would have to live there for 2 months, so he had to make sure there were no infections. The purple-haired girl called him a devil, noting that the treatment conditions were becoming increasingly harsh. Yansong asked her friend to stop resisting. They had already passed the first test, so they couldn't give up. The doctor turned to the two guys, asking why they were sitting there without clothes if the examination was over and they could leave. 2 bandits cried, complaining that some girl saw them naked during medical procedures. The young doctor thought how naive these guys really were, to worry about such trifles. He then returned to the 2 girls, saying that they also needed to take off their clothes for examination. It goes without saying that these girls were not at all happy with the prospect of a medical examination. They asked him again if he was sure that they definitely needed to undress for the diagnosis. Geje stated that she would not do this in front of any man, regardless of the circumstances. Lin Hao replied that if Chief Yang hadn't asked him, he wouldn't have even wasted his time on her. The girl objected that she didn't think she was sick, especially not with a venereal disease. Geej explained that she has a boyfriend, so she doesn't want to undress in front of a strange man. After this, she angrily demanded that he stop asking her to undress for examination. The improvised doctor nevertheless decided to approach the girl once again with a request for cooperation. She had no other choice, and she began to slowly take off her clothes for examination. The girl felt an insane embarrassment that she had never experienced before in her life. The boy approached the nurse and asked her to take blood from the patient for laboratory analysis. Gege, with great embarrassment, noted that while the nurse was here, the doctor could do whatever he wanted. The doctor asked Laura to do the test, and he would then review the medical report on the results. Addressing the girl, he asked her to put her hair aside and noticed the absence of signs of allergy on her skin. After completing the medical examination, the doctor said that it was good and asked to bring the next patient here for examination. Lin Hao let go of the girl and asked her to call her sister, as he also needed to examine the second patient. The guy told Yan Song that she could also undress without being embarrassed, since it would only take a couple of minutes. But the girl still felt incredibly embarrassed, to which the doctor told the nurse that she also needed to take blood for analysis. Laura, observing the patient's body, thought about how snow-white her skin and youthful her body were. The doctor himself seriously considered that people with weak bodies are essentially the most vulnerable to various diseases. After the examination, the guy jokingly remarked on how beautiful the girl's body was, which embarrassed the nurse. He then asked Laura what she was thinking about and asked her to send the girls to the backyard after completing the tests. The impromptu doctor gave everyone a bucket, explaining that there were a lot of worms in the area to collect. He announced a new mission, to dig up worms and collect them. Filling the bucket to the top, addressing both the bandits and the girls, Geji complained that she was barely alive after everything the doctor had put her through. Lin Hao replied that there would be a special task for her then, and expressed hope that she would be happy. The doctor gave the girl the task of washing clothes and other dirty things instead of collecting worms. He gave the girl a whole bucket of dirty clothes to wash as an alternative task. Geji thought it was disgusting, and that collecting worms would be much better than doing the laundry. Yansong noticed that she didn't even say anything, but she was still dragged into this forced labor. The makeshift doctor told the girls that he thought they would quickly complete the task and then be able to eat. The purple-haired girl didn't like the terrible smell of dirty laundry at all. Yansong noticed the golden turtles and thought that if there were so many of them, it would be worth $1 million. At this point, the 2 bandits were discussing among themselves that they were tired and had almost reached the roots of the tree while collecting worms. One of them noted that they had only filled half a bucket and the doctor would not let them leave the clinic premises, so they could not even buy anything outside. The leader thought that he used to have a wonderful life, but now he collects worms as punishment. The gang leader thought that all this was because of that bitch who betrayed them to law enforcement. He said he was in no mood to eat after all this humiliation and forced labor. But then the doctor brought him an appetizing chicken leg, and the hungry bandit immediately looked greedily at the food, despite his words about not wanting to eat. Lin Hao told the leader to shut up and eat, and then go back to searching for worms for medicinal purposes. The gang leader cried from this food, realizing how long it had been since he had eaten normal food. Laura approached them and turned to the doctor, noting that he had had a hard day and therefore should eat a little. The impromptu doctor looked at the dish and thought how wonderful it looked, really very appetizing. The nurse asked the boy if he liked the food, to which he replied that he had never eaten anything tastier than these noodles. Suddenly, a man arrived and said that the Luna family had serious problems and asked if there was a doctor there. The gang leader was shocked to hear the news and asked what had happened to his family. The messenger reported that the house was surrounded by more than 30 people, and the female leader was asking about the whereabouts of the leader. His comrades assured him that they would go with him, and Lin Hao said that he would also join the group. The girl who surrounded the house threatened to burn the dwelling down, claiming that Yan Dong might have escaped and was hiding there. When they arrived at the scene, they were surprised to learn who was really behind the attack. The gang leader and the doctor looked at each other, asking if each of them knew this woman. It turned out that this was the same dark-haired girl from the gang who sarcastically asked him if he was finally tired of hiding like a coward. Lin Hao asked if the leader wanted to say that everything that happened was because of that bandit. The gang leader explained that she gave him a pack of cigarettes, which he shared with other members of the group. The problem was that the tobacco was laced with some illegal substances. The main question for her was why she brought so many armed guards here. The red-haired guy assumed that all this was just to beat him up. Was it really that important to her? The dark-haired bandit was indignant. Who did he even think he was if he thought she came to beat him up? The girl pointed at the doctor and said that he should pay for everything that happened to her people. The young doctor replied that he was not interested in girls like her and was not going to be responsible for anything. Naturally, this angered the dark-haired bandit, and she declared that even before death one cannot speak like that. Lin Hao laughed, saying how funny it was that she went against him. She wouldn't succeed. Her bodyguards began to fight, threatening to deal with the impudent doctor for the insult. As they began to swing at him, the makeshift doctor took a fighting stance to parry the blows. Lin Hao then raised his leg high to deliver a powerful kick towards the attacking opponents. People watching the fight understood that the doctor was really good at martial arts and could stand up for himself. The bandits came up with the idea of changing tactics and attacking simultaneously. But even under such conditions, Lin Hao dealt with them. The improvised doctor knew secret combat techniques, so this did not pose much of a problem for him. The young doctor dealt with his opponents one after another, acting very quickly and effectively. He had a clear plan in his head. First capture the leader of the group, and then deal with all the other attackers. Therefore, Lin Hao rushed towards the dark-haired female bandit, who was essentially the leader of this gang. He approached her very quickly and stated that he had never hit a girl before, but he would make an exception. The dark-haired bandit was in shock, wondering how it could have happened that all her armed guards lay defeated. She quickly pulled out a gun and ordered them not to move, threatening to shoot if they disobeyed. The girl began to threaten that one move and she would really shoot, asking if he thought she was joking. Lin Hao, looking at this, wondered if she was trying to intimidate him with a gun like some kind of policeman. The makeshift doctor then exclaimed that great, the police were already here and approaching. The bandit turned around in fear, thinking that law enforcement officers had actually arrived at the scene. But the young doctor deliberately distracted her and took advantage of the moment to grab her weapon. Lin Hao told the defeated criminal that it looked like she would have to spend some time in prison. At this point, the police actually arrived, and Chief Yang also arrived and began to apologize for what had happened. The doctor approached the officer, offering to arrest this dangerous criminal and her accomplices. The police quickly began making arrests, handcuffing all these scoundrels. The guy was outraged when he was also tied up, not understanding what was happening and why he was being arrested. Chief Yan was also perplexed as to why the doctor had been arrested and assured the boy that he would definitely get him out of trouble. The director's nephew noted that his uncle was just a man with money, but not that influential. Laura was very scared, thinking that the doctor would cope with this difficult situation. When the guy was brought to the police station, they told him that they knew everything, but the problem was that they couldn't establish his identity. Investigators began to find out who he really was, since they had no fingerprints or other information. The police suspected that the lack of documents might indicate that he was a spy or a terrorist. Lin Hao began to desperately explain that this was a misunderstanding. He was not a spy, but an ordinary village doctor. One of the police officers was shocked to notice that the detainee resembled the man their superiors were looking for. The officer took out his phone and began to explain that their boss had spoken about this doctor from some village, which could clarify the situation and explain the reasons for the special interest. Lin Hao asked again, and the police confirmed that this doctor was indeed the man their boss was looking for. He had saved the boss's family in that accident. The officer clarified that it was this doctor who saved people 10 days ago at the scene of a traffic accident. The makeshift doctor realized that he was finally saved and noted with relief that he was now their boss's benefactor. He was put back into the police car, which sped off to its destination with sirens blaring. The young doctor assured the chief that everything was fine and that he could walk on his own 2 feet without an escort. But the police chief replied that no, the doctor was his sister's savior, so he had been looking for a hero for a long time. Shen reported that his sister and child were fine and safe, and she asked him to find a doctor to thank him. The improvised doctor modestly replied that there was no need to worry. It was his direct responsibility as a doctor. The policeman introduced himself, saying that his name was Shen, so you could contact him if you needed anything. Lin Hao remarked that it was a rather strange name, as it could be translated as crazy. The young doctor asked whether it would be difficult to obtain an identity card in their country. The police chief assured the guy that it was as easy as pie and asked him to leave all the worries to him. When they arrived at the place, Shen said that they could now go home, and he would go to his sister for a couple of days and then bring the documents. Lin Hao asked not to bring it in person, but to simply send the ID card by mail for convenience. The guy thought he was expecting something more valuable as a reward, but an ID card would be nice too. Turning around, he noticed that Laura was still in the clinic, washing a large amount of clothes. The girl threw herself into the guy's arms, calling him a fool for scaring her so much. With tears in her eyes, the nurse admitted that he had no idea how worried she was about his safety. The young doctor assured him that he was absolutely fine and inquired about the condition of the bandits. Laura replied that while he was gone, the boys behaved very quietly, and her dad took care of them. When the girl noticed that the guy was somehow strangely drawn to her, she slapped him. The nurse suggested going home, promising to cook something especially tasty for him. The improvised doctor thought it was strange. Apparently something had happened in his absence. He saw the bandit sitting next to Laura's father and complaining that they were tired of treating patients. Lin Hao turned to the boys, noticing that they had really surprised him, not even trying to escape while he was not in the clinic. All the gang members assured the doctor that they were truly determined and trying their best to cope with the treatment. The gang leader complained to the doctor that he felt very ill and asked for help to ease his suffering. The makeshift doctor asked the nurse to find a rope and tie the patient to a tree for his own safety. It was no joke. They really took Laura and tied the leader right to the trunk of a tree in the clinic courtyard. Lin Hao explained that they were short of drugs and there were too many patients, so they would have to endure without drugs. The director's nephew asked if acupuncture would help, as it had helped him with other symptoms before, but the doctor explained that acupuncture wouldn't work for these symptoms, so I just have to endure the withdrawal symptoms. The young doctor approached the nurse with instructions to tie anyone who became particularly ill to a tree. All the patients became ill at the same time, and 2 girls and 2 boys ended up tied to trees for safety. Gage started screaming and complaining about why they were tied up, calling the doctor and nurse monsters for treating her like that. The leader advised her to remain silent, reminding her that the doctor had fought against 30 armed opponents yesterday. Laura noticed that everyone was very tired after these busy days, but their doctor bore the brunt of the workload. The nurse emphasized that he had worked for 2 days without rest, and although he may have seemed frivolous, he had saved them all. The owner's daughter said that Lin Hao truly deserved to be called a doctor, more than anyone else she knew. When the guy fell asleep at his desk from fatigue, they began to wake him up very persistently. The nurse told him to get up because someone was looking for him and had come to the clinic. But the young doctor had very colorful dreams with beautiful girls, and he did not want to wake up. Laura, unable to bear it, began to shout at him, demanding that he get up. Important visitors had come to see him. The boy sleepily asked to be more gentle and asked who was looking for him there at such a time. It turned out that they were Police Chief Shen and his sister, whom Lin Hao saved in a car accident. The impromptu doctor was very glad to see them and offered them a seat, congratulating them on the birth of their child. But he noticed another unfamiliar man, whom he did not know, among the visitors. The police chief explained that it was his sister's husband, and they had come to deliver something important to the doctor. The visitors brought a huge stack of various official documents and offered them for collection. The guy now had absolutely every possible document. He was shocked, thinking that he would only be able to get one ID card. Lin Hao turned to the police chief, noticing that he really had a very high position in the system. But Shen modestly replied that this was not something he could boast about or abuse, but simply the fulfillment of a debt of gratitude to the man who saved the lives of his family. Suddenly, the husband of the rescued woman began to kneel down, but the doctor stopped him from this humiliating gesture. Lin Hao said that times are different now, and there is no need to kneel before an ordinary doctor. The police chief's sister assured that they really want to thank the doctor for saving her and the child. The guy replied that this was his direct responsibility as a doctor, and he did not want people to humiliate themselves in front of him. Shen apologized to the doctor, explaining that he had been in a great hurry and had not had time to prepare a worthy thank you. The boss admitted that he didn't have several million, only $200,000 to save his family. The makeshift doctor replied that he greatly appreciated their visit, especially after learning that the baby had been born safely. The young doctor explained that newborns often have jaundice and other symptoms, so he gave them medication. The woman was amazed that the doctor determined the diagnosis with just a glance and prescribed the necessary medications. The guy noticed that it was already getting dark, so they had better return home. They shouldn't make such trips at night. The elderly man assured the doctor that if he had any problems, he should just call them. Lin Hao thought that the man looked so old that he was obviously the police chief's father. Then the doctor became interested in what else was in the envelope with documents that was handed to him. Having found the keys, he saw that they were the keys to an expensive BMW car. Laura approached him and informed him that the guests had left, but the BMW X6 was still parked at the clinic. The improvised doctor realized that they paid for the BMW X6 with the car and the license plates as a form of gratitude. They realized that this car was even better than Chief Yan's, so they were really lucky. But on the piece of paper there was a warning written that the Green Gang might come for him, and a number to call for help. The guy realized that the Green Gang was the gang of the dark-haired girl's father, and these people would not give up so easily. Unexpectedly, Laura mentioned Rengxian's name, which attracted the doctor's attention. The young doctor asked if she knew this man or anything about him. The nurse replied that he was the deputy mayor, so now it was clear why he was so influential. 2 patients noticed the cool car and commented admiringly on the gift. The guy thought that things were bad if anyone found out about this car. It had to be kept a secret. The makeshift doctor stepped aside, saying he needed to make an important phone call. Lin Hao took out his mobile phone and very carefully dialed the number listed in the danger warning. Lin Hao called the police chief and asked what kind of expensive car they had left at the clinic. Shen replied that it was his sister's idea. The doctor's old car was no good, so they decided to replace it. The boss assured them there was no need to worry. The BMW was bought with their family's savings, so everything was completely legal. The police officer explained that the car was registered to his sister's company and he was afraid the doctor would refuse, so they left it that way. The man emphasized that compared to saving their lives, this gift means nothing to the family. Shen also warned that the Green Gang leader's father was an influential person, and that the drunk driver had been released on bail. The impromptu doctor thanked him for the warning and asked how many problems to expect after the criminal's return. Geg started calling the guy, calling him the overseer for strictness in addiction treatment. The girl complained that she was tired of digging for worms, she was bored, and she wanted to at least take a walk. The young doctor replied that a walk was good, but for now he would have to wait until next Wednesday. Lin Hao thought that the Green Gang would not wait and would make their move this week. Yansong asked if they could then visit the Hills of Lost Souls for a walk. The doctor replied that in their current condition, hiking to remote parts of the village would be too difficult. But the girl explained that she just wanted to see if there were any more golden turtles there for breeding. Yansong then admitted that she would not lie, and that after rehabilitation she planned to breed turtles. Her friends were delighted that she had already decided what she wanted to do in her new life without substances. All the other members of the gang also thought about what they would do after treatment. While Lin Hao had time, he decided to lie down on his desk for a while out of fatigue. Laura saw this and thought that he had been exhausted lately, asking the guys to carry the doctor to the bed. When he was transferred to the bed, the young doctor again had vivid dreams of beautiful girls. When he woke up, he immediately saw a nurse who was shouting about some obscenities in his dream. The guy, having just woken up, had already forgotten what he had dreamed about during his vacation. Laura reported that there were no more worms left to dig, so they needed to find something else to do for the patients. The young doctor yawned and thought that he would still have to invent something for the rehabilitation program. Addressing the girl, he suggested taking all the patients to the hairdresser and dyeing their hair bright colors to lift their spirits. Chief Yan's nephew proudly stated that he spent a lot of time and effort to create such a stylish and neat hairstyle, showing off his appearance. The impromptu doctor sternly warned that those who did not wish to go to the barbershop could remain in the clinic and enjoy the educational influence of his leather belt. Fearing the threat of punishment, all the patients quickly ran to the exit, shouting to each other that they needed to hurry and not linger in the clinic. The young doctor also advised them to buy new clothes to replace their old ones, as their old wardrobe was not suitable for their new life. Lin Hao realized that there had been no patients lately, so he decided to see what books and magazines the clinic had for reading. Among the literature, he found a variety of interesting magazines with good content, left by previous visitors to the clinic. While the guy was looking at the printed publications, an expensive white car with tinted windows pulled up to their medical facility. A businessman in expensive shoes and a formal suit, clearly not an ordinary patient, was immediately visible emerging from the car. These were big-time bandits who were wondering if they had actually arrived at the right address according to the information they had received. The criminals looked at the clinic sign and realized that they had arrived at the very same medical clinic they had been told about. Their elderly leader ordered the others to follow him, declaring that they would now find out who this damn doctor was that everyone was talking about. At that moment, the guy was reading a magazine, but upon seeing the gang leader, he politely put the publication down and invited the guest to sit down for a conversation. The impromptu doctor asked the visitor whether he had come for a medical appointment or what he wanted to get at the clinic. Lin Hao asked the man to extend his hand so he could first feel the patient's pulse and assess his overall health. The young doctor diagnosed him with a serious illness, but thought to himself that this man's bodyguards looked quite strong and dangerous. The elderly man asked with interest what was wrong with him and what specific illness the doctor had discovered. The guy suggested that the patient had most likely had a heart attack about a month ago. Everything turned out well, but the headaches were still bothering him. When the gang leader heard the accurate diagnosis, he smiled and thought that this young doctor really had outstanding abilities. The improvised doctor assured that within 3 months of treatment, the patient could truly be completely cured of his heart problems. If a visitor doesn't believe him, Lin Hao is ready to give him the medicine right away so that he can feel the healing effect himself. The elderly man admitted that he thought the doctor had guessed. He hadn't come there for a medical appointment. The young doctor replied that he knew the true purpose of the visit, but that everyone who crossed the threshold of this door automatically became his patient. The guy asked for his real name and heard in response the nickname Landowner, which did not satisfy his curiosity. The impromptu doctor clarified that he asked for the visitor's real name, not his street name from the criminal underworld. The elderly man introduced himself as Zi Chengde, which confirmed the doctor's suspicions. He was the father of the dark-haired bandit. Lin Hao gave him medicine with instructions to take it twice a day, 2.5 hours after meals, to treat his heart. The young doctor also inquired about the patient's age and learned that he was 50 years old, which explained his cardiovascular problems. Lin Hao noticed that the man looked over 60 years old, so he had better not overexert himself and take care of his health. The leader of the Green Gang demanded that all this medical nonsense be stopped and that they get straight to the point of their meeting. The improvised doctor calmly replied that he knew perfectly well that the visitor had come here because of his arrested daughter. The young doctor suggested that they first just talk like civilized people. And if that doesn't help, then fight. A huge crowd of armed bodyguards had gathered outside the clinic, patiently awaiting their boss's command to act. Zecheng asked to understand him correctly. Today, he is going to the doctor not as a crime boss, but as a father. Lin Hao noticed that his daughter was overly impudent, and that imprisonment would be a really good lesson for her. An elderly man offered $100,000 for help in freeing his daughter from a police station. The gang leader admitted that people had given him money all his life. But today it was the other way around. He was asking the doctor to appeal to the mayor for his release. The guy agreed that he would indeed ask for the girl to be released on his personal guarantee. Shi Chengdi initially couldn't believe his ears and asked in surprise if the doctor really agreed to help. The impromptu doctor asked whether the visitor himself would agree to such a proposal in a similar situation. The elderly man suggested that the doctor did not agree because it was too little money for such a service. The guy asked directly how much money the gang leader had at his disposal to solve the problem. Zechengde replied that he had worked for many years and accumulated about $2 to $3 billion. The doctor thought out loud that if he gave him all the money, then he would be able to seriously ask for release. The angry man reminded that he was in charge of this territory, and it would be very easy for him to kill the doctor. Hearing the threat, the guy immediately prepared for battle and swung his fist to attack the enemy. The elderly gang leader was very frightened when he saw the quick and professional movements of the young doctor. In one lightning-fast move, Lin Hao grabbed the man by the throat, demonstrating his superiority. The makeshift doctor seriously asked his gasping opponent if he really thought he could kill him. Two bodyguards, watching what was happening, indignantly shouted at the doctor about what he was doing to their boss. But the young man warned them not to come closer, otherwise he would wring the neck of their leader right then and there. The guards realized they were trapped and could do nothing without endangering the boss's life. The guy said that he didn't care who it was, a landowner or the head of a green gang. Status was not important. The doctor demanded to speak politely to continue the conversation, and threatening him meant seeking your own death. After such serious statements, Lin Hao released the choking man, showing his superiority. Shi Chengde fell to his knees and could barely breathe, almost dying from suffocation. The bodyguards, seeing that their leader had been released, immediately began preparing to attack the impudent doctor in revenge for the humiliation of their boss. The bodyguards raised their fists, thinking that now the impudent doctor would simply die at their hands for humiliating the boss. Lin Hao, looking at his opponents, thought that their threats looked very funny for a person of his level. A truly frantic battle began, with the guy demonstrating a professional one-armed fighting stance. The impromptu doctor noticed that the clinic was too small for fighting, so he suggested fighting outside in the open space. The young doctor began to run out of the medical facility very quickly, and the bodyguard with the scar shouted after him to stop. The guards caught up with the guy and asked in surprise if he really was just going to run away from just retribution. But Lin Hao thought that it was good that the opponents decided to attack one by one. Otherwise, it would have been more difficult for him to deal with. The huge man said he didn't think the doctor had any chance of winning this fight. The bodyguard added that it was nothing personal, it was just work, so the doctor could attack first. The improvised doctor analyzed that, judging by the enemy's physique, he had definitely served in the special forces in the past. Therefore, Lin Hao realized that he had to end the fight as soon as possible, and clenched his fist for the decisive blow. The enemy didn't even have time to think about anything before the doctor dealt him a powerful and accurate blow. The former Special Forces soldier admitted that it was a good blow, quite unusual for a simple doctor. The guard announced the start of the second round, declaring that he would no longer hold back or give in. The guy realized that given his opponent's fighting abilities, he couldn't allow him to hit him in the face. The former soldier took a fighting stance and threatened that the doctor would no longer escape retribution. The bodyguard raised his fist and declared that the doctor would now go straight to hell for his insolence. This blow was indeed so powerful that it slammed Lin Hao into the wall of the clinic building. Another bodyguard with green hair thought that apparently he wouldn't even have to do anything. His colleague would handle it himself. The former Special Forces soldier mockingly asked if the doctor could move, as he appeared to have suffered serious injuries. While this self-confident adversary was gloating, the improvised doctor picked up a heavy piece of stone from the ground. Lin Hao swung the stone and wondered which would be stronger, the opponent's face or this boulder. The second bodyguard was outraged that the doctor hit his comrade with a stone like a real rat. But the young doctor replied that all is fair in war. This was not a gentleman's duel, but a battle for survival. The green-haired scoundrel noticed that his colleague was not moving. Apparently, the blow from the stone was too strong. In that case, he decided, let's see what the doctor himself is truly ready for in a one-on-one fight. The remaining bodyguard began to circle around the enemy very quickly, creating a sound of cutting air like lightning, demonstrating his special combat technique for the final blow. The improvised doctor watched what was happening with his mouth open, truly not understanding what kind of combat equipment the enemy was demonstrating. Lin Hao ducked down just as the green-haired bodyguard gritted his teeth viciously for a decisive attack. The boy realized that this strike was a very ancient fighting technique that is rarely seen in the modern world. Fortunately, the young doctor managed to block the opponent's powerful kick in time, protecting his vital organs. After successfully defending himself, he had no choice but to jump back a few meters to create distance. The makeshift doctor realized it was a powerful attack that left his fist numb after blocking it. The enraged bandit declared that the doctor's dirty tricks wouldn't work on him, and now the doctor would get what he deserved. The bodyguard clenched his teeth and looked truly mad, with the desire to avenge his colleague's humiliation and defeat. Lin Hao thought that the enemy should not underestimate his abilities, and suggested that he accept death with dignity. But the green-haired fighter was not going to accept defeat and death, so he continued his furious counterattacks on the doctor. Luckily, the guy was very light and agile, so he quickly dodged these dangerous blows from his opponent. The improvised doctor realized that the enemy continued to attack without stopping, and decided to strike at the moment when he stopped to rest. The young doctor continued to analyze the bandit's actions, waiting for the most opportune moment for a decisive counterattack. The bodyguard realized that normal attacks wouldn't work against this unusual doctor, so he decided to use a special technique. The enemy saw the doctor's fist clench, but did not understand what was happening to his own shoulder after the touch. The bandit thought that his shoulder was twitching strangely and going numb after the doctor touched a certain spot. Lin Hao realized that this was an excellent chance to launch a decisive counterattack while the enemy was disoriented. The improvised doctor took a stance and kicked like a real professional fighter, using all his skills. The green-haired bandit began to foam bloodily at the mouth from internal injuries after the powerful blow. The guy asked his defeated opponent if he could get up, since it looked like the doctor had won. The gang leader watched all this and thought he would never have believed that a simple doctor could cope with professionals. Lin Hao heard the approaching footsteps of many people and wondered how many of them were gathered there to attack. In fact, there were a huge number of them, all wearing the same shoes, which indicated the gang's organization and preparation. Zhichengda noticed that the doctor was capable of fighting against 100 opponents if he had that many people to attack. The guy replied that the leader should be ashamed. He wants to set 100 bandits on one person. The makeshift doctor added sarcastically that he was so scared that his legs were shaking with fear. A perfect opportunity for murder. Lin Hao knew that he had expended too much energy in previous fights and was not in his best shape now. The young doctor realized that he would not be able to cope with 100 armed men, so he needed to take the gang leader hostage. At this critical moment, an unfamiliar girl entered the clinic and noticed that this village looked completely different from what she expected. This female patient joyfully told the doctor that she was finally meeting him in person after a long time of separation. The bandits, watching the guy, told each other not to be afraid and to attack him altogether. Since he was already exhausted after the previous fights, Lin Hao thought with despair, would he really end his life ingloriously in this criminal showdown with an entire gang? The man who came with the patient exclaimed in surprise when he saw a familiar face. Was this by any chance the landowner? What was he doing here? The improvised doctor thought that he heard a familiar voice and wondered who had come here at such a moment. The leader of the Green Gang turned around and irritably demanded that the uninvited guests quickly leave the scene of the showdown. Everyone present turned to look at the guy who came with the girl, wondering who this influential person was. The girl turned to the gang leader with indignation, wondering how he could speak to her in such a tone. Lin Hao didn't understand who these two were and what they were doing here, although it seemed like he had seen them somewhere before. It then turned out that they were Mr. and Mrs. Zia, the very same people whom the doctor had previously saved from death. Shisha happily shouted to the doctor that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asked if he remembered him. When the guy saw the girl, his eyes widened in surprise and a wide smile appeared on his face. The impromptu doctor approached her and assured her that of course he remembered. She had such a beautiful face. How could he forget? Xie Yun hit the guy and told him to shut up, indignant at how he could say such things. One of the bodyguards was indignant. Who are these people and how dare they behave like that in front of the Green Gang? But they immediately brought the barrel of a pistol right to the area between the eyebrows of this impudent fellow. The stranger warned the landowner that his man was so ignorant that he decided to interrupt their important conversation. The gang leader apologized to the influential guest, politely asking what was bothering him. The doctor was completely perplexed by what was happening. It seemed the gang leader was afraid of these people. Shisha told the doctor to rest, as he would deal with these scoundrels himself without any outside help. The guy thought that if he was threatening authority so confidently, he must have really strong support. The influential man explained that the doctor had saved his sister's life and was now under the protection of their gang. So there's no need to explain the complicated relationship between the Green Gang and the Tang Gang. He's just afraid the trash won't understand the situation. The girl's brother told the bandits to get lost, saying that the sight of them alone made him sick. Lin Hao suddenly asked with a smile to wait. After all, before driving away the Green Gang, it was worth clarifying some important questions. Even the elderly leader himself was in shock, wondering what had happened and why the doctor seemed to want to leave them in place. The guy turned to Zhichengde, reminding him that he had actually forgotten to take his heart medication. The improvised doctor offered a discount, so the appointment and medication cost only $10,000. Upon hearing this amount, the gang leader literally opened his mouth in surprise. wondering how this was possible. $10,000 were thrown on the table for expensive medications and a medical consultation. But the doctor stopped the departing landowner, asking him to wait a little longer. The irritated man asked what else this impudent doctor wanted from him. The improvised doctor replied that he needed to give change. He didn't need other people's money. Xie Chengde became very angry, sarcastically expressing gratitude for the doctor's generosity. Finally, the Green Gang began to leave the clinic grounds after the conflict was resolved. Xie assured them that there was no need to worry. This small gang would never bother them again. The doctor asked if they were really from the influential Tang Gang. Xiaoyun confirmed that of course. Otherwise, why would the old man be so frightened by their appearance? Xie remarked that their intervention today could be seen as payment for saving his sister. Lin Hao objected that these were different things. He could have managed without their help, which surprised the girl. The young doctor emphasized that he alone would be more than enough to deal with these idiots. So the guy asked the girl to follow him. She needed to be examined again. Xiaoyun objected. Why is this necessary since she is already completely fine after the treatment? Xiaoxia thought that things were bad. His sister was starting to get angry, so it would probably be better for him to leave. The doctor leaned over to the girl and asked to be allowed to check if there were any scars left. Xieyun sharply pointed the weapon at his head, asking him to guess what it was. The guy explained that the last time he undressed her only because it was an emergency, but the girl replied that she didn't care at all about the circumstances. He took off her clothes. The makeshift doctor asked her if she wasn't embarrassed that he had saved her life. Xieyun repeated that if he didn't understand, then he would just go and undress her without her consent. The young doctor explained that the patient's gender did not matter to the doctor. He only wanted to save her life. But the girl began to press the trigger of the pistol even harder, repeating that he was undressing her. The guy admitted that yes, he undressed her, and asked what she would do to him in that case. Kill him for saving his life. Lin Hao admitted that he was wrong and promised not to undress her again unless absolutely necessary, hoping for her understanding. Xiaoyun, covering her eyes with her hand, noted with satisfaction that this would be much better for all parties. The makeshift doctor then added sarcastically that he probably should have just let her die from her wounds. The girl started to get very angry, calling him a complete idiot and a brainless cretin for such words. The guy objected that if he had known what an ungrateful person she was, he would not have saved her from death. The young doctor asked her if she thought he really enjoyed it. It was as if he had never seen a woman's body. He just wanted to cure her and save her life, nothing more. Xiaoyun accused him that if he had a conscience, he simply took advantage of the opportunity and was now pretending that nothing had happened. The makeshift doctor suggested that if she thought so, she could take off his clothes and look at his body as much as she wanted. The girl again began to get angry at this proposal, and again threateningly pointed the gun in his direction. But the guy asked them not to point the weapon at him, admitting that he was very sorry for the misunderstanding that had occurred. Lin Hao asked to lift up her skirt because he still needed to take a look at the wounds healing for medical supervision. The doctor warned that in any case it would be better for her not to use the gun, otherwise the elbow bone and ligaments would be damaged again. Xie asked the disputants if they had finally finished their squabble and could move on. The guy noticed that there was money on the table and asked what it was and where it came from. The girl's brother explained that the doctor said that the medical expenses cost $20,000 to $30,000, so he should consider this compensation. The impromptu doctor asked how much it would be if these amounts were added together for an exact calculation. Xiaoxia admitted that today he really learned a lot about the prices of medical services. He added another $20,000, explaining that his sister was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, so she could afford it. The guy replied that this was not enough for someone who simply fools people and deceives their expectations. The bandit called the doctor greedy, but agreed to give him the lighter as well, placing it on the table next to the money. Unexpectedly, Nurse Laura returned to the clinic, announcing that they were finally back with patients. The guy briefly told her absolutely everything that happened here, assuring her that the conflict was completely resolved. He also told the girl that they now had another $50,000 for medical services. The nurse asked him with concern what kind of abrasion he had on his face and whether it was related to the fight. Lin Hao assured that everything was absolutely fine and complimented the former addicts on their willpower. The patients have truly changed their image dramatically, with new clothes and stylish hairstyles, so that they are now completely unrecognizable. Lin Hao noticed that the patients looked much better after the transformation, but he wondered where all the other guys were and where they had gone. At that moment, the guy heard a familiar voice calling him to look at the result, and his gaze was very surprised by what he saw. Gage and Yan Song also dressed up and looked much better now, explaining why they all went to the hairdresser together for a complete makeover. Gage admitted that she would be leaving here very soon, so she wanted to dress up and leave a good impression before leaving. The makeshift doctor was surprised by their plans to leave, since they had only recently gotten rid of their addiction and had not yet decided what they would do. The purple-haired girl shared her dream of becoming an actress and singer to realize her creative ambitions. The young doctor also asked the guys from the gang what they wanted to do in their new lives. Chief Yan's nephew said that his uncle wants 5 of them to join the army, where he has already registered them. The doctor expressed genuine joy that all his patients were starting a new, healthy life without substances. Gag reminded him that she was leaving tomorrow and asked if he wanted to tell her anything goodbye. The guy didn't understand what he was supposed to say in such a situation of saying goodbye to the patient. Then everyone turned to Yan Song and asked her what she was planning to do with her future. The girl with green hair replied that she had not yet made up her mind, but she would like to stay here and breed golden turtles. When Laura heard about the plans to stay for another month, she was completely shocked by the decision. The makeshift doctor explained to the nurse that the patient was still very weak and might actually need additional treatment. Gage was indignant. Hadn't she been completely cured? Why did she need any more injections and procedures? The young doctor clarified that these injections were intended only for her, which greatly surprised the girl. The former gang members were talking among themselves, suggesting that Yan Song had taken a liking to their doctor. The doctor himself wondered if the last injection had really been so effective that her face had turned so red with embarrassment. The recovered boys approached the doctor and thanked him for showing them the right path to a new life. They began to kneel in deep gratitude, and the guy did not understand what strange things were happening again. Lin Hao asked in confusion what they had suddenly decided to do and what was happening to them. The makeshift doctor ordered them to stand up, explaining that they should not kneel before anyone except their parents. The director's nephew assured the doctor that without his help, they would not have been able to get so far in recovery. He deserves gratitude. Yan Song suggested that everyone should have a celebratory barbecue to celebrate the successful completion of the treatment. Everyone supported this wonderful idea as it was really good for the celebration. The group sat around grilling meat over the fire, and everyone agreed that it was incredibly delicious and atmospheric. Gage suddenly approached the guy and asked him to feed her by hand, which caused surprise among those around him. Everyone present wondered what was going on and whether she had become ill with something again. The former gang members talked among themselves, unanimously agreeing that she had truly fallen in love with the doctor and that other suitors had no chance of winning her attention. Lin Hao turned to the girl with concern, asking what was going on with her, whether she had drunk too much alcohol during the celebration. The makeshift doctor pressed the right acupuncture point on her body and gently asked her to simply sleep peacefully and rest. The young doctor thought to himself that if he had grown up here from childhood, surrounded by such people, he would have been incredibly happy. The next morning, Gege had already completely packed her suitcases and was sitting on the steps next to the clinic, preparing to leave. All the guys from the former gang came to the medical facility to say goodbye to the doctor before starting a new life. The impromptu doctor addressed the young men who were leaving to serve in the army, wishing them good luck in their military service. Gage realized that she needed to say something and called the guy, asking him to come to her for an important conversation. The young doctor wished her luck in her career and asked her not to forget him when she became a popular actress. The girl thanked him for everything and asked for a hug before leaving the clinic for good. Gage suddenly began to reach her lips straight towards the guy's face for a farewell kiss. After a completely unexpected kiss, she admitted that at first she thought he was a heartless person. But later, the girl realized that behind her cold-blooded exterior lay a truly kind and sympathetic heart. The embarrassed doctor asked the girl what she was doing and asked her not to joke with his feelings like that. All the friends were in complete shock from what was happening, thinking that this was an incredible and very real turn of events. The guy warned the girl that if she didn't stop making jokes like that, he would torture her. Gage replied that she had already gotten used to his methods of treatment, and even if he tortured her, she would still love him. The makeshift doctor was completely shocked to hear the word love in the context of their relationship. After this, the girl, with a sly smile on her face, asked how she managed to play the role of a woman in love. The young doctor admitted that she had almost deceived him, since she really had excellent acting skills. He thought to himself that her words made him feel lost, but it was also time to say goodbye to the guys. Gage said goodbye to the doctor with a sincere smile, asking him not to forget her in the future. The guy returned to his office and continued to think about the girl's parting words about not forgetting. Lin Hao felt a bit depressed and sad after all his patients simply left to start a new life. Mr. Wu, the nurse's father, came into the office and said that he needed to talk to the doctor about something. At this moment, Lin Hao fell into a deep sleep, settling comfortably in his workplace from fatigue. Laura asked her father what he wanted to discuss with a tired doctor at such a time. The clinic owner asked his daughter how things were going with the doctor, to which she replied that he was like a close friend to her. Naturally, the father didn't like such a vague answer, and he asked if his daughter had ever considered dating the talented young doctor romantically, given their work together and obvious compatibility. Laura objected to her father, noting that he was talking nonsense. She was even 5 years older than the young doctor, which made a romantic relationship inappropriate. Mr. Wu told his daughter that she should take a closer look at this guy. He looks quite grown up and mature for his age. The nurse did not like such conversations about her personal life, so she irritably shouted at her father, demanding that he stop these inappropriate discussions. Laura categorically stated that she was not going to talk to him about it, so she simply left the house to get away from his intrusive questions. But the clinic owner stopped his daughter, admitting that although he didn't like the guy as a person, he was definitely an outstanding doctor. The girl agreed that Lin Hao was indeed talented in medicine, so she understood that many women in the area liked him. After an unpleasant conversation with her father, Laura went outside to rest a little and clear her head from her family problems. The nurse noticed some kind of construction going on ahead and wondered what it was all about. There had never been anything like it here before. Loud shouts of workers were heard from the construction site, warning each other to be careful and stay away from falling materials. The girl decided that all this looked strange and potentially dangerous, so it was better to return back to the safety of the clinic. Returning home, Laura discovered that her father was no longer there, so she could finally rest peacefully without annoying questions. The nurse overheard a conversation about how the doctor had a few more turtle eggs, but that they were not enough and he wanted more reptiles for breeding. She decided to eavesdrop on these conversations and realized that it was a patient and a doctor talking, wondering what they were doing together. Yansong asked the doctor why the turtles no longer mated, and it turned out that the reptiles were simply shy of each other. Laura thought they looked good together, and maybe she really was like an older sister to this guy, nothing more. The green-haired girl unexpectedly offered the doctor to sell her all of his golden turtles for her own business. Yansong explained that she had been saving money for a long time and had $30 million, so the amount should be enough for the purchase. The impromptu doctor replied that it would not be a problem if she bought all the reptiles, but asked how long she planned to breed them. As it turned out, the girl plans to be in this business for the rest of her life, to which the guy noted that these are indeed long-term plans. At this point, Laura decided to interrupt their business conversation, asking the doctor to spare her a minute for an important conversation. The nurse asked to walk her home this evening, which was an unusual request for their relationship. The impromptu doctor did not understand the sudden request since she walks home every day completely alone without any accompaniment. Laura explained that she would carefully monitor what he ate, as it would be unpleasant if he got poisoned by poor quality food. The guy replied that he wasn't too picky about food and that something like this couldn't happen to him thanks to his good health. The nurse began to insistently shout that from now on, he would have to be picky and not eat anything he couldn't digest properly. Yansong, who heard all the loud conversations behind the wall, thought that what was happening looked very strange and incomprehensible. Lin Hao approached the worried nurse and asked her what was wrong, whether she was sick or why she was behaving so unusually and aggressively. Laura replied that no. She simply asked him to remember what she said and think about his personal life more seriously. The guy was completely perplexed by what was happening, not understanding what was happening to the people here. The makeshift doctor approached the patient, suggesting that she stop looking at the turtles and come over to him. He told the girl that today she would not sleep in a tent on the street, but could spend the night in the clinic. Then the guy joked that, okay, there would be no one in the treatment room, so she could sleep there tonight. Yansong noticed some noise and decided to go see if their turtles were laying eggs. The young doctor realized that this girl seemed to be seriously interested in breeding reptiles. The nurse, shocked, asked the guy where he was suddenly staring with such attention. The impromptu doctor replied, so that she wouldn't misunderstand, he just came to see what she was doing there. The girl explained that she was thinking about creating an entire turtle factory for mass breeding. The doctor asked her if she was sure she wanted to devote her life to breeding turtles, and she suddenly began to fall. Lin Hao didn't understand what was going on and why she fainted, perhaps low blood sugar. So the first thing he decided to do was take the patient back to the clinic for a medical examination. An improvised doctor connected the girl to an IV drip with a nutrient solution to help her regain her strength. When Yansong opened her eyes, she worriedly asked what happened, whether she had lost consciousness again. The guy explained that her body was still weakened from the treatment, and she had been exposed to the scorching sun for too long. The doctor asked not to remove the needle from the IV, since the medicinal solution had not yet run out. The young doctor decided to lift the girl out of bed for a more thorough medical examination. He took her in one motion and tried to lift her up, but she slipped out of his hands. The makeshift doctor did this on purpose to turn the patient over to examine her back. The girl asked in surprise why he had turned her over and what he was going to do with her. Yansong said that she had a severe skin disease, so it was better to stay away from her. The doctor objected that he was her doctor, and how could he not notice the presence of a serious skin disease? The green-haired girl suddenly realized that such excuses would definitely not work with him. The guy told her to lie still, otherwise it would hurt, and she didn't want to feel pain. The patient wondered what she should do in such a helpless situation. She would not be able to resist if he decided to do something to her. The makeshift doctor began to feel her back for diagnostic purposes, and she did not understand what he was going to do with her. Lin Hao began to press and massage certain points on the patient's back to achieve a therapeutic effect on the patient's body. Yansong felt an incredibly pleasant sensation spread throughout her body from the doctor's professional massage, which she had never experienced before. The girl thought it was a great feeling, as if all the muscles in her body had completely relaxed after the long tension and stress of addiction treatment. The improvised doctor proudly informed the patient that she now knew what a unique therapeutic massage technique he possessed thanks to his experience. Lin Hao asked the girl what she thought of his professional skills, emphasizing that this was only a small part of his medical abilities. Yansong didn't even have time to answer the doctor's question, as she immediately fell into a deep sleep from the relaxation of the massage. The guy was genuinely surprised that she fell asleep again so quickly, as she managed to switch off in literally seconds. The makeshift doctor looked at the sleeping patient as if she were a real angel. Noting that she looked so innocent and defenseless in her sleep, Lin Hao realized that Laura was right in suspecting something was wrong, and he really needed to be careful about what he ate and did. The young doctor reflected on his feelings from touching the girl, worrying that he was beginning to lose control of his emotions and desires. In fact, Yan Song was not asleep, and when the doctor headed for the exit, she quietly asked if he would just leave and leave her alone. In the morning, there was a conversation where the guy remarked that this was called an acting performance, and not a real dream. It was time to wake up. The green-haired girl admitted that yesterday's massage had relaxed her so much that she actually fell asleep early from pleasure and peace. At that moment, the doctor passed by with a basin of dirty laundry, heading to the place for washing clothes. Yan Song noticed this and offered to help him wash all these things to make his housework easier. But the improvised doctor politely refused help, assuring him that it was completely unnecessary and that he could handle the task perfectly well himself. Lin Hao thought to himself that these clothes needed to be washed as quickly as possible, since they were very dirty after yesterday's events. While the guy was inside, the doors of the clinic opened slightly and someone asked if there was anyone in the medical facility. The improvised doctor was overjoyed to finally have new patients after a long break in work. He saw the people who entered the clinic in front of him and wondered why they had so many complaints even before the appointment began. An elderly man approached a young doctor, asking what time it was and why the clinic was still closed to patients. Lin Hao replied that it was only 7 in the morning, and the customers were clearly looking for trouble by coming so early. At this time, Nurse Laura came in and asked why the doctor had not yet had breakfast and why so many people had gathered there. It turned out that some Uncle Fan had arrived and asked in surprise whether they had really come to see a doctor. The nurse warned the makeshift doctor to be careful, as the old man had a very nasty and bad character. The elderly visitor heard a whisper behind him and noticed that he had heard perfectly well everything the girl had said about his personality. Uncle Fan approached the young doctor, telling him that he had heard of his success in curing the 8 demons of addiction, but that his own illness was much more serious. Uncle Fan said that the doctor couldn't do anything about his illness anyway, so he should just give him 2 injections of painkiller for temporary relief. This arrogant behavior made Lin Hao very angry, but Laura held his hand in time, preventing a conflict. The nurse explained to the impromptu doctor the visitor's nickname. He had fought in Vietnam, and there were rumors that he had been a general there. Uncle Fan is the only person in the village who receives government benefits for military service and injuries. After hearing this information, the doctor concluded that this was simply a hot-tempered old man who was abusing his age and status as a veteran. So the young doctor explained to the man that painkillers would not help with the bullet wound in his shoulder, which was causing him pain. The elderly veteran admitted that the young doctor had done a good job of identifying the source of the problem without even examining him. The improvised doctor added that during rainy weather the pain intensifies, as it feels as if something is blocking the blood vessels. Uncle Fan remarked that anyone could speak beautifully, but would the young doctor be able to cure him in that case? The veteran warned him not to be too arrogant, because if the doctor could not cure him, he would drive him out of the village. Lin Hao sarcastically asked what would happen if he managed to cure the old warrior of his old wounds. The man promised that he would then put up a memorial plaque for the doctor and would pray for him every year as a benefactor. The boy was indignant, calling the old man a psycho for making such extravagant proposals, which Uncle Fan heard perfectly well. Laura reminded the doctor that he should agree with the older man because he was older and be more polite. The veteran continued to shout indignantly at the impudent scoundrel who dared to speak to his elders like that. But the boy replied that he was not the only one here who was impudent. Uncle Fan agreed that if the young doctor cured him, he would give him a valuable silk scroll as a token of gratitude. The veteran also promised that all his relatives would seek medical help from the doctor if he wanted to expand his practice. The makeshift doctor agreed to these conditions, pointed to a medical bed and asked the old man to lie down for the procedure. Uncle Fan asked in bewilderment why it was necessary to lie down for simple pain relief. Lin Hao assured that no injections or medications would be required and that everything would be done very quickly and effectively. The doctor placed his hands on the patient, explaining that he would pull on the left, press on the right, and turn the old man into a young man. The elderly man literally began screaming in pain as the doctor began intensive treatment of the damaged tissue. Laura was worried as she listened to these screams and doubted whether everything would be all right with such aggressive treatment. But the improvised doctor reassured the nurse, noting that the old man was simply having a good time. Couldn't you see the pleasure in him? The people who came to accompany the veteran thought with horror that these heart-rending screams simply sent shivers down their spines with fear. Yan Song also heard someone shouting loudly in the clinic and wondered curiously who it could be. Looking through the window of the treatment room, she realized that this was the same popular veteran grandfather from the village. Sweat had already appeared on the doctor's face from the amount of physical effort he was putting into treating the patient's old wounds. The nurse offered to wipe the sweat from his face, but the impromptu doctor asked to do it later, without interrupting the procedure. Laura noticed that he had been giving the old man a massage for 20 minutes already. The screams had stopped. What kind of unusual treatment methods were these anyway? After the intensive procedure, the doctor asked the nurse to bring silver acupuncture needles to complete the treatment. Now the matter was in the bag, and Lin Hao sat down to rest, as he realized that he needed to recuperate. Laura thought that sweat was pouring off him. Was this medical procedure really so physically exhausting for the doctor? The impudent grandfather sarcastically remarked that the doctor was weak He had crushed his back and was already tired of work. The improvised doctor thought to himself that he would be much happier treating an old chicken than this ungrateful senile man. After the procedure, the guy pulled the needles out of the patient's body and said that he could go, not forgetting to send the promised scroll. Uncle Fan was indignant that he asked for a painkiller injection, but received some kind of strange massage instead of normal treatment. But the doctor suggested that the old man try to raise his arm and check whether it hurt or not after the procedure. The brazen veteran was surprised to realize that his arm really did not hurt anymore after the unusual treatment. He admitted that not only had the pain gone away, but now his blood vessels seemed to be completely cleared. The guy replied that the old man's head wasn't working very fast, but his vision was fine. The improvised doctor explained that he had cured the patient only 70 to 80%, asking whether he wanted to be completely cured. Of course, the man, his eyes shining with interest, answered affirmatively, asking what he needed to do for a full recovery. The guy put forward a seemingly impossible condition: to be polite to the people around him in the village. The doctor also recommended playing traditional Chinese board games to improve health. But the strangest condition was not to watch movies, since the old man was already too old for such entertainment. The girls who overheard this conversation did not even understand what exactly the medical recommendations were talking about. Lin Hao asked the man to simply trust his professional advice for a full recovery. The veteran asked if it was worth repeating that if the doctor cured him completely, he would personally hand over the promised silk scroll. The guy thought how this impudent scoundrel had worn him out, but at least let him tell everyone about their clinic. The makeshift doctor understood that he now had to deal with all the other patients waiting to be seen. There were two guys standing in line who assured the doctor that they had nothing serious, just kidney failure. Lin Hao thought that he could finally take a little rest after such a hard day of work at the clinic. Suddenly, a girl, clearly a crazy beauty and fashionista, walked into the clinic and asked if there was anyone from the staff there. Laura, seeing the new visitor, thought what a hard day it had been. All the misfortunes had fallen on their heads at once. Lin Hao looked at the nurse with loving eyes, asking what misfortunes there were when it was time to look at this beauty. It was Liu Cixi, Fan Tong's wife, known in the village as a vicious and treacherous person with a bad temper. The impromptu doctor expressed curiosity to see how grumpy this elegant lady could be in communication. Laura wisely noted that you can't judge a person by their appearance, just as you can't measure the sea with just one cup. The nurse added that it was just like with the doctor. At first glance, he seemed nice, but then he turned out to be quite a rude guy. The girl admitted that she had never seen a person who was simultaneously so good and so bad at communication. The boy wondered whether the nurse was praising him or humiliating him. But Laura explained that Fan Tong simply wanted to return the money they owed him. The nurse said she didn't want to reveal the amount of the debt and suggested making the lady suffer a little for her arrogance. Lin Hao asked again if Laura was sure that this was really what she wanted from him as a doctor. The nurse, knowing which point to press, asked him if he wanted to eat crab for dinner that night. The makeshift doctor replied that of course he wanted to very much, while the creditor stood with his wife and whispered. Fan Tong's wife complained to her husband about how she could end up in this rundown hospital, since his third uncle had declared that every member of the family should be treated in this clinic. The creditor himself objected that maybe the uncle hadn't said that exactly, but the local doctor really did have good medical skills. Liu Cixi started yelling at her husband, indignant that he dared to speak like that. After all, they had spent 100,000 to get rid of this stench. Suddenly, the creditor's wife complained of pain, declaring that she had spent too much time there and needed to get to a proper hospital quickly. Laura turned to Fan Tong, noticing that his wife was clearly unwell and needed medical attention. After this, the capricious woman sat down and rudely demanded that the doctor shut up and quickly examine her. Lin Hao wondered why she had even come here, if it was obvious that she didn't trust him at all as a specialist. Liu Cixi arrogantly demanded that the doctor just write her a prescription and get it over with quickly. The guy calmly replied that she did not need medication for this particular disease to recover. The girl was outraged that he didn't even find out her symptoms, which made him think that she didn't need medication. But the makeshift doctor accurately described that she was experiencing periodic pain in the lower abdomen and digestive problems. A surprised Liu Cixi asked how he even knew about this, since she had not mentioned her symptoms. Lin Hao realized to himself that she had fallen for his professional bait, and now he could treat her effectively. The makeshift doctor assured the girl that if she followed his medical instructions, they would soon get to the root of the problem. A distrustful Liu Cixi asked why she should even trust some village doctor without the appropriate diplomas. Lin Hao suggested first testing the urine with a test to rule out the possibility of pregnancy as the cause of the pain. She went to take a test, and the doctor explained that if 2 lines appeared, it meant she was pregnant. After Liu Cixi took a test and saw only 1 line, it became clear that everything was fine with the pregnancy. The impromptu doctor also reported that appendicitis could also be excluded from the list of possible diagnoses. While he was speaking like this, Nurse Laura came up to him and pinched him on the back as a sign of displeasure. She hissed angrily that the appendix still needed to be thoroughly checked and not ruled out right away. Lin Hao thought that female enmity was actually a really scary thing for men. He approached the creditor's wife, asking her to undress for an examination of her stomach, but she was outraged by such a request. Laura reassured the patient, explaining that she didn't need to take everything off, just lift her blouse a little. My husband pointed out that this wasn't a gynecological examination, so there was absolutely no point in undressing for a routine examination. But the doctor firmly stated that it was a simple illness. But if they did not want to cooperate, they should look for another doctor. So Liu Cixi rudely told her husband to shut up. It was none of his damn business. She directly ordered her husband to get out and not interfere with her medical examination. Lin Hao, hearing all this, thought that she was cooperating only to spite her husband. But it was still pleasant. The capricious patient began to undress a little, lifting her blouse to examine her stomach. She turned to the guy impatiently, demanding that they resolve the medical issues quickly. When the doctor saw this, he thought that she was not as young as the nurse, but she had a beautiful body. Liu Cixi irritably hurried the doctor, demanding that he hurry up with the examination. The nurse vindictively thought that today the patient would pay for forcing their family to sell their house. The guy, feeling the patient's stomach, said that nothing was clear and asked her to turn around to look from the side. The makeshift doctor told her not to ask unnecessary questions if she didn't understand medical procedures. The nurse still thirsted for revenge and mentally encouraged the guy to teach the arrogant patient a proper lesson. Therefore, Lin Hao seriously reported that she had a lump in her lower abdomen. After hearing the diagnosis, Liu Cixi asked again about the lump and what was wrong with it. The doctor explained the seriousness of the situation to the patient, and she fearfully asked the doctor to save her from the disease. Laura was glad that everything was happening exactly as she wanted for this arrogant patient. The makeshift doctor explained that it was just a volvulus, 1 injection, and in 3 days she would be completely recovered. Liu Cixi yelled at the boy that 3 days was too long, so the doctor suggested giving him an enema for a quick cure. When the creditor's wife heard about the enema, it came as a bolt from the blue. The nurse sarcastically remarked that to give an enema the patient had to be undressed. How could one be so impudent? The capricious girl replied that it didn't matter. In that case, the faster the procedure, the better for everyone. The guy wasn't surprised that Laura knew how to properly perform medicinal enemas. The nurse declared that the retribution was over and asked to stop thinking about all sorts of nasty things and revenge. The patient felt very nauseous after the procedure, and her husband worriedly asked what they did to her. She angrily replied to her husband that she would live, and she could ask the doctor about the rest. The makeshift doctor announced that everyone had now recovered and announced the cost of treatment. 2.5 yuan. Hearing this amount, Laura started yelling at the doctor that it was 2.5 yuan. Was he crazy? Even the patient's husband was shocked why the treatment was so cheap for quality medical care. The guy gave medical advice not to make love after eating, as it could lead to infertility. Liu Cixi blamed her husband for being impatient every time he ate. Fan Tong admitted to the doctor that they had been unable to conceive for many years. Despite trying, Laura understood why the doctor prescribed such a small amount. It was just bait to attract future patients. The makeshift doctor explained that all problems with conception are indeed due to intimacy after eating. The lender promised that if they had a child, 80 square meters of land would belong to the doctor. The young doctor asked the couple to go home, have a good rest, and recuperate after the treatment. He asked to come back to him in a couple of days for a follow-up examination and verification of the results. Lin Hao added that he wanted to eat, so he asked the patients to leave as soon as possible. The creditor husband approached his wife, offering to forget the grievances. But the doctor simply asked them to go away to rest. Yan Song was spying on everything that was happening. She was curious about what was going on at the doctor's appointment. She saw the doctor and nurse eating crabs and thought they were eating them themselves, but they didn't offer her anything. The guy explained that her body was still weakened after addiction treatment, so crabs were not suitable food. The makeshift doctor pointed to the nurse, noting that she was completely healthy, so she could definitely eat such food. Unlike recovering patients who needed a special diet, Lin Hao thought to himself that a real feud was apparently unfolding between the women, and it was better to stay away from this showdown so as not to get caught in the crossfire. The crab literally began to slip out of his hands due to the awkwardness of the situation, and he began to make excuses that the seafood was not yet completely ready for consumption. Nurse Laura irritably ordered that the patient be told that she actually doesn't even use makeup, unlike some pompous ladies. While this feminine squabble between the nurse and the former patient was unfolding, Lin Hao heard his mobile phone ringing. The makeshift doctor wondered what it could be and then noticed that a new text message had appeared on the screen. He saw that the message was from Mr. Shen, the police chief, and wondered what was so urgent about it. The report stated that the daughter of the leader of the Green Gang was released due to health reasons. Allegedly, she is pregnant. This decision was made by the authorities. But the police officer feels that something is wrong here. After reading the text message, someone also called the guy on the clinic's landline. Lin Hao was surprised by this call because he thought he had never heard of anyone using this old device. Laura picked up the phone and asked to speak more slowly, as she could not understand what was happening due to the caller's agitated speech. The nurse was given the alarming news that her father had been in a traffic accident and had crashed into someone. Lin Hao felt the blood rush to his head. He realized that he should have guessed about this in advance and prevented it. The impromptu doctor got into the donated BMW and immediately set off to the scene of the accident to investigate the situation. He saw Mr. Wu being accosted by several bandits, who aggressively stated that he had run over their friend and did not think that he could escape so easily. Lin Hao, who arrived at the scene of the conflict in time, resolutely demanded that the criminals immediately release the elderly man. When the bandit refused to comply with the demand, the young doctor himself resolutely approached and firmly grabbed the impudent man by the arm. He squeezed the limb so hard that the green-haired guy started screaming in pain throughout the area. After the doctor let go of the bandit's hand, he became indignant, calling the doctor a freak and declaring that the old man had actually attacked his friend. The makeshift doctor firmly told the aggressors that this man was a member of his family, and therefore they did not even dare touch him. Mr. Wu thought to himself that he was a loser who always got into trouble, and this was the first time anyone had decided to help him. Laura ran up to her father and worriedly asked Uncle Jan what had happened here and how events had developed. Uncle Jan explained in detail that he and the girl's father were returning from fishing when suddenly a suspicious man deliberately threw himself under the car. This scammer immediately started shouting loudly that he had a broken leg and urgently needed medical attention and compensation. After the staged accident, a whole group of accomplices jumped out of the nearby trees and began demanding monetary compensation for their injuries. Laura's father immediately told the suspicious people that the whole situation smacked of outright deception and fraud, after which the criminals decided to attack them using force to force them to pay money. The bandit began to threaten that no matter who this defender was, since he had wounded one of their people, he must pay monetary compensation for the damage caused. The makeshift doctor calmly asked the criminals what would happen if he suddenly didn't want to pay them. One of the scoundrels asked where such a daring guy came from, to which he received the answer that he was a local resident of the village. The bandit clarified that this means that this defender is not even a member of any influential gang for cover. Another accomplice noted that the young man apparently had no idea who they were or who he was dealing with. Lin Hao got tired of putting up with this, and he started twisting the impudent swindler's finger until it crunched. The makeshift doctor stated that there was no one influential in the area other than the landowner's green gang, so it was interesting to know who they could be. The doctor warned the criminal to behave well, otherwise he would dislocate even more fingers on his hand. The young man added that he, of course, knew about the existence of the green gang and was personally acquainted with its leader, the landowner. The scammers didn't believe that he knew the leader of the tan gang and told him to stop talking such utter nonsense. But the comrade of the bandit who was in a vice warned him not to provoke this dangerous guy, otherwise he would twist all his fingers. The stubborn swindler declared that no one cared even if the doctor broke his entire arm. The main thing was to get the money. The criminal threatened that no one walks there, and there are no surveillance cameras. It is a blind pedestrian crossing, so he will blackmail them. Lin Hao, hearing such impudence, asked if they really thought they could deceive him. The doctor sarcastically remarked that if there were no cameras, then it turned out he could do absolutely whatever he wanted with them. He directly hinted at a fight, which made all the bandits ask if he thought he could handle them alone. The improvised doctor, confident in his fighting skills, delivered a powerful punch to his opponent. This gang of swindlers immediately fell to the ground. The guy dealt with them very quickly. The rest of the group admitted that he was indeed strong, so they needed to call for reinforcements to fight. The young doctor mockingly replied that yes, let them call more people, or better yet, the landowner himself. Laura, who heard this entire conversation, worriedly suggested leaving before the criminals gathered their strength. One of the bandits threatened not to even try to escape, since he noticed and remembered the license plates of their cars. Lin Hao stepped on the insolent man's head and told him to shut up and not threaten him. A black man on the phone indignantly asked his subordinates how they couldn't handle such an easy task, but they explained to him that it was not their fault. The enemy was too physically strong, and they could not deal with him using conventional methods. When the gang leader heard about the failure of the operation, he ordered his subordinates to grab firearms and immediately follow him to resolve the problem by force. Lin Hao, seeing the newly arrived bandit reinforcements, ironically noted that they had finally arrived at the scene of the showdown. Indeed, a black guy arrived at the scene of the incident, who was the leader of this criminal group of swindlers. The boss threateningly told the young doctor that it didn't matter who he worked for, but he was unlucky enough to get involved with such influential people. The makeshift doctor mockingly replied to the leader that he was joking, that he could only use one leg and one arm, and that he would still easily defeat him. The enraged bandit immediately went on the attack, swinging his fist at the impudent opponent, who calmly blocked it. A real brawl began between the opponents. It was necessary to determine which of them would be able to gain the upper hand in the fight. The doctor, being incredibly fast in his movements, accurately hit the leader on the cheek with his fist, stunning him. After the powerful blow, Lin Hao looked at the defeated opponent with an evil gaze, asking who else wanted to be next. All of the boss's henchmen began to shake with fear, not understanding how their leader was defeated in a couple of seconds with such simple movements. The scammers began making excuses and running away, saying that their wives were giving birth and that they needed to go home immediately. The dark-skinned leader, coming to his senses, declared that this arrogant boy thought too much of himself. But the young doctor simply began to squeeze the scoundrel's hand, breaking all his fingers one by one. After such an impact, the dark-skinned man began to scream from unbearable pain in his limbs. The guy repeated his demand to call the landowner and tell him to bring $500,000 in ransom. But the leader mockingly asked if the doctor would really threaten their influential gang. Lin Hao agreed that he was right, but asked if he could make a call while continuing to crack his fingers. The stubborn bandit said that he didn't think he would be afraid of such pressure, so he would do everything easily. But the improvised doctor continued to simply press on the arm, without any mercy to the opponent. The young doctor threatened that he knew how to show people what real fear was, and could do so for as long as he wanted. Suddenly, the guy heard the sound of a siren and saw an approaching police car with flashing lights. He thought in shock about who could have called law enforcement here at such a moment. Uncle Yang and Mr. Wu wondered if it was possible to do something normal for once without fights and incidents. The bandits were delighted at the arrival of the police, hoping that the lawman would help them against the aggressive doctor. The same policewoman whom Lin Hao had met earlier under different circumstances got out of the car. The policewoman realized that the guy really didn't seem to recognize her right away among the other people. But upon closer inspection, the doctor realized that this was the same traffic police officer who had resolved the situation during the previous accident. The bandits realized with horror that this mysterious guy was even acquainted with law enforcement officials. Mr. Wu was surprised how his son-in-law could be acquainted with so many influential people, since he always sat at home in the clinic and treated patients. Laura realized that this policewoman was the same law enforcement officer they had met in the city under previous circumstances. The father advised his daughter to keep a closer eye on her boyfriend and not let other girls get too close to him. But Laura objected to her father, asking what he was even talking about. Maybe they should at least resolve the current issue with the incident first. The gang leader turned to the police for help, claiming that the guy was a crook, that he had run over his brother and then bullied him. The black boss complained that the doctor broke his arm many times, causing him excruciating pain during a fight. But the policewoman noticed that his hand was perfectly fine, so how could he have done it without any visible damage? The gang leader explained that Lin Hao would dislocate fingers and then simply put them back in place. The law enforcement officer replied that there was no evidence of a crime, and secondly, she was from the traffic police. At that moment, a groan was heard from the victim, who was lying literally under the wheels of the car after the staged accident. The policewoman explained that she was only there to investigate a traffic accident, that's all. The employee asked Mr. Wu if she understood that he was the victim in this incident. The black boss objected that no, but he knew something about the events that had taken place and could tell. He didn't even have time to finish speaking before the girl told him to get out, asking where the real victim of the accident was. Mr. Wu admitted that he was driving the car and asked to be allowed to explain the entire situation in detail. Lin Hao thought that there were no surveillance cameras here, so everyone had their own version of the story, which was very bad for them. The policewoman admitted that the situation was indeed difficult, and there was no evidence of their innocence in the incident. The employee noted that there are laws in the country, so let's do everything according to the rules and send the victim to the hospital. Once at the hospital, the police officer asked Dr. Lin what he planned to do next. The guy asked in surprise how she even knew his full name and profession. The girl replied that she had been looking for him for more than a month until Mr. Shen told her details about him. The police chief asked the young doctor what he was doing in the hospital anyway. Lin Hao replied to the chief that he was also here on some new matter, apparently. At that moment, the bandits were talking about how this guy had so many friends among the police officers. But the black boss countered that no matter how many people were on his side, the fact remained. Their comrade had a broken leg. The police chief approached the black man, suggesting that Black Bear stop causing unnecessary problems. This black bear insisted that his friend really did have a broken leg, and that law enforcement could not ignore it according to the law. A conversation ensued between all the participants in the incident, in which the doctor stated that there was no need for any showdowns. Let everyone simply do their job according to their job responsibilities. When both the black gang boss and the police chief heard this, they were completely shocked by such an indifferent attitude towards the situation. They asked the doctor in bewilderment what he was doing, since his boss was trying to help him in this difficult situation with the scammers. Laura anxiously wondered who would pay for all the medical expenses for the victim's treatment in that case. The leader of the Black Bear gang said that, let this doctor pay for everything, since he is so principled. The hospital nurse asked all those involved in the incident to come with her to complete the necessary paperwork. The guy saw this beauty in a white coat and romantically thought about what they would name their future children. The impromptu doctor simply froze in place, captivated by the beauty of the hospital employee. He then approached the girl with a professional request to look at the X-ray for consultation. When Lin Hao himself looked closely at the photo, he realized that everything was exactly as he had expected from the very beginning. The doctor asked the nurse if he understood correctly that this was an old leg fracture and not a fresh injury. The makeshift doctor explained that if the fracture did not heal properly, spasms would occur, and the victim's leg had been broken for at least 2 weeks. Black Bear began to shout aggressively at the doctor, demanding that he stop talking nonsense about his comrade's condition. But a clinic employee confirmed the doctor's correctness, stating that the leg had indeed been broken previously and simply had not healed properly. The gang leader insisted that since the old wound had not healed, the car accident only worsened an already difficult situation. Lin Hao said that he knew he would say this and took out a voice recorder from his pocket. which he used to record their conversation about blackmail and fraud. The bandits began to shout indignantly at the doctor, asking how he dared to record their private conversation without permission. The police chief announced to the criminals that their fraudulent scheme had been exposed and that they should follow him to the station. The improvised doctor ironically remarked how funny it was to hear such swindlers accuse him of deception. Black Bear threatened not to rejoice ahead of time. When the landowner finds out about this, the doctor will not be able to say hello. The policewoman unexpectedly invited the doctor to have a snack at her house after all these events. Lin Hao asked if this was an invitation for a date, adding that he still had some business at the clinic. How about another day? But the girl covered her eyes with her hand, explaining that she was simply going to pick up her car from repair. The policewoman sarcastically suggested that he simply didn't want to leave his nurse Laura for long. The guy agreed to the proposal, saying that in that case he would go with her if she was happy with this decision. The makeshift doctor headed for his car, but a worried Mr. Wu suddenly appeared in front of him. Old Mr. Wu warned his son-in-law not to get upset because this girl was simply flirting with him to achieve her own goals. The old man wisely noted that it was quite obvious how the policewoman was trying to bewitch him with her feminine charms and attention. Therefore, Lin Hao approached the law enforcement officer, assuring her that he was not thinking of anything unnecessary and would simply take the car. Mr. Wu asked the boy not to stay out late, as he and his daughter would be waiting for him to return home. When the elevator opened in the multi-story building, the doctor asked the policewoman whether she was incredibly rich to have such a large apartment. But once inside the apartment, the improvised doctor was discouraged by what he saw and didn't even know what to say about it. Entering the spacious rooms, Lin Hao admitted that it was not bad. This is exactly how a modern house should look. The girl asked where he was heading, because she said that she was going to take a bath. The policewoman reminded him that they had just met, so he shouldn't act like he was her boyfriend. She blushed with embarrassment, stammering that yes, or rather no, he was fooling her again with his hints. The young doctor suggested leaving these conversations for later and advised the girl to simply go and wash herself. The law enforcement officer admitted that she likes how he tries to seem really cool and independent. Lin Hao thought to himself how hard it was to breathe while waiting for the girl to come out of the shower. It was a real test. He thought that he was not a god, but only a helpless man. So how could he withstand such a temptation? The policewoman came out of the shower, assuming that he was probably hungry, and offered to cook something for dinner. But all the guy saw in the girl was a dazzling house dress that was insanely short. The makeshift doctor thought it was so tempting that he almost fell into this feminine trap. The hostess asked the guest what he wanted for lunch from the available products. Lin Hao immediately replied that the only thing he was interested in was crabs, like the ones in the clinic. But the policewoman regretfully informed him that he had high demands, and she only had instant noodles. The doctor asked in surprise if she had really invited him to her place just for such meager food. The only thing the hostess had was noodles, eggs, and a few sausages in the refrigerator. The young doctor offered to show her how to cook noodles properly and took the frying pan into his skillful hands. He fried eggs with special spices and demonstrated the result, declaring that everything was ready to eat. When the girl decided to try the dish, she realized that it really did taste like the food of the gods. The policewoman asked in surprise how he managed to make ordinary noodles with such an exquisite taste. But Lin Hao advised her not to rush, to eat calmly, and offered to take another portion of his. The girl admitted that she feels so sleepy on a full stomach, and it's all because of his culinary skills. After a hearty dinner, the impromptu doctor suggested she rest, adding that he himself was also going home to his loved ones. When the guy was already turning to leave, the policewoman stopped him, asking him not to leave the party so early. She admitted that he couldn't leave, since this was the first time she had ever invited a man to her home. Lin Hao was surprised to see that she seemed to be a police officer, but in reality she was so timid and shy. The makeshift doctor sheepishly suggested that perhaps she didn't even have a boyfriend or relationship experience. The girl, with a sly smile on her face, confirmed that yes, he had guessed everything correctly about her personal life. The young doctor replied that he could not believe that such beauty was wasted without the attention of men. The policewoman remarked that these noodles were simply finger-licking good, and then thought about what she had just said. The guy smugly remarked that since he was, as always, excellent in everything, this was a natural result. The hostess asked the guest if perhaps he would return her car from repair. But the girl objected that he had just prepared dinner and wanted to leave immediately. She would not let him go. Lin Hao joked that she should know that he was only selling his body, not his culinary skills. The policewoman began to be indignant about the terrible things he was saying in her presence. The improvised doctor quickly corrected himself that he had made a mistake. He was only selling his skills, not his body. Unexpectedly, the girl asked him to help her give a relaxing massage after a hard day at work. The young doctor replied that she had found the right person for this. He would do everything for maximum pleasure. The hostess was overjoyed and immediately lay down on the bed next to the guy who was sitting there. She asked for a head massage, and Lin Hao agreed to help with the procedure. With his skillful hands, he began to touch the girl, asking her to just lie still. He would take care of her. When the policewoman was lying under his hands, she asked him to work more gently, as it was a little painful. But the girl understood that this was a wonderful feeling, at the same time painful and very pleasant. The guy thought that her reaction was too strong. Was the massage really that unpleasant? The impromptu doctor asked if this was the first time she had received a professional massage. The girl admitted that she didn't think that he was not only a talented doctor and cook, but also an excellent massage therapist. Lin Hao answered honestly that he would not lie. There was nothing he could not do. Suddenly, the guy noticed with his gaze that the girl had simply fallen asleep on his lap from relaxation. He thought that she had fallen asleep so carelessly that she could catch a cold in such a position. The concerned doctor tried to check her condition, but was alarmed to find that he could not feel a pulse on her wrist, which caused him serious concerns about the girl's health. Lin Hao thought that it was clear that this health problem had been bothering the policewoman for quite a long time, requiring medical intervention. The doctor looked at the sleeping girl and realized that she was sleeping like a baby. He did not expect such complete trust on her part towards a practically stranger. The makeshift doctor thought that perhaps the police officer would give him a chance to better demonstrate his medical skills in treating the disease. The young man noticed that the patient had opened her eyes slightly and happily stated that she had finally woken up from a deep sleep. After waking up, the girl apologized that she didn't know how she could have so carelessly fallen asleep on his lap during the massage. Lin Hao assured that everything was fine, and the most important thing was that the policewoman had actually slept well and rested. The patient admitted that in any case, it was the best sleep she had had in a long time. So deep and calm. But then the doctor interrupted the conversation, declaring that there would definitely never be another such time between them. The makeshift doctor explained that sleeping on his lap was quite tempting today, but he didn't know if he could control himself in the future. Then the young man said that while the policewoman was sleeping, he did something with the body for diagnostic purposes. The girl was very frightened by what she heard and worriedly asked what exactly had been done to her there. The doctor reassured the patient, explaining that he was simply checking her pulse to assess her health for medical purposes. Lin Hao guessed that it must be very annoying to have periods twice a month instead of once. The policewoman asked in surprise how the doctor had even found out about this intimate matter without an examination. The patient honestly admitted that this problem with her cycle had been bothering her for quite a long time. The doctor explained that this is due to the lack of a permanent partner. Without regular intimacy, the body begins to malfunction within a month. When the girl heard this, she was outraged at what was going on in this strange doctor's head. The improvised doctor approached the patient, suggesting that, in addition, she probably suffered frequent headaches due to hormonal imbalances. The young man stretched out his hands to check, asking to be allowed to see if this was really so. Lin Hao said that okay, it was time for him to just go home to his loved ones in that case. The doctor added that the policewoman could come to the clinic at any time for treatment, but it was too late now. The girl asked if the doctor was planning to stay overnight to continue providing medical assistance. Lin Hao asked why he wanted to stay overnight with this delicate female problem. The patient, with a shy smile, admitted that she would actually just like the doctor to be nearby for safety. But then the policewoman said, okay, let him just leave. Here are the car keys. See you another day. The makeshift doctor said goodbye, advising not to miss him too much until the next time they met. The doctor noticed that the patient seemed to be getting too angry at his straightforwardness, so he wished her luck until the meeting. As Lin Hao drove home in his new car along the dark country roads, the improvised doctor understood that revealing his true location and family history was quite dangerous for his safety. The young doctor had already returned to the familiar clinic, where his faithful nurse Laura was patiently waiting for him with a carefully prepared dinner after a long day of work. The tired, improvised doctor apologized to the girl and told her that he hadn't had time to have a proper dinner yet after an unexpected visit to a new policewoman he knew. Chef Yan was already comfortably seated at the dining table and kindly invited the young doctor to join him for the evening meal, as he was just having dinner and would not mind company. Lin Hao was genuinely delighted to meet the wise old man unexpectedly and admitted that he wanted to ask him something important about local history. When the experienced director heard this, he remarked understandingly that he had long known about the doctor's unusualness. Otherwise, why would a person with such outstanding medical talent remain in this god-forsaken wilderness? The young doctor earnestly asked Chief Yan, since he completely trusted him as a wise mentor, to keep all the information he received in the strictest confidence from outsiders. An understanding elderly man reassured her not to worry, and that he would not tell anyone the sad truth about the family's ancestral estate being mercilessly destroyed. The director added sadly that there really weren't many people left in the village with this once noble and influential family name. Yan Song suddenly entered the dining room and called out loudly to the boys sitting at the table, clearly wanting to attract their attention. Lin Hao instantly turned towards the entrance to understand what emergency had happened there with his former patient. The green-haired girl admitted, somewhat embarrassed, that she had accidentally overheard what exactly the doctor was talking about with the respected director of the clinic. The concerned makeshift doctor immediately wondered how bad this was for maintaining the confidentiality of important family information. The alarmed young man quite seriously threatened the curious patient that if he ever told anyone about the secrets he had heard, he would deeply regret it. The self-confident green-haired girl calmly replied that there was absolutely no need to threaten her. She was very good at keeping her mouth shut and keeping secrets. Yan Song added meaningfully that now that she had finally learned the whole truth about the past, She was beginning to understand why the doctor sometimes behaved so strangely and distantly. The intrigued young man curiously asked the insightful patient why exactly he considered his behavior strange. The girl explained with expertise that many people who were seriously traumatized in early childhood. Lin Hao, hearing such a categorical psychological conclusion, asked with some irony whether she was now afraid to be alone with a potentially dangerous person. The brave patient defiantly and even somewhat aggressively responded that he should just try to harm her or do something inappropriate to her. When the attentive doctor saw that determined and fearless look in the girl's eyes, the improvised doctor noted with a grin that he knew perfectly well that he wouldn't actually do anything dangerous, but was simply bluffing beautifully to maintain a brave appearance. The daring Yan Song suddenly proposed an unusual bet if the doctor really dared to sleep with her. When the stunned young man heard this frank proposal, he did not expect such impudence and straightforwardness from his former patient. The self-confident girl added meaningfully that after such intimacy, the doctor would never be able to leave her or forget her until he died. Then, pleased with herself, Yan Song mockingly remarked that she clearly saw how the vaunted doctor was already completely frightened by her bold and frank proposal. The cautious young man sensibly objected that this risky bet would bring absolutely no real benefit to him personally as a man. The disappointed patient contemptuously accused the evasive doctor of being nothing more than a common coward. Lin Hao wisely noted that courage alone would not be enough to support oneself in this life, so one must be more practical in making decisions and not succumb to provocations. The impromptu doctor calmly told the girl that he was going to his room to rest after a long day, and that she could do absolutely whatever she wanted in her free time. But the stubborn Yan Song took it upon herself to demonstratively close the door to her room in front of him, and then theatrically fell onto her bed, feigning fatigue. The surprised guy asked in bewilderment what was going on and why she was acting so strangely after a normal conversation. The patient complained that she had spent the entire day at the clinic helping with various tasks, and that her entire body ached from the unusual strain. Lin Hao reminded her that he told her to exercise regularly to stay in shape. So what goes around comes around in the end. The green-haired girl nostalgically noted that the massage had been done so well last time. Maybe the doctor would repeat it for her. The young doctor even showed interest, asking if she really wanted him to give her a professional therapeutic massage to relieve tension. Yan Song coquettishly asked if the doctor himself would really like to give her a relaxing massage after a hard day's work at the clinic. The improvised doctor realized that this was a clear provocation, and that he could not fall into such a female trap, which could lead to trouble. Therefore, the cautious guy replied that he had to work while the patient was resting, so he wouldn't fall for such tricks. The disappointed girl accused him of greed, advising him to simply name his price for the medical services and end the bargaining. Lin Hao firmly stated that it would cost 80 yuan per procedure. Otherwise, he would do absolutely nothing for the capricious patient. Yan Song agreed to the terms, noting that it was not much money, and asked that she hurry up to satisfy her need for a massage. The doctor thought it was good, began giving a professional massage, and asked the client how she liked the quality of his work. The picky girl complained that she did not like undergoing the treatment procedure in this uncomfortable position at all. The understanding guy suggested kneeling on the bed for better access to the patient's problem areas of the back and neck. The doctor added that for maximum effect, she should sit on top of him. Otherwise, it would really be uncomfortable to perform a quality massage. The embarrassed young man protested that in such a situation he was completely unable to function normally as a medical specialist. But Yan Song recalled that when he treated her for addiction, there was not a place on her body that the doctor did not touch for medical purposes. The improvised doctor objected that these were completely different situations. For a doctor, the patient's gender had no significance during treatment. Then, the curious guy asked why all the former addicts had the same last names, and whether they were all blood relatives. The patient confirmed that yes, they were all from the same large family, related for several generations. The girl explained that they were from different generations, so technically the younger ones should call her aunt. But she thought it was strange for her age. The irritated doctor asked to stop changing the subject of the conversation and let him work as quickly as possible to complete the procedure. The guy's eyes lit up when he saw the patient's capricious behavior, and he replied that it was fine. He would do everything professionally. Continuing to massage her back and shoulders, he asked why the girl had become so naughty and demanding of little things. Then, the attentive doctor asked the client whether she at least liked the quality of his professional massage, or if she had any comments about the technique. Lin Hao confirmed that the technique was completely normal, and the girl replied that she now liked the procedure, but asked not to press too hard and painfully. Suddenly, someone started shouting loudly towards them, "Sister!" Sister, with obvious notes of panic and despair in her voice. The improvised doctor was puzzled as to who could come to their clinic at such a late hour, when everyone should already be asleep. It turned out to be a little boy who ran into the room and excitedly shouted, "Sister! Oh my God!" with a frightened expression on his face. Yan Song recognized the boy, named Xiaolong, and addressed the agitated little boy, asking him to speak more calmly and explain what had happened. The boy, with tears in his eyes, desperately told her that she had to look at their aunt immediately. She was bleeding. They hurried to the house where the boy brought the doctor, and Lin Hao noticed that they were very close to Laura's house. Entering the modest dwelling, The doctor was perplexed as to what a pregnant woman in such a critical condition was doing there. The improvised doctor immediately noticed that the woman in labor's water had indeed broken and active contractions had begun. The exhausted woman plaintively admitted that they did not have the money to go to a maternity hospital for a normal birth. Xiaolong tearfully explained that yesterday his uncle had taken the last 200 yuan from the family budget, and now he could not be found anywhere. An experienced doctor stated that it was too late to go to the hospital. The woman had already started giving birth. Yansong worriedly asked the guy if he could really deliver a woman in labor at home. Superstitious Laura noted that delivering a baby without being married was considered a bad omen in their culture. The determined young man replied that now it was necessary to save a person's life, so superstitions were of no importance in a critical situation. Lin Hao urgently asked to bring him sharp scissors and a basin of warm water for the procedure. Laura ran to fulfill the request and said that she would also grab a first aid kit with the necessary tools. The impromptu doctor delicately explained to the woman in labor that she needed to remove her underwear to determine the correct position of the baby. At that moment, a drunk man ran in and aggressively shouted at the doctor about what he was doing to his wife. The enraged husband hit the guy on the cheek, and the doctor asked in bewilderment where this inadequate fool came from. The woman in labor angrily asked her husband what he was doing there and why he hit the doctor who was trying to help. The distrustful husband asked suspiciously whether this young man was really a qualified doctor. The aggressive man said that they did not need the imposter's help, so he should just get out of their house. Lin Hao warned that if they wasted any more time arguing, both mother and child would simply die. The worried man threatened that if something happened to his beloved wife, the doctor would regret it. The irritated guy told the drunk man to get lost, asking what he was even pretending to be at a critical moment. The doctor added that it was because of these stupid squabbles that they lost precious time, and there was no point in disgracing their family. An experienced doctor realized that the baby was in an abnormal position, so a cesarean section was not possible. The only option was an external version of the fetus. Lin Hao began to tell the woman in labor that normal pushing was not enough for such a difficult case. The makeshift doctor asked the woman to push as hard as she could, gathering all her remaining strength for the birth. Due to unbearable pain, the woman in labor began to bite her husband's hand in order to somehow ease her excruciating suffering. A drunk man with tears in his eyes imploringly told his wife to bite his hand as much as necessary. He did not mind enduring it to ease her suffering during childbirth. The improvised doctor, observing this touching scene, thought what a great woman this was, showing such fortitude at a critical moment. Fortunately, everything ended well, and the mother gave birth to a healthy boy despite difficult home conditions and a lack of medical equipment. Lin Hao stated that they now need to wait for an ambulance to arrive to transport the mother and newborn to the hospital for postnatal observation. The next day, when the tired guy was fast asleep, he was awakened by someone's insistent voice calling him to wake up and get to work. It was a concerned nurse, Laura, who came up and asked why he was sleeping so late after so much time had passed since the morning. The young doctor's clinic is experiencing a real stir. A huge number of patients are coming to him for medical help after yesterday's events. The impromptu doctor thought that he had never gone to bed so late before, and realized how tired he was from the stressful day of labor. Lin Hao realized that he had almost forgotten. He had another important matter to attend to today that could not be postponed. The young doctor remembered that yesterday he had promised his uncle to come to the village committee to discuss issues concerning the clinic. Understanding, Laura replied that it was fine. Let him take care of himself and be sure to call if he needed anything or if any problems arose. When the guy went away on business, the girl thought with hope that he would be able to find his lost family in this village. The improvised doctor approached the village committee building, surprised that such a luxurious administrative building could be found in such a poor village. Entering the spacious office, he saw Uncle Yan, who suggested that the remaining meeting participants discuss the remaining issues among themselves. When the influential man looked up from his documents, he saw a young man who entered the office for a meeting. Lin Hao politely asked his uncle if he was disturbing the meeting and suggested that he wait outside until the end. The meeting participants assured that there was no need to worry. They had almost finished discussing all the important issues. Uncle Yan took the opportunity to introduce their new doctor to the village. Noting the young specialist's impressive medical skills, Deputy Head Fan Chiang turned to the leader, saying that if there were no more questions, he would then go about his business. Lin Hao wondered in surprise if this influential deputy was completely ignoring him as an insignificant figure. When the elderly man walked past the young doctor, he thought that this self-confident boy looked very impudent and daring. As Fan Chiang passed by, he suddenly heard a guy advise him to give up alcohol if he was going to eat. The makeshift doctor warned that otherwise the deputy's liver might simply not be able to withstand such a constant strain from alcohol. The irritated adult man was indignant that it was none of the young doctor's business whether he drank or not. And who was this guy to tell him what to do? Lin Hao advised him not to get so angry, adding that he knew about the deputy's frequent pain in the right side of his abdomen. The doctor listed the symptoms: loss of appetite and weight, yellowish skin color, constant fatigue, and asked if his diagnosis was correct. Having heard a precise description of his hidden health problems, the shocked man asked how the young doctor had managed to find out about this without an examination. The makeshift doctor calmly explained to his deputy that there was really no need to worry so much. All these problems were caused by his excessive love of alcoholic beverages. Another influential woman, Deputy Head Wu Malian, approached them and asked if the doctor could determine whether she had any hidden problems with her body. The confident doctor assured me that he could carry out the diagnosis without any problems. In fact, it was very easy for an experienced specialist. The enterprising guy thought to himself that the woman looked quite rich, so it was high time to earn a little extra money on medical services. Lin Hao listed the symptoms: bloating, heartburn, constipation, frequent feeling of hunger even after eating. The surprised woman confirmed that everything was absolutely correct and thought that this young man really knew his medical business. The deputy head asked if these unpleasant symptoms could be treated, and the doctor assured her that, of course, all she had to do was come to the clinic. Uncle Yan supported the young specialist, stating that if anyone has health problems, always contact this talented guy. The village head dismissed the rest of the meeting participants, saying that he still needed to discuss something with this young medical talent in private. The impromptu doctor smiled slyly, promising to give the head a good discount on his professional services. The influential man pointedly announced that he could tell they had already found the key to solving the doctor's family secret. The head asked for patience, promising to tell everyone about everything later, when the time was right. The village leader asked the young doctor if he understood correctly that he had not yet had lunch today. The caring man said that he had bought food for both of them, so he suggested that they eat first and then tell them about his family. The hungry guy, seeing all this wonderful food, thanked the owner. Today there really wasn't even time to eat properly. The leader approached the elderly woman and asked her to take care of the eldest representative of the Lin family again. Uncle Jan explained that it was nothing serious. He just wanted to know if a child from their family had gone missing about 14 or 15 years ago. The elderly woman replied that she was not sure of the details, but would ask her husband when he returned home. The curious doctor approached Aunt Chun, asking if Uncle Lin knew anything about these events. The woman sadly replied that she thought he knew more than her husband, but he had suffered a stroke and was now not thinking clearly. The generous guy assured him not to worry about it. He would cure the old man absolutely free of charge as gratitude for the information. The headman realized that he had forgotten to introduce this young man, a new doctor in their village with outstanding abilities. The manager added that the doctor's medical skills were truly amazing, and since he said he would help, it would happen. The attentive guy approached his aunt and asked if she had been experiencing severe headaches lately. The surprised woman asked how the doctor had even found out about this without a preliminary examination or complaints. The makeshift doctor explained that the symptoms were noticeable enough for an experienced specialist and asked permission to check the pulse for an accurate diagnosis. Lin Hao carefully took the woman's hand and began to feel her pulse to determine the patient's exact health condition. The makeshift doctor diagnosed that she appeared to be suffering from a stomach ulcer, which had led to iron deficiency anemia. The young doctor assured her that it was not such a serious problem. So when she was free, she should come to his clinic for treatment. When they left the building, the guy turned to Mr. Yang, noting that he was exaggerating his greed. Although he loves money, he has principles. The influential man confidently stated that this definitely could not be a mistake. This was the last family with the doctor's surname in the village. Lin Hao remembered that yesterday he helped a woman who lived here give birth, and now he realized that they still hadn't paid for the services. Uncle Yan replied that it was very bold and reckless of such a young man to deliver a baby at home. He said that the owner of the house was named Lin Shitian, and his wife was Suqing. This family was the most famous and respected in the village. The man sadly added that if we talk about Shitian, he used to be a completely different person. It's very sad that he became like this, but his wife is still faithful to him. Since childhood, this boy was an incredibly talented artist, and at an early age he became famous throughout the region for his outstanding paintings. But his well-being ended after a terrible accident. Initially, there were 11 people in the Lin and Su families, but after the tragedy, only 3 remained. An impromptu doctor came to visit that pregnant woman Su Qing to find out how she was feeling after giving birth. The grateful woman said she was very glad that he came to visit her and apologized for never paying for his assistance during the birth. The generous guy assured them not to worry about money. They already had more than enough problems in their lives. Lin Hao explained that he had come today specifically to talk to her husband about important family matters. Su-ging sadly admitted that since her husband stopped painting, he drinks and gambles all day long. The faithful wife added that she believes that one day he will pull himself together and change, so she continues to stay by his side. The understanding young man said that the village chief told him the sad story of her husband and the family tragedy. The doctor sat down next to him and noticed that although the artist's hands were damaged, there was still hope. He thought he loved his wife, and that was why he was obsessed with drinking. The woman objected that this was not true. When they first got married, they vowed never to separate no matter what. The impromptu doctor expressed the opinion that, in all likelihood, the husband really only thinks about himself and his problems. But Su Qing firmly objected that this was nonsense. In fact, they really loved each other with all their hearts. The disappointed guy started raising his voice, asking if she thought this was true love. He just felt sorry for her because he couldn't draw anymore, that's all. Su Qing, with tears in her eyes, sadly admitted that yes, Perhaps the doctor was telling the truth about the state of their family relationship. The improvised doctor advised the woman to have a good discussion with her husband about his problems. And if he pulled himself together, let him come to the clinic for help. Lin Hao realized that now was not the time to ask about his relatives, so it would be better to ask about it later, at a more appropriate time. The grateful girl assured the doctor that she believed in her husband and that this was how it would be, that he would definitely change for the better. At this time, her husband was lying on the ground, completely drunk, and could not even utter a few words coherently. Driven to despair, the girl began to shout at her husband that she could no longer tolerate his constant drunkenness and degradation. Confused, Lin Shidian asked in surprise what had happened and why his wife had suddenly started talking about it. His angry wife accused him of becoming a non-entity after losing the opportunity to paint. The woman added that he was simply an irresponsible man who did not deserve such a devoted wife as she. The frightened man promised that within 3 months he would swear to stop drinking alcohol and gambling. Subin replied that it was okay. She would believe him for the last time. The doctor said that he could find him in the village clinic. She added that she hopes her husband will truly get his life back on track during this allotted time for rehabilitation. In the village clinic, patients could be heard loudly asking the doctor to see them first. While Lin Hao was standing and talking to the patients, Mr. Fan approached him for consultation. The deputy head explained that the doctor had told him last time that he had liver problems, so he came for treatment. The impromptu doctor assured him that everything was fine and that the patient should not be angry with him for his straightforwardness. A young doctor diagnosed the man with a severe form of the disease. If surgery is not performed, cirrhosis of the liver could develop. Lin Hao stated that the matter was quite trivial for an experienced specialist. But first, he definitely needed to stop drinking. The patient began to get angry and categorically stated that alcohol was his life, and he was not ready to give it up. The man asked if there was another solution to this medical problem, as he was not ready to quit drinking. An enterprising young man approached the nurse to find out how rich this influential man in the village was. Laura replied that he was just an ordinary rich tyrant and asked if the doctor really wanted to help him. The makeshift doctor confirmed that the nurse had guessed his thoughts regarding this patient. The doctor decided to profit from the situation, claiming that a cure was possible, but that it would cost the patient 100,000 yuan. The indignant man started shouting that 100,000 was robbery and that such treatment would be much cheaper in a hospital. But the doctor calmly replied that if he wanted, he could safely go to the hospital and have the operation there. The patient began to give in and conciliatorily suggested that they simply discuss all the terms of treatment first. Fan Chang clarified that 100,000 was an acceptable amount, but was it really enough to completely cure the liver disease? Lin Hao gave the patient a paper, asking him to sign this medical contract so that he would not be tempted to escape treatment without payment. The deputy head thought to himself how much his life was worth, and threatened that if the doctor was deceiving him, he would turn the doctor's life into a living hell. The improvised doctor approached the nurse and praised how wonderfully and concentratedly she was preparing the medicines, how she was simply doing a perfect job. Unexpectedly, Laura carelessly cut her finger with a knife while preparing a medicinal preparation for a patient. The worried guy quickly grabbed her injured finger and applied it to the wound to stop the bleeding and help the girl. Lin Hao asked how she was feeling and whether the pain on her injured finger had stopped after the treatment. Laura assured him that the wound was fine, and the doctor leaned closer to her, showing concern for the nurse. Lin Shitian suddenly burst into the clinic and began to shout excitedly that the doctor had completely realized everything and was ready to change his life. The impromptu doctor thought to himself, who dares to ruin such a wonderful romantic moment in his life with the nurse? The former alcoholic explained that his wife had taught him a harsh lesson, and he had truly seen the light, but the doctor thought that he couldn't have appeared a little later. Shitian asked the doctor to help him heal his injured hands, admitting that he had almost no money now, but he would earn it. The guy thought that it seemed like the artist still had a conscience, so it was worth leaving past grievances in the past. Lin Hao assured that as long as the patient has a sincere desire to change his life, he will help in any way he can. A worried Mr. Wu objected to such treatment, saying that even the best doctors abroad could not cure the artist's hands. The clinic owner warned that the doctor could brag as much as he wanted, but if he couldn't cure the patient, it would affect the establishment's reputation. The desperate man said that if the doctor couldn't cure his hands, he wouldn't blame him for the failure. Laura asked her father if he didn't trust the abilities of their talented doctor. The man replied that he trusted the doctor, but the young doctor did not know how dangerous people's gossip could be in the village. The improvised doctor stated that he and the patient had the same last name, so he would treat the artist no matter what. The doctor approached Shidian and advised that if life became really difficult, he could turn to Uncle Yan for support. The grateful guy began to cry with relief, saying that he should have been blessed in his past life. The doctor was his real savior. Lin Hao turned to the nurse, informing him that he would need surgery on his hands, so he would need to go buy special surgical instruments later. The skeptical clinic owner shook his head, noting how reckless these young people were. Nothing good would come of it. The tired doctor went outside and thought that today had been such a stressful day that he should rest in the yard. Yan Song sat outside, wondering what she should do and whether she should tell the doctor the truth. The doctor noticed how sad the girl was sitting in the moonlight and wondered what had happened to her. Seeing the doctor approaching, she indignantly asked what he was doing there at such a time. The green-haired girl admitted that she didn't know how to tell him this properly, but she had to confess. Yansong admitted that she had actually accidentally broken his precious golden turtle eggs. The doctor, in a panic, shouted stop and started checking his male organs, thinking that it was about something else. But then he realized that the girl had deceived him. His balls were actually in place and in perfect order. The embarrassed patient clarified that she was talking about golden turtle eggs, which she had accidentally broken while caring for them. The angry guy started to get indignant, saying what she was doing. It was all his money. Didn't he understand the scale of the damage? The guilty girl apologized, admitting that she didn't know how expensive turtle eggs were, and promised to pay compensation, but asked not to be angry with her. Lin Hao retorted, how could he not be angry when even an apology sounded somehow insincere and formal? The improvised doctor noted that he knew she was to blame for what happened and was always so careless in her actions. The doctor recalled that she herself had spoken about wanting to raise turtles. And how could she have been so frivolous and careless then? The young man decided that it seemed that the punishment for her addiction was not enough, so he needed to teach her a new educational lesson. Yansong admitted that he frightens her when he shows such a stern and unusual side of his character. The irritated guy told her to stop talking nonsense and just lie down on the bed and be obedient for punishment. The submissive girl lay down on the bed and asked only not to be too rough with her during the educational process. The doctor was shocked and thought that he only wanted to scare the patient a little. Maybe this really was a unique opportunity that shouldn't be missed. So the makeshift doctor decided to give her a light slap on the back as a symbolic punishment for her carelessness. Lin Hao announced that the education was over, so he could now give her a relaxing therapeutic massage to relieve stress. The green-haired girl objected that one blow from him was enough. She didn't need a massage at all after such a fright. Yansong explained that she didn't want to feel too relaxed and sleepy all day afterward from the procedures, but the doctor asked, perplexed, what she was even talking about. He didn't understand anything, he just wanted to help her relax. At this point, the girl advised me to go to bed early and wished me good night, reminding me that I had a difficult operation the next day. After the patient left, the boy was left completely alone in the clinic courtyard under the soft moonlight, reflecting on what had happened. In the morning, after the young doctor had slept well, he stretched with pleasure and left his room ready for work. Before entering the clinic, Lin Hao saw something that surprised and even shocked him. A huge number of people gathered there, vying with each other to be examined, saying that they had been waiting for a doctor's appointment for too long. The impromptu doctor asked for patience, suggesting that all patients be examined strictly one at a time to avoid crowding. Among those waiting was Lin Guoping, the same elderly man who had suffered a severe stroke, and the doctor decided to start with the grandfather. All the other patients agreed with the doctor's decision, as they understood that the elderly man needed help first and foremost. During the examination, the guy became convinced that the stroke had indeed not spared this man. The injuries were serious. Lin Hao asked the nurse to bring a set of acupuncture needles to perform a special procedure. Laura obediently brought a special package of instruments, understanding that she needed to use needles to activate the patient's brain activity. The experienced doctor began to carefully insert thin needles into various points, into the arm, into the chin area, all over the head, according to the ancient technique. The improvised doctor thought that it had been so long since he had used this complex acupuncture technique that he was even sweating from the tension and concentration. Amazingly, the elderly patient simply opened his eyes after a long period of unconsciousness. When a female relative who was present saw this miraculous awakening, she was in complete shock at what happened before her eyes, not believing that such a thing was even possible. All the relatives and the elderly woman exclaimed with delight that he could speak again, and the happy old man smiled in response to their joy. Lin Hao addressed the other waiting patients, announcing that it was now their turn for a medical examination. The impromptu doctor assured everyone present not to worry. He would be able to thoroughly examine every single patient without exception. Yansong turned to the nurse, reminding Laura that the doctor had scheduled a complex surgical operation for today. The nurse noticed that the former alcoholic had still not come. Perhaps he had started gambling again. The green-haired girl philosophically remarked that perhaps only the grave could correct some people from their vices. Lin Hao countered that he believed the artist was sincere in his desire to start a new sober life. But the doctor was really interested to know where this man disappeared to on such an important day. The doctor decided to go to Shiqian's home and asked the nurse to prepare the operating room for the upcoming procedure. Laura agreed to the plan, but asked not to disappear for too long and to return in time for the operation. A suspicious bandit approached the artist, offering to give him a painting in exchange for relief from his financial problems. Shiqian categorically replied, "How many more times do I have to repeat that the painting is not for sale? He has nothing left but his life." His faithful wife Su Qing turned to the extortionist, begging him to leave the family alone for the sake of their old friendship. They really had nothing else. The impudent Panda declared that although they say there is nothing, the artist still has a beautiful young wife. The scoundrel offered the woman to be his for the rest of her life, promising that then she would never have financial problems again. The indignant Shiqian began to shout at the scoundrel, demanding that he not even dare touch his beloved wife. But the impudent bandit mockingly remarked that without arms, It was time for the artist to get out of life as unnecessary. Panda declared that now the beautiful wife belonged entirely to him, and not to her crippled husband. So the leader turned to his armed subordinates, ordering the boys to seize the helpless artist. Lin Hao suddenly appeared on the doorstep of the house, asking where his patient had disappeared to. Surprised, Panda aggressively asked who this stranger was and why he was breaking into someone else's house. The improvised doctor quickly grasped the situation, declaring that the main villain here was precisely this impudent fellow. The young doctor easily dealt with the bandits, noticing that these people were complete crap. He didn't even fight at full strength. The enraged Panda threatened that he would now make the impudent doctor suffer for interfering in other people's affairs. But Lin Hao easily blocked the blow with his fist, noting that in his opinion, it was the extortionist who would suffer. The experienced fighter prepared to deliver a powerful counterattack to this impudent scoundrel for threatening his defenseless family. With his arm dislocated, the gang leader painfully inquired what the doctor had done to his limb. Lin Hao said contemptuously that no one cared about the Green Gang, even Xiaoshe wouldn't have the guts to treat him so disrespectfully. Therefore, the doctor advised to go to the hospital quickly, because if he couldn't set his arm, he could remain disabled forever. Panda turned to the young doctor with insane animosity, calling him a brat, but asking him to at least wait a little while for negotiations. Grateful Shidian exclaimed that he thanked the doctor very much. Who would have thought that the doctor was also such a good fighter in critical situations? The confident guy replied that it was nonsense, that soon this freak would come begging him to cure his injured hand. The worried wife asked if the doctor had arrived to pick up her husband for his scheduled surgery. Lin Hao realized that yes, he almost forgot the main thing. They urgently needed to rush to the clinic for the procedure. In the operating room, the doctor confirmed that the anesthesia had now fully taken effect, so they could finally begin the most complex operation on the hands. When the doctor started making jokes during preparation, the nurse started yelling at him, asking if he couldn't be more serious. Laura reminded the doctor that he must understand that this was a very serious and responsible medical matter. Lin Hao admitted that although the injury was quite serious, he knew that everything would be fine thanks to his skills. For the improvised doctor, the most important thing now was to carefully suture the damaged nerves and then restore the skin and muscle tissue. The young doctor skillfully worked with surgical instruments and a needle to help this unfortunate injured artist. A huge amount of sweat appeared on the surgeon's face. It was quite difficult for him to perform such delicate work. The doctor asked his assistant to wipe the sweat from his face because his hands were busy performing the operation. The makeshift doctor asked the patient how he was feeling. The injury to his right hand was not so critical. Unexpectedly, the man admitted that he had forgotten to mention an important detail. He is left-handed and paints with his left hand. The angry doctor asked if the patient was making fun of him and why he hadn't told him such important information right away. Lin Hao admitted his mistake in not checking all the details in advance before the surgery. The artist's left arm was much more seriously injured, so the doctor will need additional assistance from an experienced nurse. It was already dark outside, and the guy realized that he had one last step left to complete the complex operation. Suddenly, the nurse apologized that she urgently needed to go to the restroom for a few minutes. Lin Hao realized that the operation had already lasted 9 hours straight, so it was surprising that the nurse had endured for so long. The tired girl thought that the operation was so complicated that if it weren't for the doctor's support, she probably would have lost consciousness. Laura reflected on how the guy looked quite attractive and focused while he was performing the surgery. When the nurse realized what she was thinking, she decided that she needed to pull herself together and check if everything was okay. She was just about to leave the restroom when the doctor appeared right in front of the door at the right moment. The makeshift doctor reported that they had successfully completed the operation, and the nurse must be very tired after such a marathon. The grateful girl noticed that he was reading her thoughts about her condition and need for rest. The understanding guy suggested meeting later, when they both had rested from a busy day at work. Suging stood with the newborn baby, and the doctor asked if they had been worried all this time. A worried woman asked the doctor to tell her how the complex surgical operation on her husband's hands went. The guy replied that everything went well, but my husband would not be able to use his hands for several days to fully recover. The devoted woman assured that she would definitely help her husband in everything until his hands were completely healed. The doctor also emphasized that the patient needs to eat very well and nutritiously to ensure rapid tissue recovery. The impromptu doctor added that special rehabilitation exercises must be done daily and that alcohol must never be touched again. The repentant man admitted that it was entirely his fault. Due to his gambling addiction, he had borrowed 2 million, and since then they had been blackmailed. Intrigued, Lin Hao asked who this panda was and how the artist knew him. Shidian explained that it was a long, sad story. Panda was his former painting sales manager. The artist was only concerned with the money from sales, but even after that tragic accident, he only made the family's life worse. Lin Hao agreed that such a man would sell his soul for money, but promised to teach him a good lesson for his cruelty. The grateful man admitted that if the doctor had not been there, he was afraid to even imagine what could have happened. Shidian began to cry from shame, saying that it was all because he was so useless, and if it weren't for his addiction to games, nothing would have happened. The generous young man assured the artist that there was absolutely no need to pay anything for the operation and treatment. The doctor explained that he himself did not know why, perhaps because he and the patient were from the same ancient family. The makeshift doctor revealed that he had been kidnapped and sold as a child and had now returned to his home village to find his family. Understanding Shidian noted that here's the thing. The doctor is trying to find his blood relatives. The artist honestly said that he didn't remember a child going missing in the village, but he could find out from the old-timers. The man promised to ask the elderly people about their family history, so there was no need to worry about that. Shitian suggested going home, noting that the doctor must be very tired and needed to get some sleep. The impromptu doctor asked to contact him if any problems arose and wished the family a safe journey home. When the guy walked into the nurse's room, he was amazed at how beautiful she looked while sleeping. But then the doctor came to his senses and said that he needed to calm down and pull himself together at such a moment. Lin Hao thought that he couldn't think about such things while this angel was peacefully sleeping after a hard day. He carefully lay down on his half of the bed, thinking that he needed to control himself and think only about sleep. In the morning, frightened screams were heard that there was a maniac in the room, which woke up everyone in the clinic. The doctor quickly jumped out of bed, asking where the maniac was and asking to show him this villain. The frightened nurse explained in horror that it was he himself who had frightened her so much with his presence. The puzzled guy asked what had happened. He was just sleeping on his half of the bed, so why such a violent reaction to his ordinary neighbors? The embarrassed girl thought to herself, she doesn't even know whether she should be angry with him. He doesn't seem to be lying and behaves decently. Laura asked why they slept in the same bed in the first place, which could have caused misunderstandings. The doctor explained that she was sleeping so soundly, and he decided not to wake the tired nurse, as there was no other free bed in the clinic. Concerned, Laura was outraged at how he could do such a thing. What would they tell their father if he saw them together? The guy responded to this by saying that he thought her father would only be happy about such a development of relations between them. An irritated Laura demanded that there be enough of these unpleasant conversations about personal relationships. The nurse said that she was going to work, and the doctor should also approach his duties. Lin Hao was puzzled as to why the nurse suddenly became so serious and formal with him. Suddenly, a rough voice was heard, demanding that the doctor get his ass here immediately. The guy thought it was a familiar voice, went outside and saw who the impudent person was. It was Panda who came and demanded that his injured arm be treated immediately. The doctor agreed to treat him without any problems, but asked if the bandit could afford it financially. The scoundrel explained that he asked specialists at the hospital, and everyone said that he needed an expensive operation. The guy noticed that he was begging him for help, but his tone was still aggressive, saying that if he gave him 1,000,000 yuan, he would quickly cure him. The outraged man started shouting that 1,000,000 was too much money for a simple treatment. Panda recalled the doctor's words that even foreign specialists would not be able to help with such an injury. The gang leader agreed to 1,000,000 yuan, but only on the condition that the hand's functions were fully restored. Lin Hao wondered if the bandit was still going to haggle with him about the price of the treatment. The man nevertheless accepted the doctor's terms of the game, and the boy called a nurse to him as a witness. Laura, being prepared, asked what had happened and listened carefully to the explanation. The nurse immediately recognized the gang leader and was surprised what he was doing in their clinic. The guy explained that he was there because of a hand injury, so he needed to check his phone and transfer money. The doctor began to put pressure on the scoundrel, demanding that he transfer the promised amount quickly. He wouldn't wait long. Panda agreed to the terms and offered to begin treatment after the money was transferred. The makeshift doctor confirmed that he would now put the dislocated bone back into place. The guy took the bandit's hand and began to carefully twist it in the opposite direction to reset it. After successful reduction, the doctor announced that everything was ready and the patient could get out of there. Lin Hao ordered the scoundrel to get out of the clinic, warning that if he saw him again, a couple of zeros would be added to the price of treatment for his insolence. The evil villain got into his expensive car and threateningly declared that we'll wait and see. He'll definitely return to the impudent doctor for revenge. When Lin Hao was standing on the street outside the clinic, someone called his name for an important business conversation. It turned out to be the same police chief Shen, who announced that he had important news for the young doctor. Mr. Shen explained that the case was now completely closed by law enforcement agencies, but one official agreement still needed to be signed. The document concerned civil compensation for the inconvenience caused. The amount was not very large, only 10,000 yuan. The guy thought that only 10,000 was not enough. He was counting on at least 80 or 100,000 for all the trouble. But he signed the documents anyway, and the police chief solemnly announced that the doctor was now completely free of all charges. The improvised doctor was overjoyed at this news. Just at that moment, shouts were heard that dinner was ready to be served. Mr. Wu remarked to the boy that he was very picky about food. For a fair person, he should be grateful that he had anything to eat at all. Lin Hao explained that they needed to go outside the city to collect medicinal herbs since his artist brother needed traditional Chinese medicine. The surprised clinic owner noted that the doctor hadn't even taken money for the complex operation and was now planning to collect the herbs himself. But the daughter objected to her father that the artist's hands would finally be restored, which would be wonderful, especially if he painted a picture for them in gratitude. The clinic owner agreed that this was true, but first the patient's hands needed to fully recover from the surgery. Lin Hao asked if the man didn't trust his medical skills. In any case, participating in the expedition was not necessary. Mr. Wu replied that the doctor could do whatever he wanted and go for herbs, but he himself would definitely not go to the mountains. Nurse Laura apologized that she could not go on the hike either, as she had some delicate women's issues. The girl sheepishly hinted that the doctor himself should understand what she was talking about, without forcing her to explain the details. But the young doctor did not understand the hints at all and asked directly what exactly she was talking about. Yan Song sarcastically asked if he was stupid or just pretending that he thought a woman could have a baby every month. Embarrassed, Laura indignantly declared that fine. Then she would just go home and take a break from work. The understanding doctor advised the nurse to get a good rest and recuperate in any case. Lin Hao approached his former patient with an offer to go to the mountains with him. If she couldn't, he would have to go alone. Yan Song replied that she was free and would go with the doctor, as she did not want to see the sad expression on his face from loneliness. They set off for the mountains under a scorching sun that blinded their eyes, and the boy was already finding it difficult to climb the steep slope. The irritated doctor asked the girl to stop whistling constantly, otherwise she would not have money for expenses. Yan Song replied carelessly that if it doesn't happen, then it won't happen. What's so terrible about not having money? To further irritate her companion, the stubborn girl continued to loudly whistle melodies during the ascent. Driven to his limit, the guy declared that enough was enough. He could no longer tolerate this behavior. The doctor was indignant that as soon as he stopped being strict, she immediately began to become impudent and test his patience. Yan Song suddenly opened her eyes wide in delight and exclaimed joyfully, pointing down to where a beautiful mountain stream flowed. The guy reassured his companion that there was no need to worry. They could easily cross the mountain stream and continue on their way to get herbs. Since the stream turned out to be quite deep, the doctor suggested taking off our shoes and carefully walking barefoot over the slippery stones. But Yan Song at that moment simply froze in place, mesmerized by the crystal-clear mountain water. The surprised doctor asked the girl what had happened and why she had suddenly gone silent in the middle of the conversation. Yan Song suggested that if he was in no hurry to cross, then she would go across the stream first. Lin Hao joked that she shouldn't say that she doesn't take off her shoes because the fish will die from the smell of her feet. The embarrassed girl explained that it was simply a very beautiful view of nature, so she stopped for a moment to admire the scenery. The caring doctor offered to support her as she crossed, as the wet stones were very slippery and she could fall. The self-confident girl refused help, saying that she would simply follow him and handle it herself. The guy praised her decision, noting that it was a truly wise approach to overcoming obstacles. Yan Song thought to herself that of course she was not only rich, but also knew a lot about life and could do a lot of things. Just at that moment, the girl suddenly slipped with one foot under the water and was confused about what was happening to her balance. She started to fall backwards, and the guy immediately noticed a dangerous situation that required immediate intervention. The doctor shouted without panic and rushed to help, managing to catch the falling girl with his hands at the last moment. Lin Hao fell to the ground to save his companion from injury, and she found herself right in his arms. The doctor noted that he had warned her about the possibility of supporting her, but she did not want to listen to reasonable advice. But the ungrateful girl slapped him, calling him a pervert and demanding that he take his hands off her immediately. The indignant guy reminded her that he had actually saved her from falling, but she had gone and hit him. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. But Yan Song accused him of why there was a need to grope her if he was such an extraordinary pervert by nature. The makeshift doctor countered that it was a rescue accident and she couldn't blame him for having bad intentions. The girl said that she understood that he did it only because he was in love with her and wanted intimacy. Yan Song added that now everything is clear. Because she is rich, he is trying to get closer to her for the sake of money. The offended guy asked if he really looked like someone who sells his body for money from wealthy people. The girl mercilessly replied that if you look at him objectively, he really does look like such a person. The disappointed doctor waved his hand, noting that she would never understand his high moral aspirations and principles. Suddenly, the girl began to scream with delight that she had to see a real golden turtle swimming here. The frightened turtle tried to swim in terror as far as possible from the noisy people who disturbed its peace. The reptile dived deep underwater so that no one could reach it and catch it for sale. The guy quickly undressed and decisively declared that the turtle was not even trying to escape from him. He would definitely catch it. Lin Hao boasted that he would now demonstrate how easily he could catch this valuable reptile for breeding. The doctor resolutely dove into the deep water after the turtle. But his worried companion warned him in horror that the mountain pond was very deep and dangerous for inexperienced swimmers. A worried Yan Song begged the doctor to stop trying to catch the turtle if he couldn't get it out of deep water. The frightened girl warned him that in such a deep mountain pond, he could simply drown, and no one would be able to save him. 10 whole agonizing minutes had already passed, but the guy still hadn't appeared on the surface of the water, which was causing increasing anxiety. Yan Song, in desperation, began screaming into the water that she knew he would just swim out, and then she would do absolutely anything he wanted. The girl, with tears in her voice, promised that she would fulfill any of his wishes. If only he would be alive and well. The green-haired beauty just stood there with tears in her eyes, desperately hoping that the doctor would be okay. Lin Hao suddenly emerged from the water with a satisfied smile, reminding her that she herself had said that she was ready to fulfill all his wishes. The playful guy literally pinned the frightened girl to the soft grass on the shore, taking advantage of the moment for a joke. The doctor slyly asked if now was not the time to keep her solemn promise to him. Yan Song only thought of one thing. Thank God that the guy was actually completely fine. The relieved girl sincerely told the doctor that she could do absolutely whatever she wanted. She really agreed. Lin Hao, hearing these words, was embarrassed and realized that his companion was truly very afraid for his life. So the kind guy decided to just take and gently hug the frightened girl to calm her down. The doctor apologized for making her worry so much, explaining that he was actually a very good swimmer. The improvised doctor said that he would simply get dressed and that she should wait for him on the shore for a bit. The guy asked her with a grin why she was so shy since she had seen everything a long time ago during treatment. Lin Hao happily reported that he had found several golden turtles in a deep pond. What a lucky day it was today. The generous doctor offered to give the girl half of the caught turtles, since she was the first to notice them in the water. Yan Song, hearing such a proposal, asked in surprise, was he really going to give it to her, since they were incredibly expensive? Lin Hao replied with a kind smile that everyone had their share of luck, so he should accept it as an apology. The touched green-haired girl couldn't resist and gratefully kissed the guy on the cheek for his generosity. Yan Song admitted that this was the first time she had seen a doctor be such a generous person, so she sincerely thanked him. But the guy joked that he knew he didn't like her as a woman. He only loved golden turtles. The companions remembered that they hadn't yet found the main reason why they had come to these mountains for medicine. The doctor realized that he had completely forgotten the main purpose of the trip: to find the necessary medicinal herbs for the patient. At the clinic, Nurse Laura was overjoyed to see that the doctor had finally returned and asked if they had found the necessary plants. The travelers reported that everything went well, and they also caught several valuable golden turtles for breeding. Yan Song offered to take care of the captured turtles, assuming that the doctor must have other urgent matters at the clinic that required his professional attention and medical skills. Laura approached the doctor with a question she had long wanted to ask. She was interested in his relationships with his patients. The nurse asked directly if something romantic had happened between him and Yan Song in the mountains during the hike. The surprised guy asked what could have happened, not understanding what the nurse was hinting at. The doctor suddenly considered the possibility that the nurse was jealous of his former patient. Laura also said that a policewoman came to him today when he was not there, but left without waiting. The guy was surprised that Sophia came to his clinic. He wondered what she suddenly needed. The nurse explained that the police officer had come for a checkup, but who would have thought that such a beautiful girl had health problems? Suddenly, Laura felt ill. A sharp pain hit her lower abdomen, forcing her to bend over. The girl explained to the doctor that such severe pain occurs every time her period begins. The worried boy asked why the nurse always endured such excruciating pain in silence. The doctor offered to help, stating that he had one effective way to significantly relieve the pain. Laura sheepishly declined help, saying she would simply take her painkillers as usual. The guy objected that the medications have side effects, and it would be better to undress for a therapeutic massage. The nurse asked sheepishly why take off her clothes. Perhaps she could do without the massage altogether. The doctor insisted that he was doing everything for her good, and that she couldn't just continue to suffer in pain. Laura agreed to the massage, but asked to do it with her clothes on, not wanting to undress. The doctor explained that the procedure should be treated as a medical one. It is very difficult to perform a massage through clothing. The girl finally gave in to her principles, and the guy carefully began to remove her clothes for the procedure. When the doctor stopped at a certain point, the nurse asked me to please not take any more pictures. Lin Hao began the therapeutic massage, warning that it might be a little uncomfortable. But you need to be patient. After the procedure, the doctor suggested repeating the massage when the next period begins as a preventative measure. The nurse refused regular procedures, saying that she was too uncomfortable with everything that was happening. Laura admitted that although the method really helped, her stomach no longer bothers her with painful sensations. The girl explained that she accidentally stayed at his house last time, so today she would leave early. Lin Hao said goodbye to the nurse, wishing her a good evening and a good rest at home. The doctor thought that he should also get some sleep, since he was very exhausted from gathering medicinal herbs in the mountains. Before going to bed, he thought about the patient and how she kissed him in the mountains in gratitude. But then fatigue took over, and the guy literally fell fast asleep within a second of his thoughts. A sudden bright lightning bolt outside the window woke the sleeping doctor in the middle of the night from loud thunder. Lin Hao decided to check on his friend Yan Song and find out how she was doing after the loud thunderstorm. The frightened girl admitted that the thunder was so strong and unexpected that she was very scared of the night noise. The worried doctor said that he had already thought that some scoundrels or robbers had appeared in such bad weather. The guy suggested going to bed, but the worried girl asked him not to leave the room. The improvised doctor thought it was strange to be afraid of thunder at such an adult age. These were childish fears. Yan Song honestly admitted that she was indeed very afraid of thunder. It was her childhood phobia from an early age. The guy remembered that the last time she slept during a thunderstorm with her sister for support, so the understanding doctor assured her that okay, there was no need to be afraid. He would be by her side all night. The grateful girl approached the guy from behind and hugged him tightly by the shoulders for moral support. The doctor felt uncomfortable when he realized that she was not wearing pajamas, which created an awkward situation between them. So the embarrassed guy started asking her to let him go, noticing that she was not in the right state for hugging right now. But the frightened girl begged him not to leave, let him do whatever he wanted, just don't leave her alone. Lin Hao wondered if he could really do whatever he wanted as she had allowed. In a panic, the doctor was wondering what he should do and how to act in this delicate situation with the patient. The guy thought that if he hesitated now, he might not have a second chance like this. At this critical moment, a bright flash of lightning struck again, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder. The doctor heard someone persistently knocking on the door of the clinic and wondered if someone had cursed him. The makeshift doctor was puzzled as to why people in this village liked to go to the doctor in the middle of the night in bad weather. The guy opened the door and irritably asked who it was. Couldn't they have waited until tomorrow to deal with the problems? But in front of him he saw the barrel of a gun, and the stranger aggressively asked if he wanted to die right now. The armed man demanded that a doctor be brought here immediately, threatening to kill everyone if there was resistance. Lin Hao declared that he hated having a gun pointed at him and instantly knocked the gun out of the attacker's hands. Some bandit threatened to kill a cheeky doctor, but he was told to shut up. This is the doctor they needed. The makeshift doctor started laughing when he asked Xiaoshi if he really brought a guy with bloating to buy digestive pills. Embarrassed, Xiaoshi asked them to forget about past problems and not remember the awkward moments of their acquaintance. The bandit demanded that he be brought here as quickly as possible. The girl had a severe gunshot wound in the abdomen. When the doctor saw this girl in a pink dress, he realized that she was literally an angel, but was in critical condition. Lin Hao immediately determined that it was definitely a bullet wound. The victim's face was so pale from blood loss, the girl's breathing was barely noticeable, and it was obvious that she had lost a huge amount of blood, being on the verge of death from severe injuries. A skeptical Du doubted the young doctor's abilities, saying that he knew how this boy could even save a girl in such a critical condition. Shasai explained to his comrade that it was a bullet wound, and if they took the victim to the hospital, they would definitely report it to the police for investigation. So the desperate bandit, with tears in his eyes, asked the guy to help. Since this girl was very important for their work and the survival of the gang, Lin Hao diagnosed that the patient had lost too much blood, so a transfusion was urgently needed to save her life. Shashi reported that the victim had blood type A because he had once accompanied her to the hospital and remembered this information. The impromptu doctor addressed the entire assembled crowd and asked who here had blood type 4 and was eligible to donate. All the bandits started talking among themselves, asking each other if they had blood type 4 by any chance. There was a huge noise and commotion. Was it really true that no one present had a person with such a rare blood type? Lin Hao wondered what to do in such a critical situation if there was no one suitable among these people. Yan Song volunteered to help, saying that she had blood type A, so she asked to be allowed to save the victim. The guy noted that since she was already up and ready to help, he should call a nurse to assist with the operation. The green-haired girl asked in confusion why a nurse was needed, but agreed to call Laura for help. An irritated Du was indignant that she was completely abnormal. The victim needed a fourth group. Why didn't the doctor take her? The impromptu doctor replied that he also had blood type 4, so his donor blood could be taken for a transfusion. The doctor warned the bandit that if he continued to get on his nerves, he would indeed ensure a meeting with his creator. Finally, the awakened nurse Laura came running, worriedly asking what had happened here in the middle of the night. The guy, with a serious look, ordered them to prepare for an emergency surgical operation to remove the bullet from the victim's body. Lin Hao asked the nurse to hand him a scalpel and tweezers to begin the complex operation. The doctor had already administered local anesthesia to the injured girl using acupuncture needles, a very effective traditional method of pain relief. During the operation, the doctor realized that the bullet had passed too close to the heart, which was indeed a very dangerous injury. The improvised surgeon realized that he could not cut any further with the scalpel, otherwise he could damage other vital organs. Since the necessary specialized instruments are not available, the doctor will have to remove the bullet with his own finger through the wound. Lin Hao estimated that the wound was only 2 centimeters deep, and it was lucky that the heart remained intact. With his finger, the experienced doctor carefully felt the metal bullet stuck in the tissue in the wound. The doctor asked the nurse to provide a surgical clamp and suture material to complete the operation. The improvised surgeon thought that everything had gone perfectly smoothly, so he needed to check the results of his work one last time. The concerned nurse asked what exactly the doctor was going to check and what additional procedures he planned to perform on the operated patient to monitor her condition. Lin Hao explained that he checked the lungs for damage and fluid, but since they don't have a respirator, they have to use traditional methods. The nurse noted that it was clear to her that such checks could only be carried out by a doctor with the appropriate skills. But the guy responded by asking if she was jealous or if she wanted him to perform CPR on her for practice. The irritated nurse replied that enough was enough. She didn't intend to listen to this any further, so it would be better to let him tell how serious the patient's condition was. The makeshift doctor assured her that the operation had been successful and that if the girl could survive this critical night, everything would be fine. The doctor added that the internal organs were not damaged by the bullet wound, so the operation was not actually that complicated. Lin Hao walked out to the waiting bandits and reported that their miss was completely safe after a successful operation. Xia Shi, hearing the good news, happily asked if it was true and sincerely thanked the doctor for saving him. The doctor showed the extracted bullet as proof of a successful life-saving operation. The doctor noted that it was lucky that they delivered the victim in time, otherwise the girl would have died from critical blood loss. But then the guy asked how the bandits would now pay him for saving their comrade's life. Xie jokingly asked if the doctor wanted to use his body as payment for his services. Another bandit went to a doctor named Lin, asking to have his injured arm fixed. The impudent Du said that the doctor should take the crown off his head. So what if he saved the miss? There's nothing special about it. When the makeshift doctor heard such disrespect, his expression changed and he demanded an immediate apology. The impudent guy started shouting that the doctor really thought he would apologize to him and send the doctor away. Lin Hao coldly replied that it looked like he would have to teach the impudent fellow a good lesson. The doctor grabbed the scoundrel by the hand, promising that now he would understand everything about the consequences of disrespect. The doctor began to twist the bandit's arm in the completely opposite direction, demonstrating his strength. This guy started screaming in pain, asking if the doctor was really tired of living because of such insolence. The makeshift doctor warned him that if he apologized now, he would fix his hand. Otherwise, he would become disabled. The stubborn bandit threatened to give the doctor a painful death today for the pain he caused. Lin Hao turned to Xia Shi, noting that there was no need to stop the conflict. This child would not learn anything until he experienced real pain. Fool Du turned to his comrades, calling on them to seize the impudent doctor and teach him a lesson. But then the distinct clatter of heels was heard, and a female voice ordered everyone to stop immediately. A girl named Xiao Yunair appeared and was indignant that problems were created every time. Lin saved her. And now, miss, why such behavior? Xia asked the doctor how their miss he was doing after the complicated operation. The impromptu doctor assured that the patient was completely fine and was now resting peacefully after a successful surgical procedure, regaining her strength for a full recovery. The worried girl asked to be taken to the injured woman, as she wanted to personally see the condition of her wounded comrade after the operation. The impudent Du intervened in the conversation again, demanding that the doctor quickly take them to the patient to check the results of the treatment. An irritated Xia Yuner sharply rebuked her subordinate, telling him to shut up. It was not his business to interfere in the conversations of his elders. The girl explained to the doctor that this idiot was the young master of their group, so there was no need to stoop to his rude level of communication. Xia Yuner emphasized that Miss He was very important to their organization, so she asked the doctor to take her to the injured woman. The improvised doctor escorted the girl to the ward, noting that this was a wonderful job and that he needed to work somewhere where he would be appreciated. The guy understood what the hints were leading to and asked directly if she really wanted him to become part of their gang. The influential woman explained that although they are called bandits, in fact, their company operates legally all over the world. Xia Yunair emphasized that they had many employees and promised the doctor an annual salary of $500,000 for his work. But the guy was clearly not interested in this offer, so the bandit asked in surprise if such a large amount of money per year wouldn't be enough for him. The improvised doctor replied that he would believe it. Money was not the most important thing in his life and career. Intrigued, Xia Yunair asked what he was interested in, if not material well-being. The girl herself thought about this question. What could be more important than money for a modern person? Xia Yunair thought that maybe there was a specific person in the guy's life that was more important to him. She assumed that the doctor had fallen in love with her and wanted her to become his wife instead of working in the gang. The girl thought that yes, he has a difficult character and he always quarrels with everyone, but if you look closely, he is very good. Suddenly, the guy asked why she had suddenly stared at him so intently for a long time. The embarrassed bandit replied that the charm wore off in literally 3 seconds after careful examination. The makeshift doctor said he would notify them when their injured girlfriend had fully recovered from the operation. The suffering dude demanded that the doctor immediately reset his injured arms back to their normal position. The bandit pleaded that he could no longer bear this excruciating pain and knew that the doctor could fix everything. But the stubborn doctor replied that until he apologized for his disrespect, he was not going to do anything. Proud Du said that he doesn't understand what he should apologize for. Doesn't want to help? Then there's no need. The impromptu doctor emphasized that he was the only one in the world who could help with such an injury. The self-confident boy declared that he didn't believe in this nonsense and would find someone right now who could heal his hands. Lin Hao proposed a bet to test the insolent man's confidence in his words. The doctor set a condition. If Du found someone other than him who could heal his hands, the BMW would be his. The bandit admitted that he didn't know it was the doctor's car, but he happily agreed to the terms of the bet. Du also suggested that if he couldn't find anyone to treat him, he would give the doctor his expensive Audi A8. Lin Hao thought it was wonderful, if only all patients were so generous with gifts for treatment. The self-confident gentleman turned to his subordinates with the order to search for another doctor throughout the city. Du turned to the young doctor, saying that he had gone to look for a specialist, and that the doctor should wait for him here to sum up the results of the bet. Lin Hao smugly replied that fine. He would wait for Du here with his future brand new Audi car as his winnings. When this ill-mannered bandit came to the hospital, the doctor advised the gentleman to first calm down and not get nervous. The doctor explained that they had already seen people with very similar hand injuries to this patient. The doctor explained that the best specialists from across the country gathered and concluded that this could only be cured by chance, with a minimal chance of success. Intrigued, Du asked for information about the person who had a similar problem with his hands. The doctor categorically stated that they could not disclose confidential medical information about their patients. The enraged scoundrel loudly demanded that the information be repeated, and armed bodyguards immediately appeared behind him to put pressure. It is clear that under such serious pressure and threats, the doctor had no choice but to provide the necessary information about the patient. Du ordered his subordinates to quickly go to the man to get details about the treatment. At the same time, the impudent blonde panda came to his beloved's home and asked if she missed him. The girl reproachfully noted that it was already late. He had finally deigned to come home to her. Panda reassured his beloved, promising that he would definitely please her now and compensate for her absence. The blonde simply jumped into bed with the girl, and a passionate intimacy and true love began between them. But suddenly there was a loud slam at the front door, and the man immediately became very frightened by the unexpected intrusion. Caught in an intimate moment with the girl, Panda anxiously asked who was breaking into the house. Du apologized for disturbing them, noting that they were busy with personal matters at an inopportune time. A large number of armed bodyguards entered the bedroom and formed a tight ring around the bed. The frightened blonde man introduced himself as the cousin of the head of an influential Green Gang in the region. Du replied contemptuously that no one cared about the Green Gang. He was the young master of the more powerful Juhe Gang. When the blonde heard the name of this organization, he was very scared. But the master guy assured him that he was not panicking. He just wanted to know something. Du showed his twisted arms and asked if Panda had had a similar injury to his limbs. The blonde immediately realized who did it. That same impudent doctor from the village clinic. Du tensely asked not to say that the blonde's arms had also been dislocated by this impudent doctor. Panda confirmed that this was indeed the case. Every time he recalled it, he could not help but feel strong irritation and anger. The interested guy asked where the blonde got his injury treated. Even though it cost $1 million, he still wants to get that BMW. Panda replied that he had contacted many hospitals, but they all said that a complex operation was necessary, so he had to go back to that guy. When the young master heard this, he asked again in surprise, did he mean that it was that doctor who set the hands? The blonde confirmed that the doctor quickly and professionally corrected everything, but the procedure cost a whole $1 million. Du finally realized that this was truly the doctor's real wealth and serious influence. Panda escorted the unexpected guest to the exit with the utmost politeness, apologizing for his modest hospitality and cordially inviting them to visit whenever they found free time for visits. The surprised young master from the influential group honestly admitted that he had no idea that this blonde man was such an incredibly warm and hospitable host. Flattered, Panda modestly asked with curiosity whether he was really among all the criminal circles of the region. When an influential master from a rival group was about to finally leave home, Du turned sharply to the owner and quite brazenly suggested that he then generously let him sleep with his own beautiful wife. Deeply shocked and outraged, the blonde man was categorically indignant at how he could possibly agree to such an indecent and offensive proposal, considering she was his legal wife. The impudent and brazen master scornfully remarked that it would be much more interesting and exciting. Desperate and helpless, Panda humbly begged to be merciful to the family. Instead, he would gladly take them to an expensive nightclub. Clearly disappointed by the refusal, Du indifferently agreed to the alternative, dismissively remarking that it was truly boring and completely uninteresting for the quality entertainment of an influential person. He happened to glance through the large window and noticed an expensive Mercedes parked there. The intimidated blonde agreed to the request without the slightest problem or objection, cordially offering to ride as much as his heart desired, and immediately handed over the keys to an expensive car. Du, with a clearly satisfied and self-satisfied smile on his face, sincerely thanked the frightened owner for such unexpected generosity and complete understanding of the current situation. The influential master loudly called out to all of his armed subordinates, energetically suggesting that the loyal boys immediately get into the captured car and continue on with their urgent business. The completely confused and depressed blonde man could not understand what kind of incomprehensible hell was happening lately. Morally broken, Panda slowly walked towards his frightened wife and began to cry bitterly and inconsolably into her shoulder from complete helplessness and cruel humiliation. The very next day, after his unsuccessful search, Du and his retinue returned to the village clinic. The wise Xiaoyuner strongly advised the hot-blooded young master to apologize to the experienced doctor. The impromptu Dr. Lin Hao calmly appeared at the door and philosophically remarked that he was not a reckless person. The understanding doctor tactfully approached the patiently waiting girl, kindly offering to go visit the injured patient. The diplomatic Xiaoyuner gently asked the smart doctor to be generous in forgiving human weaknesses. A humble Du finally admitted his full responsibility for the conflict and humbly asked for his painful wrist to be professionally reset back into a completely normal working position. Satisfied with the apology, Lin Hao approvingly noted the young man's correct and wise decision. The master, defeated in the dispute, immediately turned to his loyal subordinates. After fulfilling his financial obligations, Du asked with impatience and hope whether the doctor would really immediately set his injured hands or would drag out precious time and make him suffer. The professional improvised doctor generously agreed to help the victim and politely asked him to carefully extend his arms. An experienced doctor honestly warned the potential patient that the procedure would be quite painful. Du was amazed by the result, looking closely at his completely healed wrists. Satisfied with the work, Lin Hao stated in a businesslike manner that now everything is in perfect order with his hands. An indignant Du boldly asked who this doctor was that he dared to speak to him so disrespectfully. Considering his high status in the criminal hierarchy, the angry doctor coldly replied that he hadn't heard what the insolent man had said, but that he didn't mind if he wanted to give him another car, threateningly grabbing his wrists. The young master, frightened by the pain, immediately declared that he had said nothing bad and humbly asked for forgiveness for his insolent behavior. Satisfied with the apology, Lin Hao approvingly remarked that it was good when a person admits his mistakes and advised him not to repeat them in the future. The defeated master bandit consoled himself mentally that a wise man knows when to retreat, but he vowed that one day he would take cruel revenge on the doctor. A worried Xia Yuner went into the room where the injured Miss He was and asked her sympathetically how she was feeling after the operation. Lin Hao also approached the patient and explained that she had lost a lot of blood, so now she needed to rest a lot and recuperate. Curious Xia asked the doctor if he had managed to resolve all the conflict issues with the aggressive young master from the group. After this, Xia introduced the wounded patient to the doctor, explaining that this was the very person who heroically saved her life at a critical moment. The modest Lin Hao objected to the victim that she was exaggerating his merits. He was only fulfilling his sacred medical duty, a grateful miss. He tearfully declared that she still had to thank her savior, since without his intervention she would not be alive. The tactful Lin Hao gently retorted that the patient was exaggerating the danger and advised her to focus on recovery rather than overexert herself. Miss He, with a charming smile on her pale face, agreed with the doctor's wise advice and promised to do so for her recovery. The playful guy turned to Xia Yuner and remarked that it was worth looking at what a cute girl was lying in the ward, in contrast to her, a monster. After the barb, the doctor opened the door to the ward and asked the visitor when he planned to transfer the wounded woman to a real hospital. The concerned girl replied that the killer had not yet been found, so how could they safely transport the victim to another facility? The doctor agreed that it would be better for the patient to stay there, but expressed concern that other patients would appear where he would operate. The enterprising Xia assured him not to worry about problems, because if he agreed to the proposal, she would present him with a luxurious gift. The intrigued guy asked her what this mysterious gift was, and whether she would really agree to become his official girlfriend and life partner. But the pragmatic girl laughed that he was dreaming too much. They were proposing to turn the clinic into a specialized medical center. Lin Hao, upon hearing the proposal, ironically asked if this was a luxurious gift, but agreed on the condition that a legal contract be signed. The surprised bandit noted that she didn't think this was necessary and asked if the influential doctor really didn't trust her that much. The frank doctor advised her to take a look at herself and honestly answered that, of course, he didn't trust her, given her criminal past. A puzzled Xia admitted that their lawyer had resigned several months ago, so it was unclear where to find a good lawyer. The confident doctor assured that finding qualified lawyers is easy as pie, as he personally knows one reliable attorney. The impulsive Lin Hao grabbed the girl's hand and energetically suggested that she go right away, promising to show her this specialist. Thus, the persistent doctor decisively led the intrigued bandit girl to the exit of the clinic to get acquainted. Observant Du watched the proceedings closely and, with jealous displeasure, inquired why the two were staying so close, advising them to observe propriety. The irritated guy categorically answered the intrusive master that he was taking the girl on important business, and it was absolutely none of his personal business. As it unexpectedly turned out, this impudent guy is the girl's official fiancé, which greatly surprised the doctor. She had never mentioned this. It turned out that the girl's influential father had arbitrarily arranged an engagement with this guy without her personal permission or consent. Xia firmly told the annoying master that she was listening carefully. Firstly, she had never had any romantic feelings for him. Secondly, she will date absolutely those people whom she wants, regardless of the family agreements of her elders. And thirdly, if he continues to claim that she is his fiancée, his health will be seriously harmed. Therefore, the determined girl turned to the doctor with a proposal to simply leave and forget about the annoying fiancé forever. They got into a beautiful red car, and during the ride they discussed how this young master was afraid of the influential doctor. The girl explained that he was just a typical punk from his youth. She bullied him as a child, and her father always scolded her for it. She admitted that she would gladly kill him, because every day she sees this man, she is very disgusted by him. The guy, hearing these cruel words about his rival, just laughed cheerfully. He was pleased to hear this from the girl. They continued to drive in this comfortable car, immersed in thoughtful silence about the conflict that had occurred. The remaining Du thought with hatred that the doctor had not only taken his expensive car, but also stolen his fiancée. The enraged master dialed the number and demanded that the ghost come to their village as soon as possible to solve the problems. He clutched the phone in his hand with rage and swore that the doctor would pay for everything. He would make him suffer cruelly for the humiliation. Juhei is a huge and influential criminal organization that has existed since the powerful Qin dynasty in ancient times. At first, there were only representatives of the Zhongyi clan, but gradually the union grew and strengthened, capturing new territories. Xi regretfully admitted that, unfortunately, their Zhongyi Tang group is now losing its traditional leadership positions. Lin, hearing this confession, smiled knowingly and said that he understood everything perfectly. In order to strengthen the situation, her father decided to maintain a warm relationship with Juhei Tang, and so it was he who sent his daughter to them to establish closer ties between the organizations. When the girl heard this interpretation, she indignantly noted that he was speaking as if she were a sheep that could easily be sent anywhere. Lin apologized, asking her not to be angry. He didn't mean anything bad. He just realized that she was from a rich, influential family. Sia confirmed the guess, saying that she is the granddaughter of the richest and most influential man in Macau in the region. When the doctor heard this important clarification, he thought for a moment, and then replied that he now understood everything perfectly. Juhei Tang sent her to negotiate a lucrative business deal for long-term cooperation between the groups. Because he thinks correctly, the girl confirmed that this was indeed the case. The billionaire's granddaughter had come to discuss a major deal involving an $8 billion investment. Lin noticed that her father was an intelligent man, had not yet married off his daughter, but was already receiving financial dividends and benefits from it. When the girl heard such a cynical assessment of family policy, she irritably asked him not to even think about saying such things. The astute doctor added that it seemed to him that the deal was also kept strictly confidential. He noted that no one wanted to go to a large hospital, because if the information leaks to the press, their secret collaboration will be at great risk of being exposed. Lin smiled smugly and boasted about how cleverly he had figured all this out thanks to his logical thinking. The impressed girl admitted that it seemed that he was not only a reasonable person, but also knew how to skillfully avoid unnecessary troubles. The guy modestly replied that he doesn't like to create unnecessary problems for himself, but sometimes he can help other people out in difficult situations. Lin proudly declared that you could call him a real detective, since he had well-developed deduction and observation skills. The girl asked him to stop showing off and asked where he was taking her at such a late hour. The guy reminded her that she had spoken about the need to find an advisor and a lawyer who would draw up the necessary business documents. She asked in surprise what this even meant, and what kind of specialist he had in mind for their project. The doctor, with a mysterious smile, replied that he knew a wonderful person who would definitely help them solve the problem. They got out of the car near a familiar house, and the guy solemnly announced that they had finally arrived at their destination. He explained that the artist Lin Shitian lived there and asked if the girl even knew this master. The girl happily replied that of course she knew this talented artist, and that she adored his beautiful paintings and work. She asked what they were doing here, and it turned out that the lawyer they were looking for lived in this very house. The guy confirmed that she was thinking correctly. This artist's wife is also a good, qualified lawyer. Sujing opened the door and warmly greeted the doctor, politely inviting the guests into the house. The doctor immediately began to explain to the hostess from the doorway that, in fact, he had an important business proposal for her. The female lawyer responded immediately without any problems. She would draw up the necessary contract, since for her it was as easy as pie. Sujing asked in a businesslike manner whether the clients wanted a handwritten version of the contract or preferred the modern electronic one. The practical bandit suggested taking and using her personal laptop with the necessary programs for work. The owner agreed and assured that the work would be done very quickly, asking to wait just a few minutes. The experienced female lawyer sat comfortably at her desk and began to concentrate on typing the text of the agreement. Lin quietly informed his guest that he had already performed a complex operation on the artist, and perhaps he would one day paint again. The bandit admitted that she didn't expect the doctor to be able to help the victim, but she thinks she was right in choosing to work with him. The lawyer, having completed her work, announced that she had completed drafting a professional contract and asked whether the clients would like to review the text. She picked up the laptop and, after carefully studying the document, realized that everything was indeed written competently and professionally. The girl realized that their influential gang definitely needed such qualified people, so this was just a great find. But suddenly she noticed that she needed to wait. Some things in the text of the contract still needed to be corrected and finalized. The doctor added matter-of-factly that the minimum annual budget for medical expenses was $2 million, and he reserved the right not to return the remainder. The girl agreed, noting that who would have thought that he would be interested in such large sums of money for work. After this, the enterprising bandit approached the lawyer and asked if she would like to join their organization as a full-time attorney. The woman replied that she had just recently given birth to a child and had a lot of urgent family matters to deal with. But the persistent bandit assured her that it didn't matter. First, she needed to sort out all her family issues and could start work a little later. Sia generously offered to pay for 6 months of work in advance and asked that this generous check be accepted as an advance. The guy contacted a lawyer, advising him to agree to the offer and, if he needed help, to simply come to his clinic. The touched woman expressed her gratitude, noting that such kind people really help her change her whole life for the better. Lin returned to the hospital to see his patient, reminding her that she had just recently undergone surgery and needed time to recover. An embarrassed Miss He confessed to the doctor that she had one delicate matter to discuss with him. The patient asked to call the nurse because she needed to ask her something important about women's issues. The guy became embarrassed and wondered what this intimate conversation between women could possibly be about. The doctor decided that it would be better to listen to the girl and bring a nurse here to resolve the delicate issue. The impromptu doctor began calling loudly for his assistant, shouting for Laura to come here immediately to the patient. Yan Song was also not there, and the doctor was perplexed as to where everyone had suddenly disappeared from the clinic. But then he heard the impatient patient asking again what was going on with the nurse call. Lin realized that things were bad because he didn't even know what to say to the woman in such a delicate situation. The doctor apologized to the patient, explaining that he was truly sorry, but for some reason the nurse was not at her workstation. Therefore, now they are left alone in the clinic without any outside help to solve the problem. Miss He, at a loss, admitted to the doctor that she didn't even know what to do in such an awkward situation. With tears in her eyes, the girl told the doctor that she could no longer bear it and needed urgent help. The understanding guy asked her to wait a second and offered to give her a basin to take care of her natural needs. He gave the container to the patient, noting that it was harmful to keep it in for too long, and promised not to turn around. The girl realized with horror how humiliating it was to relieve herself in the presence of a strange man. The tactful doctor reassured her that there was no need to think about it. After all, he was her attending physician. The guy heard a familiar voice and realized that it was the annoying Du who had arrived again. What did he dare to do here again? The worried patient asked the doctor what had happened. Something serious had happened between them. The doctor assured her that there was nothing special. That person just liked to irritate everyone, and she needed a good rest. The guy thought that it seemed that one Audi car was not enough for this impudent guy. Then he would make him pay so much that he would remember it for the rest of his life. Lin went outside and sarcastically asked Du where he got the courage to come here again. It seemed the previous lesson wasn't enough. Du confidently declared that he would admit defeat in the last round. But now everything had changed dramatically in his favor. The young master boasted that he had brought Ghost, one of the 10 strongest martial artists in their influential gang, here. Lin thought to himself that he was wondering where the impudent fellow had the courage to show up here again after the humiliation. Du was indignant that the doctor was too arrogant, because Ghost was a real master of their powerful group with a reputation. This professional fighter challenged the guy to show everyone present what he was capable of in a fair fight. The doctor calmly replied that he was not going to do anything just because some stranger ordered him to do so. Enraged, Du called the doctor a freak and ordered Ghost to immediately beat him half to death for his insolence. Xia Yunair suddenly appeared at the scene of the conflict and resolutely demanded that this fight be stopped immediately. The girl approached her forced fiancé with a question as to why he continued to constantly bother the peaceful doctor. Du declared that he had had enough of the doctor's arrogance. Let him not interfere. Today he would take his well-deserved revenge. Lin assured the girl that he would deal with it himself without any outside help, so there was no need to worry at all. She shrugged and agreed that since the guy had decided so, then let them sort it out among themselves. The girl warned him that in any case he shouldn't complain later. She was trying to help him avoid conflict. Lin remarked that, by the way, he needed a reliable witness to what was happening, which greatly surprised the girl present. Du mockingly asked what exactly he was witnessing, how a doctor would simply be brutally beaten by a professional master. The guy advised him not to be so self-confident and to believe that no one had ever defeated him in a fair fight. The doctor threatened that Du was digging his own grave. If he lost, he would become his loyal subordinate forever. Du turned to the master, complaining that this insolent boy did not show due respect for their authority. The ghost approached the boy and warned him not to blame him for his lack of mercy in the upcoming fight. The opponents looked at each other carefully, and each thought to himself that the opponent seemed strong enough. The master jumped up sharply and promised that today he would teach the impudent doctor a good lesson in humility. Xia thought with concern that Ghost was a master of the Southern Fist. He was a true professional in his field. Du, with an evil smile, triumphantly declared that this was the end of this impudent scoundrel of a doctor. Lin dodged the powerful blows that flew at him from all sides at incredible speed. The doctor realized that the enemy was attacking too quickly. He was unable to strike back. He could only defend himself. The master thought that the rival was now in despair, but if he bowed before the master, he would receive mercy. She shouted at the guy that it was better to surrender immediately. The ghost was fighting with full force and without mercy. The doctor replied that the enemy might be fighting seriously, but he was just beginning to warm up before the fight. The angry bandit threatened to shut the insolent doctor up once and for all by any means necessary. Du angrily told the boy that it was too late to regret his insolence now, so it was time to go straight to hell. The enraged bandit swung his fist to deliver the finishing blow to the guy, but he deftly dodged the attack at the last moment. The quick doctor managed to grab the master's hand with an iron grip, and he asked in surprise why he had grabbed his limb. The ghost threatened that in that case the enemy would not be able to escape. But the guy laughed and replied that he also had nowhere to go. Their fists literally touched each other, creating a powerful sound from the collision. The experienced master was amazed to realize that the doctor's fist was as hard as tempered steel, which was truly surprising for an ordinary doctor. Lin, like a true martial arts professional, took and knocked down that vaunted master, which shocked absolutely everyone present. The victorious guy reassured Du that he wasn't worried. He hadn't killed his opponent, he'd simply lost consciousness from the blow. The shocked girl admitted to the doctor that she did not expect him to be able to cope with such an experienced fighter as Ghost. The modest Lin replied that, "Believe me, this was just a little warm-up. There was nothing more serious." A relieved Zia hugged the hero and thanked God that he remained completely unharmed after the dangerous fight. An indignant Du began to shout at how she could hug her opponent and celebrate his humiliating defeat. The young master simply fell to the ground and began foaming at the mouth from nervous shock. Concerned subordinates ran up to him and said, "Sir, what's wrong with you? Is everything all right with your health?" Lin became concerned and asked if the boy had any chronic illness or what might have happened. The doctor noted that it would be bad if something serious happened to the young master on his territory. Therefore, the doctor approached the victim, ordering everyone to move aside. As a medical professional, he had to examine him professionally. After examination, Lin realized that there was nothing dangerous, just a false alarm from overexertion and stress. He gave the impudent fellow a light slap, which caused him to instantly come to his senses and open his eyes. The triumphant doctor reminded him that he had won a fair fight, and that now, in accordance with his promise, Du would become his servant. The green-haired guy brazenly told the doctor to go to hell, declaring that he hadn't promised him anything and wasn't going to obey. The doctor asked if he should remind me what it was like to walk with broken arms, like last time. A frightened Du quickly agreed that it was okay. From now on, the doctor was his boss, and he would obey. Lin addressed the bandits, emphasizing that everyone had heard that their boss had recognized him as the boss, and that they were now subordinate to him. The doctor added that he needed to resolve one personal issue with the green-haired man. The rest could go free. The delighted girl exclaimed that he was magnificent, and also got ready to leave with the others. Left alone, the defeated scoundrel asked what questions the doctor wanted to discuss with him personally. They sat down near the clinic, and the guy asked to speak frankly about how often such attacks occur. The doctor noticed that Du didn't look like someone who would have them for medical reasons. The green-haired guy started telling me that he once went to Hong Kong from Macau to have fun, and there were a lot of beautiful girls in the club there. He admitted that he had a crush on one special girl and then got her heavily drunk with alcohol to get closer to her. Du continued that they went to an expensive hotel, where he was already mentally preparing to have some fun with her. But he thought for too long and did not know what to do with this attractive girl. The young man wanted to drink some beer and watch a little TV to relax and get in the mood for romance. But when the girl finally sobered up from the alcohol, she got out of bed and grabbed a glass bottle. The enraged victim smashed a bottle of wine over the rapist's head and quickly fled the hotel, leaving him injured. Du explained that he had received a lot of stitches for his head wound at the hospital, and that's when these seizures and loss of consciousness began. The doctor, having heard the medical history, noted understandingly that it was not surprising that his fiancée did not know about this delicate problem. Du angrily warned the doctor not to even think about telling anyone about this humiliating incident with the girl. The guy hit the insolent man and asked since when servants were allowed to dictate their terms to the master. Du grabbed his bruised cheek and meekly assured the doctor that he understood and would not behave like that again. Lin warned him not to go far. He could call at any moment and let him just try not to end up where he needed to. The doctor began to think that his professional habit made him worry even about the health of his new servant. While the guy was sitting near the clinic, lost in thought, an unfamiliar girl approached him and politely apologized for disturbing him. The visitor explained that she wanted to know something important from him on a medical matter. The only thing the doctor immediately noticed in front of him was how beautiful and slender the legs of this elegant girl were. An attractive blonde asked him if he knew where he could find a good doctor nearby. The stranger noted with surprise that he looked so young for a serious doctor. The guy's jaw dropped when he looked closely at the girl, as her appearance was like that of an angel. The doctor thought that appearances can still be incredibly deceiving in terms of a person's character. The blonde asked in bewilderment what was happening and why he had such a strange reaction to her. It turned out that the girl was the personal physician of an influential gentleman, who sent her to take care of Miss He. Lin asked if this meant she could cure Du of his painful seizures, which shocked his colleague. The guy added that it didn't matter. He planned to perform a craniotomy on the patient to fix the problem. The makeshift doctor asked a colleague if she knew the detailed medical history of this difficult patient. The blonde explained that although surgery to close the injury had been performed, they had not expected a hematoma to form in the brain. Lin confidently stated that everything was fine and that he could deal with the problem himself. The skeptical blonde asked him if he really thought he could perform such an operation. The guy challenged his colleague to a bet on this matter if she doubted his professional abilities. The girl set a condition. If he did not cure Mr. Du, then he must marry her in any case. The doctor assured that you don't have to worry. He will definitely cure the patient. If not, it's better to die. Lin suggested to his colleague that he examine her patient who was inside the clinic for recovery. At this time, Yan Song was carefully looking after the turtles, gently telling them to grow up well. She suddenly felt embarrassed to see the doctor, as she remembered their recent romantic moments in the mountains. Lin understood that the upcoming task of trepanation was indeed not an easy one, but he could handle it. The green-haired girl approached the guy who was busy with his thoughts and quietly called out to him for a conversation. Yan Song thought that the doctor was not listening to her at all and was pretending not to notice her presence nearby. The irritated girl hit the guy on the shoulder and indignantly asked why he suddenly started ignoring her for no reason. She asked curiously if something had happened to him. "Tell me, I want to laugh about it." Lin shouted at the girl in irritation, asking if she couldn't see that he was now deeply thinking about an important problem. The interested girl asked what something so serious could have worried and upset him so much. The improvised doctor philosophically noted that even heroes have their own personal problems and difficulties in life. Yan Song suggested that why not tell him the problem? She might be able to come up with something useful to solve it. The guy asked to imagine a round bottle with dirt inside that needed to be removed. The doctor specified the condition. This bottle cannot be opened in the usual way, as then how can the dirt be removed from inside? Lin remarked triumphantly that you see, she too can't find a simple solution to this problem right away. But the smart girl objected that, in fact, this was a very easy task for a smart person. Yan Song explained that we need to think bigger. Why not cut an extra hole, take out the dirt, and then restore the bottle? The girl asked the guy how he felt about this decision and what he thought about it. She added that if the proposal doesn't suit him, then in that case she will simply forget her idea. But the admiring guy exclaimed that she was a real genius and kissed her on the cheek in gratitude. The girl's heart began to beat at that moment from surprise, she thought. What a turn of events. The delighted guy jumped for joy, thinking that now he no longer had to worry about anything. He approached the girl, asking her to have fun on her own, since he urgently needed to work on a solution. Yan Song didn't understand anything at all about what was happening or what had happened to the doctor at that moment. Lin called his new servant and rudely demanded that he drag his ass back to the clinic immediately. The doctor warned me not to even ask unnecessary questions and to do only what he ordered. If Du isn't here in 10 minutes, he might as well be writing his will in case of death. The guy thought what a troublesome and problematic subordinate he had been given to serve. Suddenly, he heard the patient screaming, "Doctor, could you do the procedure a little more gently?" Lin became interested in what was happening in the next room with the sick people. The doctor ran forward, realizing that he could not simply miss such a curious incident. He approached cautiously to listen to the sounds behind the doors and make out what was happening inside. Suddenly, his faithful servant appeared and reported that the boss had actually come in response to a call. Du recalled that the doctor did not want to see him later than 10 minutes after the call. An angry Lin asked how he dared to interrupt his entertainment, and whether he was really eager to die. The frightened guy even started crying, begging for forgiveness. He didn't want to disturb his owner. Dr. Lu appeared and asked what Dr. Lin and Mr. Du were doing here together unexpectedly. The blonde asked if they were going to perform the surgery right now at the clinic. The guy thought to himself that it would be better if this annoying girl didn't approach him with questions. The confused doctor told the blonde that yes, they were busy with important matters, so they simply decided to wait patiently outside the door until the procedure was over. Dr. Louis noticed that she was giving the patient a massage, and she said that the doctor performed the surgery without anesthesia, probably using traditional needles for pain relief. Lin replied understandingly that it was now clear that it was a regular therapeutic massage. No wonder it sounded so ambiguous to an outside listener. The impressed girl noted that not many people in the world can provide high-quality anesthesia using acupuncture instead of chemical drugs. The guy shrewdly noticed that she knew more about medicine than she was saying, and asked if she now trusted his professional skills. A colleague honestly admitted that she must admit that she now truly believes in the abilities of this unusual village doctor with amazing talents. The blonde asked him to please teach her the same effective acupuncture that he practices in his work with patients. She explained that she had studied Western medicine at university, but wanted to learn traditional methods from an intelligent and experienced doctor like him. Lin agreed that it was fine. In that case, after the complicated brain surgery, he would show her some basic techniques. Dr. Lu recalled the bet's terms. If the operation failed, he would have to marry her as agreed. The confident guy replied that yes, he remembered the condition, but she needed to understand that he simply could not lose this bet in this case. The tactful woman offered to take the patient, Miss He, for a walk, so that the doctor could fully concentrate on the upcoming complex operation. The stern young man turned to his servant, noting that his miserable life was not worth even the simplest game or entertainment. Finally, Nurse Laura returned with her shopping, saying that she had bought fresh fruit and wanted to treat everyone to vitamin juice. But the delighted doctor noted that she had arrived at the perfect time to help with the important task that needed to be accomplished. Laura curiously asked, "On time for what exactly?" What was going to happen now in the clinic? Lin seriously explained that a complex surgical operation was about to begin, and he would let us know when he had completely finished the work. The improvised doctor asked the nurse to prepare the operating room with all the necessary instruments for trepanation. He then turned to his nervous servant, telling him to simply lie down on the operating table and wait patiently for the procedure to begin. Yansong was sitting peacefully in her room, caring for her turtles, when she was suddenly called to see a sick patient. "Miss?" He approached the girl, asking if she remembered her. The patient with a severe bullet wound to the abdomen. The green-haired girl looked closely and realized that yes, she seemed to remember something like that from the recent events at the clinic. Yansong remembered the doctor saying that she was unable to donate her blood due to her weakened body. She sympathetically asked the recovering patient how she was feeling after a difficult operation. Dr. Louis admiringly remarked that the local doctor was simply incomparable, and that Miss had almost completely recovered despite her critical injury. The blonde introduced herself as the personal physician of the influential Mr. Du, who had entrusted her with looking after an important patient during her treatment. She casually asked if it was true that the local doctor was currently performing a complex brain operation on her master. Yansong wondered in surprise how it was that Lin was now operating on that same impudent scoundrel who was constantly causing trouble. Yansong realized that the problems he was talking about must be related specifically to the need for brain surgery. The girl wondered if he was really doing all this to help this blonde doctor, to impress her with his skills. And then she thought, no, that's impossible. How can he like her when she's obviously much better and more attractive? Yansong consoled herself with the thought that she was simply thinking too much and getting hung up on trifles, nothing more. And then the green-haired girl carefully sharpened her gaze, peering in the direction of the operating room from where the sounds were coming. A loud victorious cry came from the hospital at the top of its voice, announcing that everything was ready and the operation had been completed successfully. These two girls on the street were in complete shock, wondering if the complex brain surgery had really been successful. Lin turned to his servant who was lying on the operating table and ordered him to get up. He was alive and well. Nurse Laura also approached the doctor and asked in amazement whether he had really finished everything already. She replied that it was incredible, the fastest and most effective brain surgery she had ever seen in her life. Du thought anxiously about why his body was shaking from weakness, and he couldn't do anything properly with his hands. He worriedly asked the doctor if it was possible that he had not completely cured his head problems, but an experienced doctor reassured him that these were just temporary side effects from acupuncture used instead of anesthesia. The guy decided that it would be a good idea to go to a real hospital so that they could also examine him there to be sure. Dr. Louis congratulated her colleague, noting that the operation was indeed successful and without complications for the patient. Therefore, she reminded them that it was time to start fulfilling the promise that they had previously agreed upon between themselves. Laura began to scream indignantly and demandingly ask who she was and what they had secretly agreed on there. Yansong also said suspiciously that she was also very interested to know what the doctor was hiding from them. Lin, looking at these angry girls, thought with horror that, oh my god, it seems he really got into trouble. Two of nature's most truly dangerous forces are now staring at him with clearly unfriendly intentions and suspicions. The doctor asked the blonde to explain to the jealous girls how things really stood with their agreement. Lu tactfully approached the girls with a question, because they liked this talented doctor, didn't they? Two jealous girls simultaneously screamed and declared that yes, who could possibly not like him as a doctor? The diplomatic Lu asked them to calm down first, promising to explain everything to them simply and clearly, without ulterior motives. Yansong was relieved that the doctor had decided to teach Dr. Lu acupuncture, knowing that he was a good and compassionate person. Laura apologized to her colleague, admitting that she had misunderstood the situation and drawn false conclusions all along. This girl, like a true angel, admitted that she had been too hot-tempered and hasty in her suspicions. The doctor mentally noted that he didn't think the sisters could be so frightening. He needed to be more careful in the future. Du reported to his boss that he had gone to the hospital and had undergone a full medical examination by specialists. And what's most incredible is that he has no health problems. The hematoma in his head completely disappeared after the surgery. The doctor modestly replied that there was no need to thank him for his work and handed something to the patient as a prescription. Du immediately thought that this was some kind of gift for a successful operation. But the doctor abruptly told him not to even think about such a scenario. Lin explained that these are special medical needles that he uses for procedures. They are only effective if used once, after which they become unusable. The doctor demanded that the servant, using them as a sample, find a craftsman who would make 10 complete sets of the same high-quality needles. The guy added that he should consider this payment for the brain surgery he had performed, and asked why he was still standing there. If your order isn't ready in full within 2 weeks, you might not even have to return to the clinic alive and well. Lu, watching this scene, thought that it was incredible. Even such an influential Mr. Du unquestioningly does everything the doctor tells him to do. The smug guy noted that yes, he had indeed trained him well and taught him discipline in a short time. Laura approached the braggart and asked him to stop showing off and instead take some fruit and eat properly to restore his strength. At that moment, a black man near the clinic was talking on the phone, saying that Milo would apparently have to cancel her planned vacation. The red-haired girl, lying on the sunny beach, asked if they had found Miss He and where exactly she was now. Her loyal subordinate reported that the target was still alive. It seemed someone professionally saved her from certain death. The agent said that she was currently being treated in a small clinic in the village, so she would have to urgently go there in person. This dangerous girl with fiery red hair understood the situation and decided that she urgently needed to get a ticket on the next plane. The professional killer thought that it was imperative to meet with the man who saved her target from elimination. Liu warned the doctor not to abuse the defenseless patient under the noble pretext of a medical examination. Miss He noted that, by the way, her gunshot wound had almost completely healed thanks to high-quality treatment. The patient asked if she could leave the clinic because she had urgent matters to attend to. Lin realized that he had almost forgotten and called Xiaoyuner to remind him that the initial payment under the contract was 50%. And where was his money? The girl irritably replied that there was no need to remind her about it so often. She remembered and knew everything perfectly well. The guy agreed, but asked another important question. The patient wants to be discharged from the clinic. Can she be released now? Xie explained that for now it was absolutely impossible. At least for now they had only managed to find a few clues about this killer. The girl read out a report that, according to the investigation, the killer was a professional woman who shot from a distance of more than 50 meters. It was one precise shot without any additional attempts. So they think that she is a real high-class professional in her field. Lin understood the logic of the situation. If the employer realized that the target was still alive, they would definitely send a new assassin to complete the job. The doctor decided that the patient would remain in the clinic under his personal protection, and that he would take care of her safety. The grateful bandit girl sincerely thanked the doctor for his understanding of the situation and his willingness to help in a difficult moment, risking her own safety. Therefore, the worried young man explained to the patient that she absolutely cannot go outside for now. It is better to stay here since it is too dangerous for her life outside. Lin, being at home in the clinic, thought that there were so many different patients in the morning, and now in such stuffiness no one wants to go to the doctor's appointment. Unexpectedly, Nurse Laura came to the clinic with her father to discuss important matters concerning the future of the medical institution. The doctor asked the visitors why they had come here in such unbearable heat instead of sitting quietly at home in the cool. Mr. Wu explained that the thing was that they had received $1 million in advance payment, and he thought it was time to buy a new spacious house. The man added that the clinic was too small and cramped, making it difficult to provide quality treatment to patients. The nurse's father revealed plans to buy a beautiful 3-story building in Western architectural style to expand his medical business. His daughter noticed that the house seemed to belong to Liang Sambo, who had lost a lot of money in the lottery and needed urgent funds. When the doctor heard this, he sympathetically noted that it turns out they are profiting from people who have fallen into trouble and financial difficulties. But the wise gentleman objected that there was no need to say that. In this case, both parties would benefit from a fair deal. Wu explained the plan. Once he bought a new house, the doctor would set up a modern clinic, and the space could be converted into a dormitory for the staff. The doctor agreed with the man, stating that he had already made a decision and could not miss such a wonderful opportunity for the development of medical affairs. But then Lin wondered why they were even asking his opinion if the decision had already been practically made by the clinic owner. The man replied that the doctor works in their clinic as the chief specialist, so he should be informed of all changes. The guy approached the nurse and suggested that she act as her father decided. After all, he wanted the best for the development of the clinic. Mr. Wu, watching this scene, thought that it seemed like this guy and his daughter had a very good relationship. The father thought that after this place became a dormitory, the doctor and nurse would have to live under the same roof in close proximity. The man announced that he would go to Liang Sanbo to discuss the details of purchasing the house, so they shouldn't wait for dinner without him. His daughter asked her father to no longer make such serious financial decisions on his own, without discussing them with the family. As he left, the man assured her that it was fine and that he would consult with his daughter on important issues in the future. After he left, the doctor and nurse were left alone with each other in the silence of the clinic. The guy looked closely at the girl and noticed how she looked away out of embarrassment. Lin saw the girl's eyes, which were full of some tender feelings, similar to love for him. The doctor worriedly asked what had happened and why she had suddenly started crying for no apparent reason. The girl tearfully admitted that she could not even imagine what her life with her father would be like without the doctor's help. Laura added that they are therefore incredibly grateful to him for helping them so selflessly in difficult times. The guy modestly replied that there was no need to overwhelm him with thanks. After all, he had come here with his own personal interests. The doctor playfully reminded her that, okay, let's forget about it for now. But she still owed him a kiss for his help. The embarrassed girl thought, okay, if that's the case, and hesitantly kissed the guy on the cheek, blushing from embarrassment and excitement. The persistent guy objected that no, that wasn't considered a real kiss. You had to kiss on the lips, not just on the cheek like friends. The embarrassed nurse said that she would go and cook dinner for everyone and looked very angrily at the impudent guy for such demands. Yan Song and Dr. Liu were already waiting in the kitchen, offering to help with the dinner preparation so that the nurse wouldn't have to cope alone. Laura replied that it would be wonderful if they really helped her in this difficult task of cooking for the whole company. The guy smugly thought that everyone wanted to cook something delicious especially for him. He was so touched by the attention, But all three girls unanimously answered him that there was no point in flattering himself or creating illusions on this account. Miss, his patient remarked to the doctor that he had been busy with work all day, so he should just rest and observe. The doctor philosophically noted that she was right. When three women entered the kitchen stage, there was definitely no room for him there. The cheerful patient admitted to the doctor that he really is such a funny and interesting person to talk to. They continued to chat pleasantly, saying that they couldn't wait for this dinner together in good company. Miss, he guessed that Dr. Liu must be a professional and an excellent cook of various dishes. The doctor casually asked. After all, she hadn't come here just because of a business deal, had she? The smart girl asked in surprise how he had even guessed about this if she hadn't said so. He admitted that she actually wanted to make some profitable investments while she was in the region. The guy replied that he thought she was just a spoiled girl from a rich family. But it turns out she's a serious business person. The green-haired girl approached them and asked if they were hungry yet and ready for dinner. The doctor, his mouth open, admiringly noticed the delicious smell of cooking coming from the kitchen. Three caring housewives brought him sumptuous dishes, solemnly announcing that the festive dinner was already completely ready. The hungry doctor quickly took the chopsticks and pounced on the food, but the girls asked him not to rush. There was enough food. The cunning chefs asked the guy which dish he liked the most out of what he had prepared. Lin understood the catch. Each housewife had prepared something of her own and wanted to hear about her own dish. The guy realized that he had fallen into a real trap, and he had to be very careful with his words so as not to offend anyone. The doctor began to smile diplomatically and tried to somehow deftly deflect this dangerous conversation. He said that all dishes are wonderful in their own way. Let's just eat together and enjoy the company. The nurse asked the boy with concern. Everyone was getting ready to go to bed and why his father hadn't returned home yet. The doctor offered to go check and pick up her father to make sure he was okay. Approaching the house, they saw that, judging by the gate, Liang Sambo had serious problems with creditors. A warning mark had been placed on him. Laura noted that if they bought this house, they would probably be of great help to this man in trouble. She knocked on the door and introduced herself as Laura, looking for her father who was here. A friendly girl with pink hair ran out and said that Laura's father was still here, talking to her dad about the purchase. Lin was literally frozen by the beauty of this pink-haired girl, wondering why Laura wouldn't like her in comparison. Inside the house, the nurse's father was now talking with the owner, who was explaining that he could only sell the house together with the adjacent land. Mr. Wu honestly admitted that he knew about this condition, but now he only needed the house itself for the clinic. Liang Sanbo explained that he had his own good reasons for doing so, and if not for the pressure from creditors, he could have sold the house for 4 to 5 million. So the man begged for help, promising to give him a house and land if the buyer would help pay off his entire debt to creditors. Mr. Wu answered honestly that he actually didn't have that much money, only 1 million in cash. At that moment, the man noticed his daughter and the doctor at the door and asked in surprise what they were doing there. Laura explained that they were very worried about him because it was late and he still hadn't returned home. The girl admitted that they actually have another million, so they have 2 million in total. She added that she was afraid to say this earlier because she thought her father would waste the money on unnecessary things. The delighted man offered 2 million for the house and land. If the owner agreed, he would pay right away. The desperate debtor replied that he actually needed an additional 200,000 to fully pay off the debt, because if he doesn't pay this amount to the creditors, he will still have serious problems with crime. Mr. Wu promised to give the missing 200,000 tomorrow morning, asking if the owner agreed to such conditions. The man, hearing this proposal, blossomed with relief, realizing that he was being saved from big trouble. Liang realized that the situation was turning completely in his favor, so he happily agreed and shook hands. But suddenly everyone present heard some strange threatening sound outside the house. It was a dangerous bandit who forced his way through the locked gates of a private property. A bald man with a scar on his head simply went and broke the lock, invading private property. He was literally screaming for the owner of the house and looked very angry and aggressive. The bandit introduced himself as Black Hand, one of the 4 powerful bosses of the Green Gang, who had come to collect the debt by force. This poor debtor begged his creditors if they could give him just a little more time to collect the money, but the cruel Black Hand suggested that, well, let him and his guys play with the debtor's daughter, and then the payment would be delayed. It is clear that the desperate father began to shout, demanding that his daughter be released. She had nothing to do with his debts. Black Hand mockingly noted that he could see how worried he was about his beloved daughter. The bandit threatened that he would now help the debtor shut his impudent mouth once and for all. But at this critical moment, a very loud sound of a powerful blow was suddenly heard. This self-confident bandit looked down at his feet and looked very shocked by the surprise. Black Hand literally squatted down and grabbed his bruised stomach. Lin hit him hard. The doctor coldly declared that he didn't care whether it was a black hand or a white leg. Don't dare touch innocent people while he was around. The wounded bandit asked the stranger with pain who he was to interfere in their affairs so boldly. The doctor calmly introduced himself as a doctor, adding that the first thing a bandit needs to do is show basic respect for people. Lin noted with certainty that, believe it or not, he must have had terrible pain in his kidney area last night. The subordinates approached the Black Hand and suggested not to listen to this medical nonsense, but to simply take the girl by force as planned. But their boss abruptly cut off his subordinates, telling them to shut up, since absolutely no one here asks their opinion. The shocked bandit admitted to the doctor that he was absolutely right. Last night, he almost lost consciousness from unbearable pain. The guy confidently stated that he could, of course, cure this disease without any particular problems. In fact, it's not difficult for a professional. But after a pause with a sly smile, the doctor asked why he suddenly had to help an unknown bandit for free. This enraged crime boss warned the doctor not to even think about showing off and confessing to him in this case. Black Hand swung his massive fist, indignantly asking how the doctor dared to mock an influential man so brazenly. Lin professionally diagnosed that the bandit had a kidney stone, and he could determine this easily thanks to his medical knowledge. All those present were once again convinced that their doctor, as always, is a true professional in his medical field. The guy explained that in the hospital, the patient is treated only after a painful operation, but he has a quick alternative. Black Hand humbly asked the doctor to give him his valuable medical instructions to get rid of his suffering. The doctor set a condition. If he cures the bandit of his illness, then he must write off the poor man's debt. The crime boss explained that he was just a debt collector, and that the money did not belong to him, but to the creditors. Lin asked what the principal amount of the debt would be without interest or additional late fees. The bandit honestly answered that the main part is 2 million, and 200,000 is their commission for the work of collectors. The doctor offered a compromise. They would return the principal debt of 2 million, and the commission of 200,000 would be written off. Black Hand thought that he couldn't take any risks because his boss had died on the operating table and he couldn't make any decisions. So the bandit agreed that there were no problems, but the creditors would like the principal debt to be repaid immediately and in full. The guy approached the debtor, explaining that his uncle had heard the terms and that he only had to pay 2 million instead of the larger sum. The doctor offered to pay the debtor's debt in exchange for him giving them the house and land as compensation. Mr. Wu noted that this is indeed the most profitable deal for all parties involved in this situation. The buyer asked the seller's opinion. If he agreed to the terms, then this matter could be settled that very evening. The delighted owner agreed to sell them the property in exchange for payment of his entire debt to criminal creditors. This is truly beneficial for all parties involved, so there are no problems. All the formalities will be completed tomorrow morning. Lin thought with satisfaction that this was great. The matter had been resolved exactly as they needed it to expand the clinic. The doctor approached the sick bandit with an offer to go to the clinic for the promised treatment for stones. By nightfall, they had already arrived at a medical facility, where the guy gave the patient some potent drugs. Black Hand hopefully inquired if this medicine could really help him get rid of his painful kidney stones. The doctor answered honestly that the drug would indeed help alleviate the condition to some extent, but not immediately. When the bandit heard this, he became very scared, because he thought that the doctor might deceive him or poison him for his past sins. But the bandit still realized that he had no other reasonable way out of the situation, so he decisively took the medicine and drank it. Immediately after the drug entered his body, Black Hand felt very strange and unusual sensations throughout his body. He urgently ran to the toilet, realizing that he needed to relieve himself as quickly as possible due to the effect of the drug. When the clinic owner, Mr. Wu, returned, he asked the doctor if he had intentionally tried to swindle the bandit out of his money. But the doctor explained that the owner did not understand. It was an unusual plan with several goals to solve the problems. Wu admitted that the doctor is a very resourceful person and did not expect that buying a new house would be decided so easily and quickly. Nurse Laura remarked to her father that she thought the land should belong to the doctor, since he had done too much for them. The man replied that he only needed a house for the clinic, and that they could do with the rest of the property as they wished. Finally, the bandit came out of the toilet, surprised that the pain had actually completely gone away thanks to the effective treatment. The doctor now told him to go home, but Black Hand said that he had not yet thanked the doctor for his help. The impudent bandit placed his dirty foot right on the clean medical table, demonstratively leaning on it. The doctor, of course, didn't like such disrespect. He thought about the boundless impudence this guy was allowing himself. Black Hand explained that now that the illness had passed, he had no need to grovel before the doctor, so he would thank him in his own way. The doctor indignantly asked, so now that he's recovered, he wants to burn the bridge he crossed to get help. The bandit brazenly replied that he had only pretended to be polite so that the doctor would heal him, but now he could show his true face. The guy called him an idiot, adding that after such treatment he could not count on his family being taken care of. The puzzled bandit asked what his family had to do with it and what connection it had to the situation. The doctor explained that, simply put, judging by the patient's symptoms, kidney stones are hereditary in the family. Therefore, the chances that the bandit's close relatives also have similar health problems are very high. Lin added that he had intended to check on the bandit's relatives for free, but had now completely changed his generous decision. The frightened bandit asked again, meaning that his mother and sister could also have painful kidney stones. Realizing his mistake, the man humbly asked the doctor to forgive him for his ignorance and disrespect. The guy added that this type of kidney stones is very rare, and he is afraid that he is the only one who can cure it. Black Hand was horrified as he thought about what to do in this critical situation with his sick relatives. But the doctor reassured him that it was okay. There was no need to worry. In fact, he was just making fun of the impudent guy. The bandit became very angry at this prank and started shouting that the doctor was mocking his feelings. But the guy was already tired of putting up with this. He hit the table with his fist hard, demonstrating his power. After this, Black Hand shuddered when he realized that the doctor's mood had really changed dramatically. The guy contemptuously remarked that the bandit was a real coward, since he was scared to death by a couple of ordinary words. The doctor explained that he simply had regular kidney stones and that it was not a hereditary disease in his family. Lin added that, however, the bandit did not deserve his anger, and the man breathed a sigh of relief, after which the doctor warned not to get too carried away with such pranks in the future, as it could end badly. The enraged bandit was so angry that his hands were shaking and he started shouting that the doctor dared to humiliate him like that and deceive him in front of his subordinates. Black Hand swung his massive fist, threateningly declaring that today the doctor would be lying on the floor as a dead corpse. The guy calmly replied to the impudent man that he had asked for trouble and was now about to experience the true wrath of an angry doctor. Lin took a pistol out of the desk drawer and put the barrel to the bandit's head, ordering him to repeat his threats again. The man, scared to death, said that yes, the great doctor, he was asking for forgiveness, but only if he didn't shoot him. The doctor coldly declared that he had nothing more to say to this worthless fellow, so he should get out immediately. The cowardly man fell on his buttocks in fear and meekly agreed to fulfill the influential doctor's demand. The bandit very quickly began to crawl along the floor as quickly as possible to get out of the clinic alive and unharmed. Nurse Laura asked in surprise where the doctor got the gun and why he kept it in the drawer there. But the guy with a mysterious smile noticed that he had indeed forgotten to show them something interesting and important. The doctor demonstrated that it was actually an ordinary lighter in the shape of a pistol, which he had taken from another defeated bandit. The nurse said with relief that they would go to bed and that the doctor could rest after such a stressful day. The guy thought with satisfaction that now it seemed the clinic's safety had increased significantly thanks to his reputation. But he seriously considered the fact that there were no clues in his past for those who were looking for him. Lin knew that sooner or later his enemies would discover that he had faked his death to escape, and then he would always be surrounded by danger. However, the doctor was still unable to understand what goals the enemies were pursuing by kidnapping orphans and subjecting them to cruel experiments. He realized that now he shouldn't stand out too much and attract unnecessary attention from influential people. Suddenly, someone called out to the guy. He looked in the direction of the sound and even got a little scared from the surprise. Yan Song walked up to him and curiously asked why he was still awake at such a late hour. The guy wearily replied that, believe me. It's a very long story actually. It's difficult to explain in a couple of minutes. For 10 whole minutes, he recounted the events of the day, and the girl was surprised that he had already managed to buy a new house for the clinic. She happily noted that it turned out that the old clinic would now be a dormitory, and they would live only together under one roof. Yan Song added that she is already much better after the treatment, so she can really live independently. The girl suggested that since he wasn't sleeping anyway, why not chat with her and the patient in pleasant company? She led the doctor to Miss He's room, explaining that she wanted to talk to the doctor about various interesting things. The embarrassed guy replied that he thought he wouldn't be able to join the women's conversation because he was busy. But the green-haired girl playfully asked if he didn't want to chat with two beautiful, educated girls. The doctor thought he wouldn't be able to get a word in between the two chatty ladies. Yan Song reassured them that there was no need to worry. It was just a casual conversation. They could talk about anything interesting. Miss He confirmed that the doctor would be very happy to communicate with such an intelligent and interesting comrade. The guy thought, carefully looking at this situation from different angles, weighing all the pros and cons. With a sigh of resignation, the doctor realized that he really had no other reasonable choice under the circumstances. So Lin was left with these two charming girls completely alone in a cozy conversation room. At this time, an unknown armed man is carefully hiding on the roof of the clinic, observing what is happening. It turns out that the mysterious observer is not alone, but there are 4 professional fighters on the roof of the building. All of this is being closely observed by a dangerous bandit girl with fiery red hair, who has counted as many as 5 potential targets inside the clinic. The professional killer remarked with disdain that this was all that her enemies had prepared for her as protection. Loading her pistol with new cartridges, this dangerous girl with fiery red hair decided that this time she would not even use a sniper rifle, but would kill everyone with her bare hands for fun. Yan Song quietly remarked to the patient that their doctor seemed like a very decent person, just a little distracted from fatigue after a hard day. At this point, the exhausted doctor was so tired from the events of the day that he simply fell fast asleep right there on the uncomfortable chair in the ward. Suddenly, a loud gunshot sound was heard. He quickly opened his eyes and wondered why he suddenly began to feel so anxious and restless. The doctor's pupils narrowed from tension. He thought that perhaps there was an atmosphere of fear, like in the cursed castle. Why did he have this ominous feeling? The guy approached the girl with green hair, confessing that he had a feeling that something was wrong around the clinic. The worried doctor added that it seemed that someone dangerous was approaching their medical facility with ill intentions. To confirm his fears, he heard another loud shot from somewhere outside the building. Then Lin finally realized everything and realized that, oh my god, those were really gunshots. And so loud and close to the clinic, one of the security guards was simply taken and killed in cold blood on the street with one precise shot to the head by a sniper. It was Xia Yun'er's bodyguards who said that it seemed like what Miss was afraid of had happened, but they didn't expect the killers to find them so quickly. The remaining fighters decided to defend the clinic at any cost, even at the cost of their own lives for the safety of the patients. The frightened girl with a trembling voice noticed that someone was shooting outside, and she was very scared of what was happening. The worried patient suggested to the doctor that perhaps this was the same killer who attempted on her life last time. The doctor agreed that it was quite possible and decided to check the CCTV footage at the main entrance to the clinic to clarify the situation. Lin left the room and tried to reassure the girls that there was no need to worry. Xia Yun'er had posted experienced bodyguards at the entrance. But immediately it became audible how these professional bodyguards were dealt with using loud shots. Yet another bodyguard simply fell dead to the ground from a well-aimed hit by the killer. Only the last defender remained, and he too received a fatal bullet right in the forehead from a professional sniper. There was another guard left on the roof in horror, wondering what to do in such a hopeless situation. But he was simply hit with a precise shot right in the head, completing the clearing of all the guards. Lin opened his phone to check the surveillance video and saw all the bodyguards falling dead one after another. The doctor thought with horror that, damn it, all the professional bodyguards were killed in literally 1 minute of the sniper's work. The girls panicked and wondered what they could do in such a situation, even without anywhere to hide from a professional killer. The guy resolutely replied that they should stay in the clinic and not panic. They were not in any serious danger inside the building yet. The doctor added that it looks like he'll have to deal with this problem himself, but don't worry, he has his own proven methods. Lin went outside and realized the scale of the tragedy. 1 shot equals 1 corpse. This is the work of a true professional. So the brave guy shouted loudly to the unknown enemy to stop hiding and come out of his cowardly shelter. The doctor added defiantly, or the professional killer lacks the basic courage to come out and meet him face to face in a fair fight. Another shot rang out. The doctor quickly turned his head and dodged the flying bullet in time, which whistled past his ear. Lin shouted towards the sniper that he was a common coward and didn't even hope that he could hit a moving target. The doctor thought to himself that his words were just a bluff, but in fact he was in a great panic about what was happening. The professional killer started shooting very actively at the guy, and the doctor tried to dodge all these fast and accurate shots. Lin ran to the thick bushes and triumphantly announced that she had finally found a location fix. The killer girl thought in horror about how he was able to get so close to her hiding place so quickly and unnoticed. The guy noticed that she had a German gun with a 15-round magazine, and he was counting the number of shots she fired. After this, the doctor suddenly jumped on the bandit, trying to incapacitate her in close combat with all his weight. Together they slid down the slippery slope straight to a small pond near the clinic. Both opponents fell into the water, continuing to desperately fight for the advantage in the duel. The girl screamed, demanding that he stop fighting, but the guy was in a state of battle shock. The doctor realized that his opponent was a girl. She demanded that he immediately move away from her. The guy remarked that since they found themselves in this situation, let this be his reward for his bravery. The red-haired bandit beauty was already experiencing a real nervous breakdown from the unexpected turn of events. She threatened that one more careless move and she would simply turn him into meat. Don't even think about resisting. Lin quickly grabbed her hands holding the daggers, preventing her from using the bladed weapon against him, after which the doctor said, "Believe me, in close combat she is definitely no match for him in strength and skill. The girl warned me not to think or underestimate her abilities. Believe me, she will still show what she is capable of." The killer tried to pull a spare dagger from its sheath to continue the resistance. She tried to kick the guy to free herself from his grip, but the doctor managed to grab her leg and immobilize it, commenting on her fighting skills. The girl demanded that the freak immediately let her go and stop this humiliation. After a short struggle, she manages to break free and jump back to regroup. She demanded an explanation of who he was and why he was interfering with her mission. The killer said that no one will stop her. Believe me, she will still kill her target, the billionaire's granddaughter. The doctor managed to knock one dagger out of the girl's hands, which fell with a splash into the dark water. She admitted that he did have some combat skills for a medic. The bandit warned that it was then time for her to move on to much more serious methods of combat. The guy wondered with interest what could be more serious. She was already a pretty strong opponent. The doctor again tried to knock her down with force, asking if she was ready to give in. She was outraged by his insolence, declaring that he was too young to compete with a professional killer. During the struggle, the girl admitted that he had managed to hurt her, so she was ready to retreat temporarily. The doctor noted that it was a good decision on her part, and now let her tell who sent her to kill innocent people in the clinic. Naturally, this turned out to be a real trick for the guy when a hidden dagger flew straight towards him from the shelter. This sharp dagger flew right over the guy, literally over his head, almost touching his hair from the killer's precise throw. Lin managed to dodge at the last moment and indignantly asked his opponent what kind of dirty tricks she was using in battle. The red-haired bandit admitted that the doctor had been stronger than her in a fair fight, but promised that he would answer for today's intervention. The girl quickly mounted her powerful motorcycle and drove off at full speed in the opposite direction from the clinic. The doctor watched her go, thoughtfully wondering what would happen to them all after this incident. Lin thought regretfully, damn, he almost managed to catch this dangerous killer girl. But at least it became clear that she was sent from the wrong castle, and she actually fought well. When the adrenaline wore off, the doctor realized how physically exhausted he was, probably more than ever before in his life. He returned to the clinic, where two girls stood guard at the entrance, ready to defend themselves from any threat. Yansong swung the mop like a weapon and shouted that the vile murderer didn't even think about entering the building. She swung and hit the guy right on the head, despite the fact that it was their own doctor. Miss? He stopped her friend, asking what she was doing and who she had just attacked in the dark. The girls realized that, damn it, this was their doctor, and they worriedly asked how he was feeling. The guy assured them that he had already driven the killer from the territory. He was lucky that he was strong enough for the duel. The girls became worried about the doctor, noticing that he had wounds all over his body. He must have fought desperately with a professional killer. They lifted the wounded doctor and decided to take him to the bathroom to provide first aid. The girls understood that they needed to treat the wounds as quickly as possible before infection entered the body. They thought about what to do with these serious wounds and how to treat them properly. They brought the doctor into the bathroom and realized that they needed to remove his bloody clothes for examination. The girls discussed with embarrassment that they were embarrassed to do this, and how they would cope with such a delicate task. Miss He admitted that she felt incredibly awkward and didn't even know if she could do it. Yansong suggested a compromise, saying that fine, let her do it then, since she was more experienced. They agreed that in any case, one would hold the guy and the other would take off his clothes. Yansong noticed that when the doctor treated her, he saw everything, so now it was her turn to help. She carefully grabbed the hem of his shirt to carefully remove the bloody clothing. Suddenly, the door creaked. Someone entered the bathroom at the most inopportune moment. The girl was incredibly scared by the surprise, which is why she simply slipped on the wet floor and began to fall. As it turned out, it was Nurse Laura, who came in and was perplexed by what was going on here. Laura saw the girls undressing the doctor and sternly asked what they were doing with the patient. Lin had a nightmare where a red-haired bandit threateningly said that he could not escape. He dared to escape from the castle, and now he would pay for it with his life. The doctor had a disturbing nightmare in which he was attacked by an unknown assailant in a dark castle, inflicting painful blows with a blunt object all over his body. He thought in his sleep that no, he didn't realize that he was still under the strong influence of stress from the recent dangerous fight with the killer. After a particularly vivid moment of the nightmare, Lin suddenly woke up, opened his eyes wide and screamed loudly from the horror and pain he had experienced in the dream. The girls who were nearby worriedly asked what had happened, whether he had had a terrible nightmare, but he could not immediately understand where he was or what was happening. Three caring girls were anxiously asking if it was good that he had finally woken up, whether he was in physical pain or if something serious was bothering him. The doctor gradually realized that it was just a very realistic dream. He clearly remembered how he drove away the dangerous killer and returned back to the safety of the clinic. The green-haired girl was relieved to see that he seemed to be completely fine and recovered, so she could finally relax. The boy worriedly asked what bad thing could possibly have happened to him, carefully examining his body for any serious injuries or damage. Finding that he was not wearing his usual clothes, he asked in alarm and a loud voice what exactly the girls had done to him while he was unconscious. The girls patiently explained to the concerned doctor that he was covered in dirt and dried blood from the brutal fight, so they helped him clean himself up. Yansong noted with a smile that the only person injured here was herself. And besides, she didn't see anything special about him there while helping. She playfully added that she even took a few photos as a souvenir. It would be interesting to see what he would say if she decided to post it on the internet for everyone to see. The guy panicked and asked me not to do this under any circumstances. Let's talk and resolve everything peacefully without any scandals. The doctor thought with horror that his impeccable professional reputation could be seriously damaged by such compromising materials. So he turned to the girl with a plea, begging her not to post these photos on the internet for the sake of his career. Nurse Laura laughed and remarked that she thought he should apologize to Yansong for being rude. Then she wouldn't do it. The girl with green hair agreed that okay, she wouldn't post these compromising photos, but she wouldn't delete them either, just in case. The doctor asked suspiciously if she was sure she wanted to keep them and not just enjoy them in her free time. Yansong indignantly replied that she had no intention of using the photographs for such purposes, as he could have thought. The nurse changed the subject, noticing that, by the way, he had slept for quite a long time. It must have been late evening or even night. The guy replied that if breakfast was prepared by her caring hands, he would absolutely love it and it would lift his spirits. The girl with a kind smile agreed that it was fine, let him rest and recuperate, and she would prepare something tasty and nutritious for him. The guy gratefully replied that he understood her proposal, and then all three caring girls left his room, leaving him alone with his thoughts. At the same time, in an elite area of the city, a dangerous bandit was lying on her bed at home, thinking about what had happened. She thought angrily that she had not expected that this doctor would be so difficult to defeat. He turned out to be a serious opponent. The killer approached the mirror and realized that her entire body was in excruciating pain from the injuries she had received. This opponent truly was a very strong fighter. Suddenly the phone rang and she answered irritably, "I'm listening. Could you change that disgusting ringtone to something more pleasant?" She reported to her superiors that she had sustained minor injuries in the battle, but was still operational and ready to continue her mission. The command told the sniper that since she was injured and the mission had failed, they needed to explain how this had happened to a professional of her caliber. The angry killer stated that this was the first serious miss in her entire career and that she had never had such problems with targets before. The voice on the phone reassured her that this was the first time. It happens to everyone. They understand that she might feel disappointed after failure. The management suggested that they talk about the matter. Since she had failed, they would have to hire someone else to complete the important task. The sniper asked to wait for a replacement. She only needed a few days to recover her strength and health. She assured that 5 days would be enough to finally deal with this problematic target. The killer set a condition. If there is no result from her within 5 days, then look for a new performer. The black executive agreed that since she insisted so much, they would give her another chance on these terms. The leader hung up and thought that if even she couldn't cope, then what could we say about the other performers? The bandit thought with fury that, damn it, this was the first time in her career that such a serious failure had actually happened. She decided that as soon as she regained her strength and healed her wounds, she would immediately set out to complete the work she had started. The killer's gaze became very serious and determined. It was clear that she was not joking at all about revenge. Lin was at home at that moment and suddenly sneezed very loudly for no apparent reason. The nurse was concerned about his health, but the guy said he just had a sore throat. The doctor praised her culinary skills, noting that her cooking was truly amazing. She had outdone herself. The girl thought that even in such a beaten state, he managed to joke and lift her spirits. Laura noticed that he had suffered greatly while protecting them all, but seemed completely unaware of his own injuries. The nurse added that they all truly owe the doctor a debt of gratitude for his heroic actions. The girl offered to give him a therapeutic massage, since she couldn't stand to look at his bruises and contusions. The doctor asked if she really wanted to undergo a medical procedure to restore it. Lin agreed that he would finish eating quickly then, and the procedure would be very useful for treatment. Then the girl quickly closed the door and began to prepare for the upcoming treatment. The nurse brought the necessary medical supplies and closed the door for the procedure. She explained that she had brought rubbing alcohol, which would make the therapeutic massage much more effective. Laura expertly advised that in order to properly examine the injuries, it would be necessary to remove the shirt. The doctor was surprised by this turn of events and looked at the nurse in silence for a while. She asked if there were any problems or if he wanted her to help with the medical examination. The guy replied that no, he could handle it himself, but it would really be useful for treatment. The nurse nodded and asked to leave only what was necessary for the medical procedure. The doctor prepared himself and informed the nurse that he was fully prepared for the treatment procedure to recover from the injuries. He sat up carefully on the bed, pulling his knees up to his chest like a small child. Waiting for the awkward feeling to pass, Laura poured rubbing alcohol onto his hands for disinfection and massage, asking the patient to sit still. Her face was completely focused on her work as she expertly placed her hands on his back for inspection. The nurse began to methodically massage the tense muscles, starting with the neck and shoulder area where there were bruises. She inquired about the patient's well-being, hoping that the treatment would help relieve tension. The doctor replied that it would be possible to press even a little harder on particularly tense areas of the muscles. Laura noticed that it was strange that he had almost no visible injuries or wounds after such a serious fight. The guy replied that there didn't seem to be any serious damage, asking why she was asking about it. The nurse explained that sitting like that wasn't very comfortable for a good massage, so she asked me to lie on my stomach. The doctor agreed that it was necessary to say so right away for the correct procedure. He is ready. The patient lay down on the bed with his stomach down, and the nurse took a comfortable position to continue the therapeutic massage. Lin noted the nurse's professionalism and how carefully she performed the medical procedure. The doctor felt some awkwardness about the situation, but understood the need to treat the injuries. Laura reported that she could now fully utilize her massage skills, wondering if it was helping. The guy confirmed that yes, the procedure really does help relax tense muscles. The nurse suddenly noticed a strange floral scent in the room. The door suddenly opened and Yan Song entered, reporting that she had heard some unusual sounds. The doctor quickly explained that they were simply performing a medical procedure, and she had misunderstood. The girl noted skeptically that even if this were true, the situation looked suspicious. Laura confirmed that this is indeed not at all what one might think. She explained that she was simply doing a therapeutic massage to help her recovery, and that nothing else was happening. Everyone noticed a growing strange aroma in the room from the massage oils. The girls commented in surprise on the unusual floral scent that suddenly filled the room. The doctor was very embarrassed by the awkward situation and misunderstanding with the massage. Lin realized how ridiculous this whole situation looked. He was on the bed, the nurse was giving him a massage, and there was a strange aroma. Nurse Laura sincerely apologized for the misunderstanding that had arisen. She had not considered what a normal medical procedure might look like to an outside observer. The guy hastened to assure her that the massage was completely professional and that it was not her fault that there had been a misunderstanding. After the explanation, Laura tactfully suggested that the doctor take a good rest. The nurse gently said that if he was tired, he should just go to bed and they would call him when dinner was ready. Laura took Yeon-song's hand and called her out of the doctor's room. The girls quietly left, closing the door, leaving Lin alone. The guy was left completely alone in a quiet room. He sat on the edge of the bed, experiencing what had happened and thinking about the vicissitudes of the day. The doctor felt somewhat devastated by the misunderstanding. Despite his explanations, a sense of awkwardness remained, and he began to wonder about his future relationships with women. But then something caught his eye, and his expression changed in a second. The doctor thought what a windy day it was, and felt some melancholy and fatigue after the events. Suddenly, someone started calling the doctor's name loudly, repeating "Doctor, Doctor" at the entrance to the clinic, attracting the attention of all the staff. Lin saw the new official visitors and was surprised to ask if they had decided to come here specifically to see him. It turned out to be Xia and the police chief, who explained that they had come here for a completely different, serious reason related to the investigation. Police Chief Shen remarked that he would never have thought that such an important person as Miss He would appear in this small clinic, except that she was involved in a case where 5 people were killed. Xia said seriously that it seemed like it was no longer safe to stay in the clinic, so she was going to take Miss He away from here. And that was it. The guy asked the bandit if she had really thought everything through so thoroughly and made the final decision to evacuate. The doctor diplomatically suggested that he thought he should first find out the girl's opinion about what she wanted to do. Miss He explained that, in fact, her family already knew about the assassination attempt, so she told her relatives that she would stay here. When the influential gangster heard this, she warned that although everything worked out this time, the killer would definitely not leave the patient alone. The determined patient added that she had specifically insisted on staying there, and that her wealthy family had sent personal professional bodyguards. The police chief agreed that it was good that if they decided so, then no one would be forced to leave the clinic against their will. However, law enforcement agencies will station a special unit near the clinic, and if anything happens, call it any time of the day or night. Lin was glad to hear this and thanked the police officer, noting that he would feel much calmer under the protection of law enforcement agencies. "Miss?" He asked Xia that she hoped she would understand her desire to stay and would not be against it. The policeman noted that, by the way, he didn't know that the doctor, in addition to his outstanding medical skills, also had such amazing combat abilities. So he curiously asked the guy where and how he had mastered such masterful hand-to-hand combat skills. The guy evasively replied that it was a long time ago, so he suggested closing this personal matter. The man explained that he was just curious, that's all, since they had finished their business and were heading to the station. Xia said that since Miss He had decided to stay here, she would stay too, and the doctor should understand the responsibility. The doctor assured her that he understood, of course, and that she had no reason to worry about this at all. He was in control of everything. Lin thought with relief that, thank God, at least the officials had finally left the clinic. The grateful girl thanked the guy, saying thank you for protecting her life and allowing her to stay for treatment. The guy wearily replied that it was all nonsense and that first he just wanted to get some good sleep and regain his strength. Miss He clearly misunderstood his words and asked him sheepishly what he thought of her. The doctor quickly explained that he simply meant that he was very tired after everything that had happened and therefore wanted to sleep. The girl with big innocent eyes asked again if he really just wanted to sleep and nothing more. She delicately suggested that if the doctor wanted to spend time with someone for relaxation, she could find him a beautiful, educated girl for company. The guy quickly said that he was just joking about the company, so let's talk about your current health condition. The doctor noted professionally that now that the patient had almost fully recovered, he was thinking of preparing a special therapeutic bath for her to consolidate the results. Lin explained that this was a special medicinal bath. He carefully mixed all the necessary medicinal substances needed for a complete recovery. The doctor added that he selected medications using his unique method that could help in her particular case. The girl was amazed by such attention to detail and asked admiringly if this was really true. The doctor confirmed that, of course, there are many other recipes from which one can prepare an effective remedy for any medical case. Miss He gratefully noted to the doctor that he was exactly the specialist she had been looking for all her life. The patient admitted that she was actually opening a beauty salon. If the doctor had such knowledge in cosmetology, they could become business partners. The guy, having heard this proposal, thought that it really was an interesting business idea. It was only a question of financial investment. The girl modestly replied that she didn't have much money to invest, only 100 million for all her savings. She suggested that since the doctor agreed to a partnership, they shouldn't waste time. They needed to find a suitable location to set up the business. The guy said that the location was good, and he had just recently bought a property in a promising place. The girl was delighted with this coincidence, suggesting that the proceeds from the joint business would then be divided equally. The nurse just arrived and said that she had been looking for him all day, and it was already time for dinner in the cafeteria. The guy replied that they were discussing a project worth hundreds of millions, so he would refuse dinner for now. When the girls heard this, they asked in surprise, "Hundreds of millions? What kind of grandiose project are they having there?" Green-haired Yeon-song suspiciously asked if they were planning to scam everyone with such sums of money. But the patient seriously explained that the doctor had prepared a special medicinal bath for her, which should greatly aid her recovery. The nurse began to get jealous and angry, wondering what kind of secret bath the doctor had decided to make just for her. So Laura suggested that why don't they all take the medicinal baths along with the patient. To be fair, the guy thought to himself that he was truly in a difficult situation, surrounded by 3 jealous girls. The girls pulled him up short, and the nurse told him to go and eat properly and just go to bed. The girls said that they would try out the medicinal bath that he had so carefully prepared for treatment. The doctor lay in his room after dinner, but could not fall asleep due to anxiety about tomorrow's events. The long-awaited opening of the new spacious clinic has finally arrived, and many curious patients have already gathered at the entrance in anticipation. The doctor thought with surprise that he had not expected that the old house could be so radically converted into a modern medical facility. Nurse Laura agreed that they had all done a really great and important job in creating the new clinic. Mr. Wu solemnly welcomed everyone gathered, thanking them for coming, as today was a very significant day for their medical institution. The owner added that he thought everyone was familiar with their miracle-working doctor, but let him formally introduce the clinic's chief specialist. The guy modestly replied that he shouldn't worry. He would definitely see all the patients in turn and provide the necessary assistance. Lin saw a huge number of people, his former patients, who came to thank him for the quality treatment. The doctor was exhausted after a whole day of appointments. He hadn't been so tired from intensive work with patients for a long time. The nurse noted that with the official opening of the clinic, his salary would increase, and he could even get health insurance. Lin playfully offered the nurse to spend the night together as a reward for the successful opening. Laura indignantly replied that he was simply daydreaming, and that it would be better if he kept such thoughts to himself, after which she added that there was no need to be sad. It was better to go have a drink with friends, so we could go home and rest. They headed to the clinic's dormitory and thought that they missed the old cozy place a little. As the guy approached the building, he noticed that it smelled very good from there. He wondered who was cooking dinner there. The nurse suggested that it was most likely Yan Song who decided to give them such a nice gift after a hard day. Lin objected that he was sure it was his patient who was cooking, so he proposed a bet on who actually cooked the delicacy. The doctor added that this seemed like a very tempting proposition for a bet between them. When they entered the kitchen, they saw a girl with green hair working at the stove. Yan Song was standing in the kitchen preparing dinner, noticing that they had already returned home from work. The girl said that she was still a little busy cooking, but dinner would soon be completely ready for everyone. The guy was unhappy that he lost the bet. He was sure that another girl was cooking. Missy greeted them, explaining that she had prepared a special dish from her country's national cuisine. She added that everything was almost ready, but she burned herself while cooking, so Yan Song decided to help her. The guy turned to Laura, reminding her that he was right about the cook. And now what about their bet? The 2 girls who were cooking together were discussing that all the dishes were already completely ready to be served. The guy reminded the nurse that they shouldn't forget about their bet and its fulfillment after dinner. But Laura replied that she didn't even know what to say about the results of this dispute. They saw what a beautiful table was set with a variety of delicious dishes for dinner. Missy proposed a toast to the doctor, thanking him for his helpful medical skills and care. The doctor was surprised by such attention and said that he hoped they would continue to work together. After these words, their glasses of wine solemnly clashed in honor of a successful day. The guy realized that he had completely forgotten to tell these 2 girls about his plans for a business partnership with a patient in the beauty industry. Yan Song curiously asked why he had quietly decided to set up a business with a patient and how it would all work in practice. The guy calmly explained that he would do it without any problem, since how could he miss such a lucrative opportunity for career development? The doctor added that there is no need to worry about him. He is in excellent shape and his health is not failing him for new projects. Lin continued to sit at the table and suggested continuing to discuss plans, but noticed a strange reaction from the girls. The doctor realized that all 3 girls had drunk too much wine and were already beginning to fall asleep right at the festive table. Yan Song, who was nodding off, muttered something unintelligible in her sleep, asking him not to stop talking. The worried guy carefully supported the girl and noticed that she had drunk too much, offering to carry her to her room. The doctor carefully laid her on the bed and thought that they had had a good time. Now she needed a healthy sleep to recover. But suddenly the girl opened her eyes and asked him to stop and not leave the room. She sleepily asked the guy if he didn't want to stay and talk with her a little longer. The doctor's expression immediately changed. He was embarrassed by such an unexpected proposal in such a situation, realizing that the girl was out of her mind from alcohol.